G'day folks, welcome back to the channel. Today I'll be reading Smoking Iron by Peter Field. It's a classic western tale. This story, it's in the public domain, so that means I'm able to record and share it for everyone. I do know that ads are quite annoying, so if you would like to listen ad-free, you can pick up this story over on my Patreon channel. You can find me at the Reading Farmer. Costs $1, and that gets you access to about 50 other Western stories that you won't find here on YouTube. So, without any further delay, settle on in, and let's get going. The Smoking Iron by Peter Field. Chapter 1. Pat Stevens hooked the last trace on the double tree of the buckboard and stepped back from the team of matching bays. He brushed the dust from his hands with a bandana and thrust it back into the left hip pocket of his blue jeans, and then turned to look up the slope towards the door of the Lazy Mare ranch house. The door was still closed, and there wasn't any sign of Sally. Pat shook his head and sighed ruefully while he tried to keep the feeling of irritation down. It was the middle of the afternoon, and Sally wasn't yet ready for the weekly trip into Dutch Springs for supplies. He had purposely taken his time about harnessing the team and doing a lot of little things that didn't really need doing, just to give her more leeway so she'd be ready to leave by the time he was finished. But she was probably inside primping. Trying to decide which sunbonnet to wear into Dutch Springs, he reckoned. A slow grin replaced the begin of a scowl on Pat's sun-bronzed face. It was like this every week, by golly. They'd been married a dozen years now, but Sally still felt she had to get all primmed up like a bride just for the weekly ride into town. A man would think she wasn't satisfied with him for a husband, that she hoped to make another conquest every time she rode into town. He'd have to josh her about that while they were riding in. And then she'd blush, and he heard the door of the ranch house open hurriedly behind him, and then close with a little bang. He picked up the lines and turned the bays to cramp a front wheel so his wife could get in without dirtying her skirt, and then turning with a wide grin as she ran lightly down the path towards the buckboard. She had chosen the pink sunbonnet. For a moment, he was ready to admit that maybe the primping up might be worthwhile. She looked by golly just like a bride, only prettier than most of the white girls around Powder Valley. He decided he wouldn't josh her about the idea of looking for another husband. Might give her an idea, and she was too darn pretty. As she came up to the buckboard, Sally Stevens asked breathlessly, "Are you all ready? My, you got hitched up pretty fast." Pat got rid of the grin and said kind of gravely, "I've got to be fast to keep up with you. Most wives I've heard tell are likely to keep their men waiting while they get all primmed up for the trip into town, but danged if you didn't just throw on any old thing like that pink sunbonnet and you're all ready." Sally looked at him searchingly, and then touched the bonnet with anxious fingers. "Does it not look all right? I can go back and get the blue one." "Oh, you need not bother," Pat told her hastily. He took her hand to help her into the seat. "For an old woman like yourself, you do all right." He tightened the lines and stepped up the hub to slide into the seat beside her. Sally Stevens turned her head to look at the sound of a trotting horse coming from behind them. She put her hand on his arm and said, "Wait a minute, Pat. Someone's riding up from the south." Pat said, "Probably just one of the boys," but turned to look behind them as well. He pushed his hat back and grunted his surprise as he recognized the figure of the approaching rider. "Looked like Tom Thurston's boy." "It is, Pat. and he's spurring his horse up now so he sees us waiting. He's probably got a grocery list from Miss Thurston for us to get in town."
"And he rode his horse down to a frazzle getting here," muttered Pat, disapproving.
He scowled darkly, and then held Team up a bays and waited until the young man approached on a badly winded black gelding. Ben Thurston was 20 years old, but he looked much younger with a bit of unshaven fuzz on his pumply cheeks and with his slight figure sitting awkwardly in the big stock saddle. He had been back east to college for 2 years and had absorbed a lot of city ways while away from Colorado. Instead of the conventional range attire of any other youth in the valley, he wore a tight-waisted city pants and a pink-white striped shirt with a yeller silk bandana knotted loosely about his neck and a narrow-brimmed white Panama hat on his head. The fancy headgear wasn't very effective in keeping the western sun from his face, and there was ugly red patches of blistering skin between his pimples on his thin cheeks. He jerked his tired mount up roughly as he came to the side of the buckboard and panted, "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Stevens," out of cracked lips.
Pat replied, "Hello, Ben. Going to college ain't taught you much about taking care of your saddle horse on a hot day like this."
Ben shrugged his thin shoulders and snorted thinly.
"Oh, what's a horse for but to ride? I was hurrying to catch you before you started out for town."
"I suppose your mother sent you a grocery list?" Sally leaned past Pat with a smile that was designed to take some of the sting from her husband's gruff manner. "We'll be glad to get whatever she wants, Ben."
"It's more important than that, Miss Stevens. A lot more important."
The youth twisted sideways in the saddle and reached in his hip pocket to pull out a white envelope.
"I got a letter here I'd sure like for you to mail in time to catch the Pony Express."
Pat reached for the letter, and Sally laughed softly and asked, "A letter for your sweetheart back east, Ben?" He flushed painfully and shook his head and tried to look important.
"No, ma'am, it's a girl, all right, but not back east."
He hesitated, then went on boastfully,
"She's depending on me, you see. She'll be waiting mighty anxious until that letter comes telling her I'll be coming to help her."
Pat Stevens shrugged impatiently and said,
"All right, Ben, we'll see."
But Sally nudged him and interrupted.
"Sounds awfully interesting, Ben. Are you going to be taking a trip?"
"It sure is interesting, just like a story out of a book."
It was clear that Ben was dying to tell them all about the mysterious letter and the girl. He leaned forward over the saddle horn and explained confidentially,
"She's in mighty trouble, and she figures I'm the only one that can help her out. Naturally, a man can't turn down an appeal like that."
Pat snorted over the boy's use of the word man, but Sally nudged him again and urged Ben on with an eager question.
"Who's the girl, and what kind of trouble's she in?"
"Her name's Katie Rollins. It's written right here on the envelope. I guess maybe you've heard of the KT Ranch down on the Mexican border."
He looked at Pat for confirmation. So Pat grunted. "Yeah, I've heard of the Katie spread, all right. What's she writing you for?"
"Well, that's where the storybook part of it comes in," Ben told him eagerly. "My pa and Jim Rollins used to be partners back about 40-50 years ago." He waved his hand vaguely. "They wrote letters back and forth every 3 or 4 years maybe, until maybe 10 years ago. And they had a joke betwixt them that when Katie Rollins and I got old enough, why, we'd get married. It was kind of a joke, of course."
He went on hastily, blushing again.
"But when Katie's pa died last year, the last thing he told her was that if she ever got up against anything she couldn't handle, she was to write to my pa for help. And that's what she did last week," he ended triumphantly.
"Well, it is like a storybook," Sally agreed excitedly. "It's as romantic as everything. I suppose she's awfully pretty and a rich heiress. You'll fall in love with her at first sight and get married just like your father's planned."
"Oh, she's pretty, all right." The bright red blush stayed on Ben Thurston's face as he dug into his shirt pocket for a small photograph. "She sent this along with her letter." He offered them the picture. Pat took it from Ben's hand and held it for Sally to see. The girl was pretty, though more than merely facial prettiness looked at Pat and his wife from Katie Rollins' picture. She had a firm chin and a wide mouth with just the faintest hint of a smile turned up on the outer corners of her lips. Her eyes were wide-spaced and very grave, with sort of a breathless appeal about them, a look of expectancy, a serene belief that the world was good and the life held much in store for her. Pat Stevens felt his thumb and forefinger tighten on the little bit of cardboard between them. The girl was looking directly into his eyes, and a queer pain of remembering tugged at his heart as he stared back. He turned his head slowly and saw the laughter had gone out of Sally's face close to his. Pat looked at Sally as though he hadn't seen her for a long time, and then turned back to the young man on the horse. "What kind of trouble you say this girl's got, Ben?" "I don't know. It must be something pretty bad. She's said she couldn't write it all in the letter, but she's terribly afraid of something, and doesn't know where else to get help from but her old father's partner. So Pa said I better get on the stage and get right out there to see about it. I'm going to be taking his old gun with me because it might be rustlers and something on the border," he added importantly. "You going on the stage?" Pat asked in surprise. "Sure. That letter you got tells her I'll get to Marfa next Friday. Marfa's where I get off the stage from El Paso and catch another to Hermas. There's where she lives." "You could ride it in less than a week instead of going all the way around by stage," Pat muttered. The young man shrugged and then said, "It's a mighty hard ride on horseback. I figure I'll save my strength by riding on stagecoach. That way I'll be in better shape to cope with danger when I get there." Pat snorted something indistinguishable and handed the photograph back to Ben Thurston. He said shortly, "We'll mail your letter to Dutch Springs," and then shook the lines out over the backs of the impatient team. They swung away in an eager trot, then into a lope as they felt no restraining hand upon the lines. Sally relaxed against her husband and began laughing softly.
"You looked so stern and grim-faced, Pat. What's the matter?"
"Riding by stagecoach," he muttered. "If that gal's in any real trouble, God pity her, depending on a sissy like Ben Thurston. Him and his daddy's old gun. I bet you he doesn't even know which end shoots." Sally stopped laughing and snuggled against him.
"These are different times from when you were young, Pat. Likely enough the girl's trouble isn't anything that requires gunplay. Maybe she's got mice in her Burroughs drawer."
"Not that gal," Pat muttered. "She wouldn't be writing letters for any man to help her get rid of mice."
"I know," Sally said instantly. "I didn't really mean that, Pat."
She hesitated.
She is awfully pretty."
"She's more than pretty, and you know it," Pat told her angrily. "That gal's got plenty of nerve. If she says she's in trouble, I bet you it's real trouble." He tightened his grip on the lines and spoke soothingly to the bays and slowly brought them down from a gallop to a fast trot. Sally sat up and nodded thoughtfully.
"I had the queerest feeling when I looked at her picture, as if I ought to recognize it, as if I'd known her someplace."
"You know why?" Pat didn't look at his wife.
No, I can't imagine, Pat. We certainly never met her.
Sally looked at him in surprise. She looks like you, Sally. Like you looked 12 years ago.
Oh, no, you're imagining things, Pat. Why, that girl's a brunette and her eyes are brown.
No matter about that, he insisted stubbornly. It was the way I was looking at you again, Sally. It's not the color of her eyes that counts, he went on slowly. It's what she says with them, what shows through from the inside, from the kind of person she is. That's what I'm talking about. I'm thinking about the first time I saw you at Hopewell Junction, when you were expecting to be met by a man you were married to but hardly knew. You were scared, but you wouldn't let yourself be scared. You remember that day, Miss Stevens?
As though I would ever forget that, Pat.
Sally put one hand on his hard forearm, and her fingers tightened there. She was silent for a moment, and then she recalled dreamily.
As soon as I saw you, I knew I'd never be frightened again, Pat. I knew then and there everything would be all right.
And then this gal is waiting for Ben Thurston to get off the stage, Pat muttered. You reckon she's going to feel that way as soon as she sees him? Sally puckered her lips to laugh, but no laughter came forth. She sighed and said, a sad, rueful sigh.
You're making me feel sorry for her, depending on Ben for help, but that's silly, she went on brightly. Katie Rollins won't be needing the kind of man I needed. Things have changed in the last 12 years. She can't be in any real danger.
The Katie Ranch lies on the big bend of the Rio Grande, Pat told her quietly.
But that's still the United States. There's law there.
You don't know much about the Big Bend, Pat said harshly.
What about it?
The more civilized the rest of the country has got in the last few years, the worse the Big Bend has got. It's right there handy on the border, the real owl hoot trail leading south. The next town of Barranco ain't far from Hermosa where this letter's addressed to, and Barranco is a hideout for outlaws and killers. The only law in the Big Bend, he added grimly, is what a man carries on his own hip. Sally shrank away from him on the buckboard seat with a little cry of dismay.
Ben Thurston won't be good in a place like that.
That, agreed Pat quietly. That is what I'm thinking. The team of bays went on towards Dutch Springs at a fast trot. Sitting safe and secure beside her husband in the rocking buckboard, Sally Stevens' thoughts went back over the decade that was behind them. Powder Valley had not been a safe nor secure place 12 years before when she first came to live here. Then the only law in that part of Colorado had been what a man carried in a leather holster. Pat Stevens had had a large part in changing things to what they are now. Pat and his two partners, Sam Sloan and one huge fella with one eye named Ezra. The guns of those three had built up a real respect for the force of decency and order in the valley. Not always legally, but always fighting for the right, the trio had cleaned up the valley and made it into a safe place where a man could rear a family. With a little shudder, she realized this same thing had been going on all over the West at the same time. In countless other communities, other men like Pat and his partners had been making other places safe for law-abiding folk. The outlaws and gunmen had been driven to find refuge some other place. Places like the Big Bend of Rio Grande, where the proximity of the Mexican border offered them refuge. Without quite realizing the import of her words, Sally said,
It's too bad you, Sam, and Ezra have broken up your threesome. Going to rescue of Kate Rollins in the Big Bend is just the sort of thing you three would have jumped at 10 years ago.
I was sort of thinking on the same thing, he admitted regrettably. But I'm all settled down here with a wife that's getting old with a growing boy.
I'm not so old, Sally flashed at him.
Pat grinned slyly. Too old to be sending your husband off on some foolishness like that.
Of course, Sally agreed strongly. It would be foolish.
Pat slapped his lines on the back of the slick bays to speed their trot a wee. He didn't say anything.
Besides, said Sally, Sam Sloane is married now and hardly over his honeymoon, and he's got that important job riding the Pony Express.
That's right. Poor old Sam, he's hog-tied for sure. Pat shook his head sadly from side to side. Sally darted him a quick glance, but his expression only sorrow for the plight of his one-time gun partner.
And Ezra's settled down and working too, she reminded him. Taking care of that Pony Express station, he can't go trip-peeping off into the foolish adventures anymore.
No, he surely can't. Not unless he's got somebody to take his place at the station. Makes me feel kind of sorry for Ezra, Pat went on feelingly. He ain't never been tied down like that before with a steady job.
But it's good for him, Sally said sternly.
Sure it is, Pat agreed in a meek tone. I reckon. Sally said nothing for a long time. She sat erect on the seat, tapping her toe against the floor of the buckboard and staring straight ahead, her lips compressed tightly. Glancing aside at her from time to time, Pat couldn't see her face, hidden as it was by the pink sunbonnet. He wondered what she was thinking about. He found out after a short time. In a curiously muffled voice, she asked hesitantly,
Do you still plan to pick up some of those 2-year-old heifers to stock the south pasture this fall?
I ain't rightly decided. Not at the price a man has to pay hereabouts for heifers. Another short pause followed, and then,
Have you thought any more about picking up some cheap Mexican stock down on the border?
I've been thinking about it a little bit, he replied carefully. I ain't plumb sure it's worth making a trip that far just to see if a man can pick up a bargain, though.
Seems to me, said Sally strongly, that it would be well worth it. That south pasture's hardly grazed at all last winter. It's a waste to let the grass lie.
That's right, I reckon it is.
If you're hesitant about making a buying trip on my account, I wish you wouldn't,
Sally told him primly.
Doc and I will get along fine on the ranch without you.
I sort of hate to go alone, Pat confessed. It's a long ride down into Texas.
You could go by stagecoach.
Sure, and a goat could fly if the Lord had give him wings.
What about Ezra?
I don't know if I should mention it to him. Oh, he'd like to go like a shot, but maybe he oughtn't to leave his Pony Express station, being the first steady job he ever held down.
But you said he could likely get someone to take care of the station if he went on a trip.
I reckon he could.
Please, Pat.
Sally's voice throbbed strongly. She laid her hand on his arm.
I think you should.
Go for a buying trip for heifers?
Yes, down by the Big Bend.
Pat said wonderingly, I'll never be able to figure you out, old lady. You're always one jump ahead of me. He put his arm over her shoulders and his palm against her sunbonnet cheek. He turned her and crushed her into him and forced the sunbonnet back on her head, giving her a big old kiss. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. There were still 2 hours of early summer sunlight when Sally Stevens finished her weekly shopping. While Mr. Winters was carefully placing the supplies in the back of the buckboard, she sent a boy to the Gold Eagle Saloon to tell Pat that she was ready to go. Pat emerged through the swinging doors almost immediately and sauntered down the boardwalk to the store with a faint look of guilt on his face. Sally noted the look with an inward smile. Though they'd been married 12 years, she'd never been able to convince him that she wanted him to meet his friends in the saloon and have a few companionship drinks while she was doing her shopping. Other husbands had to sneak into the saloon on like occasions, and Pat had never got rid of the feeling that he ought by rights to sneak in too. As he came up to her in front of the store, Sally took his arm and said gaily,
"Don't look like that, Pat, and don't start telling me how many drinks you haven't had. You ought to know by this time I don't care."
The storekeeper glanced over his shoulder at them as he placed the last case of canned goods in the buckboard and said disapprovingly,
"I thought you two was married."
Pat put his arm about Sally's slim waist and grinned at Mr. Winters. "Oh, you know we're old married folks."
"Well, I've been thinking that for years, but doggone it if I'm not beginning to wonder, but you living in sin. No wife I ever knew treated a man like Sally treats you, Pat."
His grin widened and he swung Sally towards the loaded buckboard. "Oh, he's just an old man with evil thoughts, Sally. Hop up and we'll drive off before we get insulted." Sally bit her underlip to keep from laughing as Pat sat down beside her. She said,
"We're not going to be old married folks, are we?"
"Well, not as long as you keep looking like a gal that oughtn't to be let out of her mama's sight," Pat assured her comfortably. "Nor as long as you send me off to help some gal ain't neither of us ever seen neither."
"I thought you were going to the Big Bend on a buying trip for Mexican heifers,"
Sally countered. "Oh, sure. I'd mighty near forgotten about them heifers." Pat paused, and then added with a pleased smile, "Got to talking to old Jeff Harkins on the Gold Eagle. He's agreeable to taking care of the express station for Ezra next 2 or 3 weeks." Sally replied,
"You're not wasting any time getting things fixed right up."
"Can't afford to. Not if I'm going to be riding into Marfa before that stage gets there next Friday." They were approaching a crossroad east of the town where the road forked due south into the mountains. Sally turned in the seat to look back at the sun hanging well above the jagged continental divide and suggested,
"There's enough time to drive out to the express station if you want, and then we could take the shortcut directly to the ranch."
Pat nodded as though no thought had been in his mind. "Well, all right, if you're dead set upon it." He pulled the team of bays into the right-hand fork.
"I'd like to see how Kitty Lane has fixed up the station."
"Kitty Salone," Pat reminded her. "Ms. Kitty Salone."
"Is Sam happy with her, Pat?"
Sally's voice suddenly became serious. "Oh, he's as happy as an old prospector that hit it rich after 40 years of trying and failing."
"It seems so queer. I just can't imagine Sam Sloane married."
"He's settled down to her like any horse after he's broke the harness. Kitty's kind of like you, Sally. She's got sense enough to know a man don't change his ways just because he stood up in front of a preacher. Only thing is, it's sort of tough on Ezra living there with him."
"I should think he'd like it, having a woman to do the cooking and cleaning of house."
Pat grinned wearily. "He's missing them top-heavy flapjacks he used to line his belly with every morning. The ones Kitty makes are so light he can never get himself filled up. And she's got a funny idea that a coffee pot had ought to be washed out and set away every time it's used. Never does give the coffee a chance to get strong and bitter like it does after 3 days of simmering with the old grounds left in." Sally laughed musically at Pat's description of the red-headed bachelor's predicament. She knew that what he had said was at least partially true. In the past she had tried to persuade Ezra to come and live with them, but always received some evasive excuse from the one-eyed giant. She had a feeling, though, that it went much deeper than a mere liking for his own particular brand of cooking. Though Ezra was outwardly rough and uncouth, Sally knew that he was inwardly very sensitive about the ugly facial deformity that had taken one of his eyes and terribly scarred his face. He was conscious that his ugliness made him repulsive to most women, and that he could never hope to have a wife and family of his own, and that very fact, Sally was sure, made it dreadfully hard for him to see his partners happily married. It hadn't been so bad when he and Sam Sloane lived together after Pat's defection, but now that Sam was gone and gotten married too. Sally compressed her lips and tried to keep from feeling sorry for Ezra. For all of his huge frame and rough ways, he was as gentle as a woman and easily hurt as a child. This trip with Pat down into Texas would be good for him. She was glad that she had suggested it. It might be dangerous, but she was confident in the ability of Ezra and her husband to overcome any danger that might confront them. Sally aroused herself from her thoughts as the buckboard bounced up out of a deep gully onto the flat expanse leading to the Pony Express station that was just a tiny black dot ahead of them in the last glow of the evening sun.
"Will Sam be at the station when we get there?"
Pat considered her question for a moment and then nodded. "I reckon. He should have made the trip back from Dutch Springs this morning."
"How's he going to take it, Pat?"
"Take what?" Pat Stevens glanced at his wife sharply.
"You and Ezra riding off together on an adventure. Is he going to feel badly about being left behind?"
Pat chuckled. "He'll be as happy about it as a black bear with an itch. But he's got to ride the Pony Express, and he and Kitty ain't been married long enough for her to be tired of him being around, like you got with me."
"I guess not,"
Sally responded. She relaxed and leaned her shoulder against Pat, watching while the tiny black dot swiftly took shape and resolved itself into a lone cabin by the side of the lonely road leading south into New Mexico. Originally, it had been a two-room shack with corrals and sheds in the rear, but when Sam Sloane married the dance hall entertainer and brought her to the station for her honeymoon, he had expanded the building with 2 extra rooms and a lean-to kitchen. Ezra sat in a chair propped back against the front wall of the building as the buckboard pulled up. He was hatless, and his tousled hair was crimson under the dying rays of the sun. His single eye gleamed with a surprised welcome, and he rocked his chair forward onto 4 legs and got up, and his voice boomed out loudly into the afternoon hush. "Dang it if it ain't all city folks comin' for a visit. Light and set your backsides, folks. Doggone it, Sally, if you don't look as pert as a newborn colt in there with that there pink sunbonnet." Ezra's scarred face was wreathed with a huge smile of gladness as he advanced upon the buckboard and held out his hand to engulf Sally and lift her down lightly. The front door of the station opened before him, and Miss Sam Sloane came hurried out to greet them with outstretched hands. She was hatless and without rouge. Her corn-colored hair was arranged in 2 simple braids that wound about her head, and she wore a simple gingham dress with the sleeves rolled up above the elbows. Her hands were wet, and there was a smudge of flour across her forehead, and she looked 100 times prettier than when she used to be all fixed up to entertain the boys at the saloon in town, and about 20 years younger. Pat Stevens thought confusedly as she greeted them gaily and then went on to Sally. He and Ezra stood there awkwardly while Kitty and Sally exchanged greetings, then went inside, chatting happily together. Pat looked at Ezra and winked towards the door through which the women had gone. "Looks like Sam did all right for himself, huh?" "Yep, Kitty's a fine woman." Ezra spat a stream of tobacco juice on a green lizard that scurried across the hard-baked ground. "Mighty fine," he added, in a tone that was almost a groan. "Well, you don't seem too happy about it." Ezra twisted his head to glance over his shoulder. In a low, fierce tone, he explained. "It's driving me crazy, Pat. That's what it's doing. I don't hardly see Sam no more. When he ain't riding the mail or sleeping, he's out there lollygagging about Kitty. I might as well be a hitching post for all the attention anyone pays to me around here." "Well, looks like you're getting fed good at least." Pat surveyed his huge frame. "I don't see no signs of withering or decay." Ezra sighed deeply. "Sure, I'm getting fed a-plenty. No work to take it off me, neither." "Taking care of the horses, don't you?" Ezra snorted angrily. "Feed and water a dozen horses twice a day. Now I tell you, Pat, is that any job for a growed-up man?" "You knew what it would be when you took it on." "Yeah, but I didn't know you'd be playing Cupid and helping old Sam get married," Ezra grumbled. "Figured we'd play some euchre and cribbage to pass the time away. Ain't had a game with 'em since she moved in here. Now, know what him and her's doing when they're not kissing or something?" "What?" asked Pat with a sly grin. "Playing hearts, that's what. It's a silly card game she taught 'em. No guts to her like euchre or cribbage." "Oh, that's too bad." Pat squatted down on his heels with his back against the front wheel of the buckboard. He got out cigarette paper and some tobacco from his shirt pocket and carefully fashioned a cigarette. As he licked it, he asked, "You aren't thinking of quitting, are you?" "I ain't thinking of nothing else." Ezra looked and turned away with a sour grunt. He settled himself into the creaking chair and rocked it back against the wall on its two rear legs. "I get to thinking about the old times while I'm setting here doing nothing. Things are turning mighty tame, Pat. What's the use of a man living any more? There's nothing to do." "Well, we are getting old," Pat reminded him. "Time we was setting down and letting the young bucks have their turn." Ezra snorted. "Maybe you're getting old, you and Sam. Getting married ages a man, I reckon." Pat replied, "I reckon." He blew out a contemplative puff of blue smoke. The sound of animated women talk floated out to them through the open door of the cabin. The front legs of Ezra's chair thumped down on the hard dirt. His one eye glared at Pat, and the jagged scar down his cheek was an angry red. "But I ain't married," he declared loudly. "No, you sure aren't. And what more, I ain't studyin' none about getting married neither." "Well, now maybe you ought to. I heard tell of a whiter woman the other day." "Don't you spring no whiter woman on me, Pat Stevens. I've seen too much of this here marriage. Makes a man old and lazy. I figure I'll take out of Powder Valley and leave you and Sam here to rot." "Well, where are you going to go?" "What's it matter?" Ezra made a wide gesture with a clenched fist the size of a small ham. "Anywhere I reckon we better than this." Pat took the last draw on his cigarette and spun it away. "I've been thinking of taking a little trip, going and get some heifers." "Up to Denver, I reckon, or Pablo, maybe. There was a sneer in the words. Well, no, actually, south, down to the Big Bend country. To buy heifers? Ezra looked at him incredulously. Pat nodded. I've heard there's some bargains down there if a feller plays his cards right. Mexican stock, smuggling across the border? Pat shrugged his wide shoulders. Ain't no need to ask a man where they come from or how he runs into such a good bargain. Ezra slapped his thigh with a delighted oath. Sounds like a good deal. When do we start? I don't reckon you'd want to go along with an old duffer like me, though, would you, eh? Sure, I'll go along. Someone's got to protect you. What about the station? I'm leaving tomorrow. Ezra's face fell and he muttered. Yeah, that's right. Somebody's got to feed the damn beasts. Pat offered. I talked to Jeff Harkins in town. Jeff, what's that old coot want? A job. He ain't worth... Say, you reckon he'd take this job off my hands, Pat? You reckon he would? I told him to be here tomorrow. Pat grinned at the big, red-haired man. By God, Pat. Ezra stared at him in speechless rage. Someday I'm going to take that scrawny neck of yours in my hands and tear it apart, edging me along that way. Pat stood up and stretched with his arms over his head. He yawned and said mildly, I wanted to make sure you weren't getting soft sitting around the station eating Kitty's good cooking and all. Sam asleep? Yep. Ezra chuckled delightedly. He'll be plenty mad when we go riding off for the border without him. I don't think so, Pat protested. Kitty'll make him glad he stayed behind. He turned to the buckboard as Kitty and Sally came out arm in arm. We'll be getting along, Ezra. I'll ride by for you tomorrow about noontime. I'll be waiting. Make sure you're wearing guns, Pat said casually. Might be we'd have a little trouble rounding up a herd. Ezra grinned happily. Sounds like old times right enough. Then he came close as Sally got on the backboard and asked Pat in a hoarse undertone. What about that sheriff's star you've been wearing? What about it? You wearing it with you to the Big Bend? I'll keep it out of sight, Pat promised. No use in us getting shot before we even start buying steers. As they wheeled away from the station towards a shortcut leading across country directly to the Lazy Mare Ranch, Pat sighed and muttered, Can't help but feel sorry for Sam. He'll be mighty put out that we didn't even ask him to go with us.
Don't feel sorry for Sam Salone, said Sally.
Her tone of dreamy placidness brought Pat's gaze around sharply. What do you mean?
He wouldn't want to be asked, she told him with conviction. Kitty's going to be having a baby.
Pat opened his mouth to say something, and it stayed open a long time. Then he said, Well, I'll be damned. Old Sam, a pappy. And then he doubled forward with a howling laughter. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Marfa, Texas was a straggling little cow town laying on the sun-baked flats between the Davis Mountains on the east and the Broken region on the Big Bend south and west. Laying on the stagecoach route south from El Paso, it was the trading center from that vast no-man's land formed by the sweeping arch of the Rio Grande, where it cut sharply into old Mexico beyond the forbidding lava rimrock. In years to come, the Southern Pacific would be building a railroad through Marfa, and it would become a bustling center of commerce. But now It was just the jumping-off place for men who had reasons to lose themselves in the untamed country southward. But it looked good for the two riders who approached it on the road from Fort Davis early Thursday evening. Pat Stevens and Ezra had made a hard ride from Powder Valley to the stagecoach junction to reach it ahead of Ben Thurston on the Friday train. Ezra didn't know why Pat had pushed the going so hard, because Pat had given no reason for the trip other than it was for a heifer by an expedition. It was in the beginning. Ezra had started in sort of a holiday spirit, in a jubilant mood of anticipation, but the first day's ride had shown him that Pat was grimly serious about making horse-killing time across the country. Ezra hadn't bothered Pat with any questions. In the past, he had been content to let Pat do the leading, and it was pleasant to fall back into that routine again. He sensed an urgency in the ride that didn't quite tie up with Pat's announcement of the reason for the trip, and he knew that he'd find out the truth in good time when Pat was ready to let him know. They were riding their third charge of horses as they approached the end of the trip, and these mounts were slowed to a walk with more than 100 miles behind them that day. The sun was well below the rims of the Huchala Mountains when they first glimpsed the collection of adobe houses and unpainted frame shacks on the mesquite-dotted plain ahead of them. They had ridden for hours in wordless silence in the midst of a cloud of alkali dust that boiled up from under the hooves of their horses, and Pat broke the long silence with a wave of his hand ahead of the little town when it came into view. "That'll be Marfa, I reckon. We're making it on schedule like I planned." His voice had a guttural quality, coming from a dry throat and between dust-encrusted lips, and Ezra's reply came in a creaky bass. "What kind of schedule, Pat?" "I wanted," Pat explained, "to get here before Friday." "I reckon you had a reason for wanting that," Ezra suggested plainly. "Yeah, a mighty good reason." "Well, that's just fine." Ezra couldn't keep a sarcastic note out of his voice, but he was determined not to ask the reason. "Now that we made it here, what's next on the schedule?" "We'll spend the night in Marfa and trade for fresh horses and take off on the road to Hermosa tomorrow." "Hermosa? That's on the border, isn't it?" "Yeah, just this side of the river." Some of the windows were beginning to show lights as they neared the village. Their tired horses pricked their ears forward and increased their slow pace, and Ezra shifted his huge bulk to a more erect position in the saddle. "You reckon there'll be a steak and a bottle of whiskey in this here town, Pat?" "There better be 2 steaks and 2 bottles. They were entering into the east end of the main street, a block of dusty, false-fronted buildings with a hitch rack in front. Pat nodded towards the signs along both sides of the street. Fully half of the business establishments were saloons. "From the looks of that, I reckon these Tagos do more drinking than anything else." "Let's stop out here and try out their liquor," Ezra suggested eagerly. "My mouth tastes like I've been eating dry sponges all day." "Oh, the liquor can wait till we fix up our horses. Yonder's a livery stable at the end of the block." Pat nodded to a 2-story barn set back a little from the other buildings around the corner. A faded sign proclaimed to be the elite livery stable, horses for sale and for hire. Wide doors were invitingly open, and a tall, stringy young man sat in a wooden box just inside the doors and watched them ride up. He had a yeller mustache and small eyes that were set very close together under sandy eyebrows. He wore a gray shirt and dusty jeans that were held up with a red and yellow rope. He moved his bony jaw methodically and stared at them with interest as they rode up to the open doors and dismounted, his unblinking gaze taking in the jaded condition of their mounts, their dusty attire, and the 2 6-guns that rode low on Pat hip, and the saddle guns and the leather boots hanging from their saddles. His gaze shifted questioningly to Ezra's bulk and then upward to the scared face and the closed left eye. Ezra stopped with his big feet planted widely apart and glared at the man with his one good eye. "You reckon you'll know us next time you see us?"
"I aim to,"
the man said in a placid drawl. Pat Stevens stepped in front of Ezra. "Can we get feed and water for our horses?"
"Been riding pretty hard, ain't ya?"
The man didn't move off his box. He tilted his head and looked up slyly at Pat past the tip of his sharp nose. Pat replied, "Sorta. How about the horses?"
"Sure, there'll be plenty of feed and water. $5 for each horse."
$5? Pat echoed sharply. "For one night?"
"That's right, mister."
The stableman opened his lips and shot a stream of tobacco juice past Pat.
"Prices is high in Marfa."
"We don't want to buy your livery stable. We just want to rent a couple stalls."
"And that'll be $10, mister, cash in advance."
"To hell with him, Pat," Ezra broke out angrily. "We'll go somewhere else in town."
"Only stable in town," he was told.
Pat replied, "Wait, Ezra." As the big man started forward with a growl, he addressed the mustache man again. "You got a couple of horses you're willing to trade?"
"For them crowbaits?"
"They have been ridden hard," Pat admitted. "More'n 100 miles today. They'll be raring to go after 2 days' rest."
"But you can't afford to give 'em 2 days' rest,"
the stableman guessed. "We are in a hurry to move upon."
"Heading south?"
"Heading to Hermosa, if that's any of your damn business," Pat replied angrily. "Have you got something to trade or ain't you?"
"Well, if you got in the boot there, mister."
The stableman sighed and got up on his long legs.
"My name's Joe Baines," he offered. "Right back here I got 2 horses that'll keep you ahead of any law that may be on your trail."
"What makes you think there's a posse behind us?" Pat demanded as Joe Baines took a lantern from a hook and started back towards the rear of the stable. Baines cackled thinly.
"In a mighty big hurry to reach the border, ain't ya?"
He strode ahead of him with the lantern in his hand. "We aren't paying no $10 to put up our horses, are we?" Ezra argued in a loud stage whisper as they followed. "That's plain out and out robbery, that's what that is," Pat said. "Let's see how he'll trade." Baines acted as though he hadn't overheard the exchange. He stopped at 2 rear stalls and held the lantern over his head.
"There you are, fellers. 2 horses that'll carry you far and fast."
One was a raw-boned black gelding and the other a tough-looking little bay mare. "Well, they look all right," Pat admitted cautiously. "What do you call 'em for worth?"
$100 apiece.
"Figuring ours at 75 apiece," Pat said shortly. That adds up to adding $50 to the boot. Sounds about fair.
$100 boot for each horse, Baines told him in a sly drawl.
That's crazy. It's a hold-up, Pat exfoliated. Bain closed one eye in a slow wink.
Better think it over, mister. Maybe you'll decide it's a bargain.
To hell with him, Ezra said hotly. Let's get out of here.
Wouldn't want word to get around to the sheriff. You're mighty anxious to get fresh horses and get out of town to the border, I reckon.
Baines interrupted. Pat started to say something, but clamped his lips down over the words. After a moment, he said, "Are you threatening to tell the sheriff?"
Not me, mister, but word could get around to him.
A short, harsh laughter came from behind them, and a voice asked, "You fellers strangers hereabout?" Pat and Ezra turned to see a young man leaning neglectfully against one of the stalls. His thumbs were hooked in front of a wide slanting gun belt, and a black Stetson was pushed back rakishly over his wide forehead. His eyes were twisted in a mocking grin, and there was devil-may-care laughter in his gray eyes.
"Reason I was asking," he explained, lounging forward, "is 'cause I was wondering if you didn't know that Joe Baines is the sheriff's brother-in-law."
"We are strangers, and we didn't know," Pat told him.
"Sure, Joe's got a nice layout here. Fellers like you all come riding in a hurry, and you gotta trade with him or else. See what I mean?"
Joe Baines moved from around Pat and Ezra to confront the young man.
"You get out of here," he ordered. "Shut your loud mouth and get."
"Why, no, I don't reckon I will." The youth's grin widened. "Happen I ain't riding the Owl Hoot trail," he explained to the two Powder Valley men. "So the sheriff don't scare me none. Makes me sore to see a couple fellers get stepped on 'cause maybe they be in trouble." Pat replied to him, "Thanks." He hesitated a moment, and then added, "My name is Stevens, from Colorado." "And mine's Morgan," the young man drawled. "Dusty, I'm mostly called. From down Pecos way. Rode into Marfa this morning," he said levelly, "with one lead horse. You fellers looking for a fair swap?" "We sure are. Something that'll carry us to Hermosa tomorrow." Dusty Morgan nodded. "I've heard tell Hermosa's a place a lot of men want to get to fast," he observed. "I never had to ride in front of the law, but that doesn't mean I haven't and might not have to do it some day in the future. Bring your lantern here," he commanded Joe Baines.
"Now look here, you."
Baines' thin voice trembled with wrath.
"For the last time, I'm warning you, get out of my stable."
"I paid rent for my horse here," the young man reminded him. He asked Pat, "You want to see my horses?" Pat nodded. He turned and held out his hand to Baines. "Give me the lantern." Baines hesitated, and Ezra moved towards him with an angry oath. Baines circled to avoid the big man and set the lantern on the floor and stalked angrily towards the door. Dusty Morgan looked after him as Pat picked up the lantern. "Now maybe I oughtn't to honed in this way. Sure as God made horny toads, he's on his way to tell the sheriff about you fellas. Maybe you better stop him and get my horses saddled." "Oh, never mind him," Pat muttered. "We ain't worried about no Texas sheriff. Where's your saddle stuff?" "Right here in these two stalls." Morgan stepped back and pointed. "They've been rode easy and rested up pretty good. You could take 'em out tonight if you was mind to." Pat and Ezra looked the horses over. A pair of good-looking sorrels, placidly munching their hay. They looked strong and trail-wise, and Pat nodded abruptly. "How much do we got to add?" Nothing." Dusty Morgan looked at him in surprise. "I'm getting the best of the swap. Your horses are only some gaunted from being pushed hard. With some feed and a couple days' rest, I'll be better mounted than when I rode in." "Well, that sounds fine with me. It's a deal. But it'll make an enemy of the sheriff for you," Pat warned him. The young man grinned and got cigarette makings from his pocket. "I'm not studying about that. Don't reckon I'll be around long enough to make friends with them anyway." "Well, we'll put our horses in the stalls here, and then we'll buy a drink," Pat suggested. Morgan replied, "Sounds good to me," and then lit up a cigarette. When the trio went out of the livery stable a few minutes later, night had come on and the stifling heat of the day was receding. There was more saddle horses at the hitch racks there had been when Pat and Ezra rode into town, and all the saloons along Main Street were blazing with light. "Down yonder at Topez," Dusty Morgan suggested, "they got bigger bar glasses than all the other saloons in town." As they walked down towards the Topaz saloon Pat was keeping, and trying to size up the young man who had offered his help so freely to a couple strangers who meant nothing to him. Dusty Morgan was about 20, with slim hips and wide shoulders that swung along with a hint of arrogance. There was an attitude of a calm certitude about him that wasn't usually found in youth. Certainly not in the present generation, Pat thought to himself, wirely contrasting this man with Ben Thurston back in Powder Valley. Back in Pat's day, it had been different. Boys grew up faster. He remembered when he was 20. He probably was a lot like this Dusty Morgan. Pretty sure of himself, and to hell with anyone who got in his way. Yes, he realized he felt sort of a curious sort of kinship with the young fella who couldn't help swaggering as he walked down the street. It was too damn bad he caught himself thinking that Tom Thurston couldn't have had a boy like this to answer summons from help from Kate Rollins. As they turned into the brightly lit saloon, he asked abruptly, "Which way you heading for Marfa, Dusty?" "Well, I don't rightly know," Dusty drawled. "I was sort of heading down to San Antone, but I got sidetracked here this morning. Maybe I ain't in too much of a hurry to move on." As he spoke, they were walking towards the uncrowded bar, and his gaze was sweeping over the room, searching across the tables at the back. Pat asked him, "You looking for somebody?" Dusty gave a little start, and then grinned guiltily. "Well, I reckon she ain't come in yet." He leaned his elbows onto the bar and tipped his hat back far on his head, and Pat called to the bartender, "Set out a bottle and 3 glasses." "She?" he asked Dusty as the bartender turned to fill the order. Dusty shrugged his wide shoulders with an assuming uncertain. "A gal," he confessed. "Half Mexican. I guess she is. Bought her some drinks this afternoon, and she said she'd see me here this evening. She's what sidetracked me, mostly." Pat filled his glass and tried to remember back to when a pretty half Mexican dance hall girl might have sidetracked him from continuing on a trip. He didn't have to go back too far, he realized guiltily. Only till just before he had met Sally. He emptied his glass and refilled it, and asked casually, "You wouldn't be wanting to ride south, I don't reckon." "Why, no," Dusty said politely. "I reckon not." There'll always be more dance-hall girls, Pat told him. The young man grinned widely. But they won't all be like Rosa. On the other side of him, Ezra was beginning to go slow on his fourth glass of whiskey after gulping down 3 in a hurry. Pat was sipping on his second glass and asked, "Where are you staying in town?" "There's a hotel across the street. I got room 17. "Well, we'll see you later," Pat said. "We gotta find us a steak and some fried potatoes and such like." "Sure," Dusty replied. "I'll buy the next one." Pat slid $2 on the bar, and the bartender nodded and closed one eye in a slow wink and jerked his head significantly towards Dusty, who was turning and looking over the room again. Pat frowned and hesitated. The bartender moved down to the end of the bar towards the door, winking again. He was a fat man with a wart on the end of his nose and 2 front teeth that were missing. Pat moved with him to the end of the bar, and he leaned forward and asked guardedly, "That young feller, is he a friend of yourn?" Pat replied to him, "Yeah." "You better get him out of town before Rosa makes a plumb fool out of him. I'm telling you, mister." Pat's face hardened. "It's like that, huh?" "It's plenty like that. She's a hellfire cat. Sheriff Davis has got his brand on her, but she don't like being branded. Your young friend is riding for trouble if Davis catches on that she's playing around with him." "Thanks," Pat said, and went out to join Ezra, who had proceeded and heard nothing. "There's a restaurant right across there," Ezra began, but Pat took his arm firmly and said, "The steak's gonna have to wait. I have a feeling we gotta meet up with the sheriff in this town." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Ezra started to protest, but the 4 drinks of whiskey had put him in a pretty good mood, so he withdrew his hungry gaze from the restaurant and allowed Pat to lead him along the street. A young puncher was coming out of a saloon 3 doors up, and Pat asked him, "Can you tell us where the sheriff hangs out?" The youth gave a hiccup and blinked at them, and then gestured up the street. "Turn left yonder, and it's half a block. Little 'dobe shack by itself. You can't help but miss it if you look close." Pat thanked him, and they went on. "What do we need to see the sheriff about?" asked Ezra. Pat replied, "Well, we should size him up just in case." He led the way diagonally across the end of the street in front of the livery stable and down the side street indicated by the puncher. Halfway up the block, he paused as the door of the small adobe house was opened at their left. The tall, gangly figure of Joe Baines was outlined momentarily in the lit doorway. He was turned sideways and talking over his shoulder to someone inside. Pat nudged Ezra and pulled him on a few steps into the deep shadow cast by a pepper tree. Baines closed the door and came down the path to the street, walking briskly towards his livery stable. "Damned old prying coot," Ezra muttered under his breath. "He's been putting the sheriff on to us, Pat." "I reckon he has." He moved away from the pepper tree and up the path to the sheriff's office, with Ezra following him dubiously. He knocked once on the wooden door, and then turned the knob and stepped over the threshold. The room was lit by 2 kerosene lamps on the wall. There was a table in the center of the room, and a bulky man sat beside the table. He had a pile of old wanted circulars in front of him, and was studying them over as Pat walked in. He was a square-jawed man with cold eyes, but his face and body looked quite flabby. He stared up at Pat from under bushy gray brows and barked, "Well, mister, what do you want?" Pat tipped his hat back on his forehead and stepped aside to let Ezra enter behind him. He replied mildly, "You won't be finding us on that list, Sheriff, no matter what Joe Baines has been telling you." The sheriff glanced down at the circulars uncertainly, and then he gave a little start of surprise as he saw Ezra's one eye and scarred visage. He leaned back and hooked broad thumbs in his belt. "So you're the two hombres that just hit town in a hurry to get on south?" "That's correct," replied Pat. He hooked the toe of his boot under a straight wooden chair and pulled it forward, sat down and nodded to Ezra. "Rest yourself," he said, "while we put the sheriff on the straight path." "I'd just left straighten him out with my fist in his face," Ezra muttered sourly. "He ain't got no call to look at me like that." The Marfa sheriff swallowed hard and shifted his gaze to Pat Stevens. "I thought we better drop in to keep you from making a bad mistake," Pat told him easily. "Seemed like your brother-in-law's got the wrong idea about us tonight." The sheriff replied, "Maybe, maybe not." "Well, it happens we're dodging no posse. We're heading into the Big Bend on a stock buying trip." "Killing horses to get there?" sneered the sheriff. "We ain't killed any yet. Do you know the Katy spread near Hermosa?" The sheriff's eyes flickered from Pat to Ezra's and then back. "Sure. Everybody in Texas knows the Katy outfit. That Rollins gal's been giving me fits ever since her old man died last year." Pat lit a cigarette and flipped the match away. It lit, still burning, on top of a pile of old circulars on the desk. The sheriff brushed it off hastily and glowered at Pat. Pat shifted his position so his gun belts were comfortable and asked, "What kind of fits?" "Want protection from rustlers. Like as if I didn't have nothing to do but send deputies out there to guard the KT. Never had no trouble like that when her daddy was alive." "Are you the law all down through the Big Bend?" "What there is of it. This here's the only county that's organized." "So, the KT's having trouble with rustlers," mused Pat. "Other folks don't squawk when they lose a few head of stock," the sheriff added aggressively. "What time does the stagecoach leave for Hermosa?" "This ain't no information bureau," the sheriff growled. "I don't know who you think you are, mister, but I still got my suspicions about you and your tough-looking partner." "I don't give a damn what you suspect," Pat replied. "What time does the stage leave?" The sheriff hesitated and caught his lower lip between his teeth and worried it. "Midnight, if it makes El Paso stage in time." "Midnight? That's hell of a time for a stage to take out." "It's when it makes connections with the El Paso stage," the sheriff told him stiffly. Pat nodded and got up. "It's been a good talk, Sheriff. Don't burn your fingers helping out your brother-in-law graft at the livery stable. And I don't want no trouble to come to Dusty Morgan on account of him spoiling the deal for Baines. Me and Ezra, we'd take it personal if anything happens to Dusty." He turned and walked out of the sheriff's office with Ezra behind him. This time he offered no opposition when the one-eyed fella again wistfully mentioned a steak. They went directly to the restaurant across from the Topaz Saloon. There was a long wooden counter crowded with hungry men, with a row of oilcloth-covered tables along the other wall. One of the rear tables was vacant, and Pat and Ezra took chairs at it. A waiter approached and listlessly rubbed at the grease stains on the oilcloth with a dirty rag, and asked,
"What'll it be, gents?"
"2 steaks," Pat ordered. "The biggest in the house and not too cooked." "With plenty of fried taters," Ezra replied hastily. The waiter called over his shoulder towards the kitchen.
"Slice 2 rumps and let the blood run, and grease the spuds on too."
Pat settled back and folded his arms across his chest with a little sigh of anticipation. Ezra blinked his one good eye after the waiter and then asked, "Why'd you ask the sheriff all them questions about the KT? You figuring on buying some heifers from that gal?" "Well, could be she'll sell 'em cheap," Pat suggested, "before the rustlers gets them all." "That's right. And the rustlers might sell 'em cheap, too," Ezra observed shrewdly. "Did you know about the setup when you come on down here?" "Sorta. But the rustled stock mostly goes over the river, I reckon. Not much chance of making a deal there." "I don't know," argued Ezra. "Stock ain't worth much in Mexico. I reckon they'd smuggle 'em back pretty cheap." Pat shook his head disapprovingly. "That'd be downright crooked to buy stuff a man knew was smuggled." "I don't like that sheriff," Ezra announced suddenly. "Way he kept looking at me, you could tell he was willing to bet there was a reward on me. Why didn't you spring out your Colorado sheriff star on him, Pat?" Pat looked surprised. "I'd just as lief keep that a secret. Even a Colorado sheriff might not be too popular down in the Big Bend." "Why were you asking about the stage? We ain't gonna ride it, are we?" "I was just wondering." Pat hesitated while the waiter came and dropped some knives and forks in front of them, and slopped down 2 glasses of water. "Bartender over the Topaz told me there's a dance hall gal named Rosie on the sheriff's suite." Ezra frowned at him in bewilderment. "That's so? What of it?" "Rosa," Pat reminded him, "is the name of the gal that Dusty Morgan was looking for." "Sure, but what of it?" "The sheriff," Pat put patiently, "don't take good to the idea of his sweetie honeying up to another man. I figure Dusty's sticking his neck into trouble, and I wanted to judge how bad the trouble might be." "You mean that's why you went and talked to the sheriff? To find out what Dusty'd be up against a courting that there Rosa?" "Mostly. Dusty did us a good turn at the stable. I'd hate to see him in trouble without trying to help. He seemed like a nice young feller." "Yeah, and he's kind of a crazy sort of way. Feeling his oats, that's what he is, just horning for a chance to use that hog leg he's got strapped on him." Ezra paused to chuckle heavily. "Reminds me of you before you learned some sense. The way Sam and me used to pull you out of scraps you'd get into because you were so darn hard-headed." The waiter came with their steaks and fried potatoes and interrupted Ezra's reminiscence. The steaks were heavy chunks of meat, hot on the outside and raw in the middle. The potatoes were thick and soggy. Both men attacked the food. Ezra topped his meal off with 3 slabs of apple pie and 2 cups of coffee, while Pat was satisfied with a cup of coffee and a cigarette. The big man sighed gustily and patted his stomach when he was done. "No, that's some real man food. Sticks to the lining of a feller's belly. Different from what that Katy dishes out. Not that she don't try hard," he went on hastily, "but she just don't know what sort of victuals a man be craving. Plenty of little good for a shrimp like Sam, but I stay hungry all the time, no matter how much I eat." Pat had nodded sympathetically. Now that you got your belly well lined, what say we mosey on down to the hotel and see if we can't line up a bed to sleep in?" Ezra paused outside the restaurant and stared across at the Topaz Saloon. "A couple more of them bar glasses of whiskey might mix pretty good with that pie." Pat started to assent, but changed his mind as he saw a bulky figure going through the swinging doors of the saloon. Looked like the sheriff. So he said, "Let's go," and surprised Ezra by his hurry in getting across the street. The Topaz was crowded by this time. A solid line of men stood at the bar, and the tables in the back were all occupied. There was a Mexican string quartet at the rear, and a girl stood in front of them on a low table singing a Mexican song. She wore a crimson gown that left her shoulders and most of her bosom bare, but had a full skirt that swirled around her little calves and thighs. She wore a red rose in her black hair, and her lips were redder than the rose. With her hands planted on her hips, she swayed and stamped with the rhythm of the music, and there was a barbaric, exult appeal in the husky voice that spoke pleadingly of love to the room full of men. Pat spied the sheriff standing at the end of the bar, and he shouldered up and made room for himself beside the county official. The sheriff held a glass of whiskey in his right hand, and his gaze was fixed upon the figure of the singer. His hand shook a little, and some of the whiskey slopped over the edge of the glass and dripped down his fingers. He didn't notice. His eyes had a glazed look, and there was an expression of satisfaction on his broad face, as though he believed the words of the song were directed solely to him. There was a burst of applause from the room as Rosa finished singing. The sheriff set down his drink and started forward. Pat caught his arm and said casually, "Aren't you forgetting your drink, Sheriff?" The sheriff frowned as he recognized Pat. Pat added, "A gal like that, though, is quite enough to make a man forget any drink. But you're getting kind of old to be making them kind of eyes at you, aren't you?" The sheriff wet his lips. "Think I'm too old, huh?" "She wouldn't look at you twice." "You want to bet anything on that?" The sheriff's florid face was deep crimson. Pat Stevens shrugged his shoulders. "A gal like that needs a young man," she observed. "A feller like you or me is just riding for a fall if he thinks different." Rosa had stepped down from the table, and the quartet had swung into a lively strain of dance tune. Over the sheriff's head, Pat saw the girl go like a homing pigeon into the arms of Dusty Morgan, and the two swirled onto the dance floor. "Speak for yourself," the sheriff snorted angrily. "Rosa wouldn't look twice at any of the young bucks, and," he added belligerently, "they all know I'll kill any man who comes between her and me." "That's plumb foolishness. Drink one up, and I'll buy you another." The sheriff picked up his drink and boasted, "Stick around, and I'll show you what I mean." He lifted his glass and turned his gaze towards the end of the bar again. Pat saw his bulky body stiffen. The edge of the glass rattled against his teeth, and the liquor dribbled down his chin. He dropped his glass and started forward, brushing his coat back to get a grip of his holstered gun. Men saw him coming and got out of the way. Pat Stevens followed closely behind him. Dusty Morgan and Rosa were on dancing, oblivious of the sheriff's approach. One of the girl's bare arms was around Dusty's neck, and she was bent back with her face turned up towards his. Her eyes were closed and her red lips were parted. She danced with her pliant body molded against his, and Dusty's arm was tight against her slim waist. The music stopped, and Rosa was held for a moment in his embrace, and then her arm tightened around his neck, and she pulled his head down to hers, seeking his mouth for a kiss. An audible murmur swept through the crowded room. The sheriff stopped on widespread legs not more than 10 feet from the couple. He drew his gun, and his angry voice rumbled out like the bellow of an infuriating bull. "Come out of that kiss a shootin'!" Rosa relaxed away from Dusty with a little cry of fright. The youth turned slowly, and the sheriff's gun swept up in an arc to fire. Pat drove his shoulder into the sheriff's right side. He grabbed his gun hand, and they stumbled aside together. As he wrenched the weapon away from the infuriated lawman, Ezra stepped up nimbly and flung both arms around the sheriff's bulky figure, pinning his arms to his sides. Pat carefully broke the six-shooter and emptied it. He said to Ezra, "Turn him loose now." He offered the sheriff his empty weapon butt first. The sheriff was wheezing with rage, and a red vein stood out against his forehead. Between clenched lips, he promised, "You'll regret this." And to Dusty, he promised in the same laboring voice, "I'll kill you if you're still in town by midnight." Rosa sprang forward with a high-pitched squeal and threw her arms around the sheriff's neck. She cuddled his head against her bare bosom and began croning in his ear. Pat turned away in disgust and told Ezra, "Let's get a drink." They went to the bar and were joined by a general movement of men in that direction. The sheriff and Rosa disappeared between a pair of curtains into an inner room. Dusty Morgan came up to them at the bar while they were drinking. His eyes were cold and slanting, and his lean young face was bitter and hard. "Hereafter," he told Pat grimly, "I'll thank you to keep your nose out of my business." "Sure," Pat replied. But Ezra muttered angrily, "You dang young whelp, he saved you from being murdered." Dusty's eyes blazed savagely. He took a backward step and hooked his thumbs in his gun belt. "Empty your holster, One Eye. No man can talk to me that way." Ezra snorted contemptuously and turned his back on the young fire-eater. Pat replied mildly, "A man think you're just horning to eat lead." A man standing beside him interjected, "And he's pretty liable to eat a big chunk of it if he's still in Marfa by midnight. Sheriff Davis sure means to kill you, fella." "If I don't kill him first." Dusty Morgan's voice was like a whiplash. He turned around the saloon looking for the sheriff. At the rear of the bar, a voice snickered. "Rosa took him out back with some sweet talk, but don't worry none about him being back. He'll be back and up his talk with lead." The muscles in Dusty's jaw tightened. His eyes were sultry as he turned back to the bar and was ordering a drink. Pat took Ezra's arm and drew him towards the front door, saying quietly, "I think it's time we got a little shut-eye." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The proprietor of the Lone Star Hotel was a portly man with a bald head and a glossy black mustache. He was dozing in the otherwise empty lobby when the two men from Powder Valley walked in. He sat up and yawned and blinked at them, mechanically brushing spilled cigar ashes from the front of his broadcloth vest. "Come right in, gentlemen." The heartiness of his greeting was marred by another yawn. He got up and waddled to the desk and shoved a register towards them. "Sign there if you would like a room." "Have we got to sign out right names?" Pat asked, taking a stubby pen and dipping it into the inkwell. The proprietor stroked his mustache and looking them over carefully. Then he sighed and admitted, "Not many do, I'm afraid, but it isn't any of my business." "That being the case," said Pat gravely, "I'll just sign her, how does Pat Stevens sound?" He asked Ezra with a weighty frown. "Oh, sounds right familiar, I don't see." "Yeah, it's a good sounding name," Pat interrupted quickly. "I'll just put down from Dutch Springs, Colorado, at Rounds it off, sorta. He boldly signed his correct name and residence and asked the proprietor, "Do you have a double room somewhere around the number 17? How long will you be here for?" "Just for tonight. We'll be riding south in the morning." The proprietor nodded his bald head sadly. "Most fellas are heading south when they stop by in Marfa. I'll give you gents number 19, right across from 17 upstairs. That'll be $10 for the two of you, cash." Pat said, "Don't seem like nobody trusts anybody here in Marfa." He put $3 silver on the counter. "That's my price for the room, mister." The fat man looked down at the $3. "I said 10. And 3's what you're getting." He shook his head. "I don't believe you'd want word to get around that you're just stopping overnight on the way to the border. The sheriff might get interested." "Are you," Pat asked harshly, "another brother-in-law of the sheriff?" "Now, that's a funny question. We're not related, but—" Pat replied quickly, "We'll go up to the room." He turned away, leaving the $3 silver laying on the desk. Ezra followed him to the back of the lobby and up the narrow stairway, which made an abrupt turn at a landing halfway up. The upper hallway was lit with one lantern hanging from the ceiling by a piece of baling wire. Number 19 was halfway down the hall. The door was unlocked. Pat struck a match as he went in and found a lamp sitting on the washstand and lit it. There was a double bed and one chair in the room. A single window looked out over the main street of Marfa. Pat got the window open while Ezra curiously let his weight down upon the bed. The ancient springs creaked, but they held up under him. "Mattress is kind of lumpy," he announced cheerfully, "but she'll sleep better in the ground under a saddle blanket. $3, though, is plenty high for just one night." He sighed and leaned forward to pull off one boot. Pat put in, "I figure it was a fair price, but better not pull off more'n your boots, Ezra." The red-headed man squinted his one eye up at Pat. "You know, I don't sleep good on a mattress with my clothes on." "I'll sleep on the floor, then." Bewildered, Ezra tried to argue. "Aw, Pat, you know dang well." "I know that neither one of us is going to be sleeping much till midnight, or until Dusty Morgan comes into the room across the hall." Ezra kicked off his other boot and stretched out with a sigh of contentment. "You looking for trouble tonight?" "I'm not looking for it, but you heard what the sheriff told Dusty and what Dusty said about it." Ezra looked interested. "You figure Dusty's taking a run out before midnight, riding his own horses and ruining the swap we had all fixed with him?" Pat grunted. "I'm afraid he'll get in worse trouble by bucking the sheriff." "Why are you worrying so much about Dusty?" Ezra demanded. "The way he jumped us for helping him tonight plumb disgusted me. Let him chaw his own tough meat from now on." Pat Stevens was rolling a cigarette slowly. He shook his head. "We're hooked up with him whether we like it or not. He put in his oar for us at the livery stable. But that don't mean we gotta coddle him from here on out, particular after he jumped you for stopping the sheriff from killing him." Pat licked his cigarette and lit it with a frown of consternation. You can't blame him so much for feeling that way. He was mad and shamed in front of the whole gang. He ain't old enough to know it's smart to be careful. He won't never get old enough to learn any sense if he keeps on like he started, Ezra muttered with disgust. Pat shrugged his shoulders. I recollect a time when you jumped a gun when you ought not to. You gonna set up and wait for him to come in? I'll wait a little anyway. You're a damn fool. Ezra rolled over and buried his face into the thin hotel pillow. It'll make him boiling mad to find out you're watching over him like his papa. Well, maybe, Pat said, and he took a long drag on a cigarette. Ezra began to snore a few minutes later. Pat finished his cigarette and got up restlessly. He went to the window and leaned forward with his palms on the sill, looking down at Marfa's Main Street. It looked like any other cow-town Main Street, the same lit saloons with saddle horses waiting patiently at the hitching rails outside. The same occasional cowboy weaving his way out of a saloon and across the boardwalk to his mount. There was enough moon glow to light the scene for some distance. Pat stayed there at the window a long time, looking downward, but he wasn't thinking about what he was looking at. He was remembering 100 other western cow towns at night, the adventures that had come to him in those towns, other nights of long ago when he had been young and rangy as Dusty Morgan. And he knew what Dusty was thinking right about now. Dusty was too hot-headed to take the sensible course. He didn't care anything about Rosa. Pat knew that. Rosa was just a symbol of youth, the sort of girl a man thinks he wants when he's very young and the red blood runs hot in full veins. Rosa wasn't holding Dusty here in Marfa until past midnight. She was ceasing to be important when she flung herself into that sheriff's arms. But Dusty would stay. Pat Stevens knew that, and he knew he was powerless to prevent whatever was destined to happen. Ezra was right. They couldn't protect Dusty from his destiny. Dusty didn't want protection. Pat sighed deeply and withdrew from the window. He sat down in the chair, pulled off his boots, and then padded over to the washstand in his socks and turned the lamp wick very low. He left the door of the other room wide open, went around to the other side of the bed and lay down beside Ezra. In a few moments, the big man's rhythmic snoring lulled him to sleep. He came awake suddenly, in full, complete command of his senses. A single shot had woke him. A second blast followed the first as he sat upright in bed and listened. Both shots had come from a short distance away. Ezra went on snoring. Pat got up and went silently to the window. The moon was higher, shedding more light on Main Street. Most of the saloon lights were out, and most of the saddle horses had disappeared. Silence followed the two shots. The saloon doors remained closed, and no one appeared in the street. Then Pat's ears caught the faint sound of running feet coming from the left. Hard boot heels resounding on the boardwalk below his window, and a loud shout came echoing through the night from the direction of the previous shots. The running feet pounded into the hotel lobby. Men were beginning to emerge from saloons, gather in little groups on the street. The running man was coming up the stairs, 3 at a leap. Pat turned from the window and saw Dusty Morgan slither to a stop in front of room number 17 and jerk the door open and fling himself inside the room. Another man was running towards the hotel, shouting hoarse words which Pat could not distinguish. Men trotted across the street towards him, towards the hotel. Pat shook the bed, and Ezra sat up with a grunt. Before he could ask any questions, Pat directly, quietly, "Go to the head of the stairs and keep everyone down below. Anybody starts up, throw some lead at the landing when they turn. That way you can keep them where they are so they can't get a bead on you." Ezra had taken queer orders from Pat too often before to question this one. Though not more than half awake, he obediently trotted out of the room and stationed himself at the head of the stairwell with a drawn 6-gun. Pat followed him out, but stepped across the hall to the open door of Dusty Morgan's room. The young gunman was lighting a lamp and was leaning across a bulging valise on the bed, desperately trying to strap the buckles. He whirled about with a gun in his hand when he heard Pat on the threshold. He stared for a moment and then said, "Oh, it's you." In the yellow lamplight, his face looked yellow. He seemed older, not a reckless youngster anymore, but a grimly determined man. "Yeah, it's me," Pat said. "I heard a couple shots, then you come running." "That's right." Dusty bent over the suitcase again. He added soberly, "The sheriff's dead." Pat nodded and said, "I was afraid you'd kill him." "But I didn't." Dusty's fingers trembled on the straps. He drew in a long breath and stared at Pat. "I swear I didn't. Someone beat me to it. I followed him down an alley and I heard a shot up ahead. I ran and stumbled over him. I threw one shot up the alley, but whoever done it was gone by that time." Ezra's .45 thundered loudly down the hall. Dusty jumped and stared in that direction, his hand on his gun. "What was that?" "Ezra, he's holding everyone downstairs," Pat told him quietly. "So the sheriff's dead?" "Yeah, he was shot with a bullet in the back. And his gun's still unloaded," Dusty went on bitterly. "Just like you gave it back to him." "Anyone know you were in the alley?" "Not more than half the town. I made my brags. When it was midnight, I went out and looked for him, and no one would ever believe I didn't do it. I gotta get out of town." "Well, I believe you, son." The young man flinched. "Why?" "Because he was shot in the back." Ezra fired again from the head of the stairs. His bellow sounded through the echo of the shot. "Stay down there, you damn fools! I'll kill any man that shows himself on the landing." "Well, you'll be the only one who believes me," Dusty Morgan stated fiercely. Pat nodded in agreement. "Well, you got yourself right behind the 8 ball, kind of looks like." "Well, there's no use you and your partner getting mixed up in it. It's too late to get away now." Dusty dropped the suitcase. "I'll go out and go downstairs." Pat stayed in the doorway. "They'll lynch you without asking questions." "Well, not me. I'll make 'em kill me first." Dusty stopped a foot in front of him. "You're blocking the door." "Other men will get killed too," Pat reminded the youth. "They're doing what they think is right." "I can't help it. It's done now." Dusty's voice rose fiercely. "Get out of my way." "No," said Pat. "Maybe we can think of something." He held up his hand and turned to listen to the sounds coming up the street through the open window of his room. There was loud voices and some angry shouting mingled with the scuffing of boots on the boardwalk outside the hotel. Above that noise came the loud clatter of galloping horses down the street and the jingle of chains and the creak of a wagon. "What time is it?" Pat asked swiftly. "A little past midnight. What's the matter?" "It's too late to matter what time it is now." "Maybe not," muttered Pat. "That's the El Paso stage pulling in. If you could get out the window—" "What good would it do? Even if I did get out of the window and could get on the stage, I'm branded as a murderer. They'll send word ahead to stop the stage." "Sure, the regular stage wouldn't be no good, but there's another one leaves right after the El Paso stage gets in from Jamos." "On the border?" "That's right. If you could get on that." Pat moved Dusty to the window of number 17. He leaned out, looked down, and nodded with satisfaction. "This is right over the alley. Nobody's watching. They think they got you cooped up and you can't get out except down by the stairs. He snatched up a thin blanket from the bed and began tearing it into strips. Wait a minute. Dusty's voice was sullen. If I slip off like this and get away, I'll have to keep on going across the border. There'll never be a chance of proving that I didn't do it. And how much chance you think you'll have if you go downstairs now and get killed? But that's the cleanest way, Dusty argued. Better than spending the rest of my life as a renegade. Any way of spending your life is better than not spending it at all, Pat snapped. He was busy tying strips of the blanket together. A smart man knows when to run away, he went on angrily. As long as you're alive, there's a chance of coming clear. Only time a man is to give up is when he's dead. He tossed the improvised strips out the window and began tying the end to the bedstead. I reckon the Hermosa stage starts out from the livery stable. Best way I figure is to slip down the alley and get down the street to a place where the stage will pass right after it starts out. Stop the driver and make him take you. Ezra and me will stay here and keep him downstairs till the stage is gone. What about my horses? When I get to Hermosa, keep right on going across the river at Hermosa. Hole up at Brockno on the other side. We'll be riding that way tomorrow, and we'll bring all 4 horses with us. Get going. Pat stepped back and nodded towards the window. Dusty hesitated another instant. I don't know why you're helping me. Because you need help. Yeah, but you'll get in trouble now. Pat laughed and shook his head. Not us. Trouble is something me and Ezra sleep with. You get going out of that window before that Hermosa stage takes out. Dusty hesitated with his lips clamped in a thin straight line. Then he nodded and held out his hand. I've been a bit of a dang fool, he admitted gruffly. Pat gripped his hand. See you in Brockno in 2 or 3 days. Dusty nodded and slid over the windowsill. Pat leaned down and watched him go down the blanket strips to the shadowed valley. His gaze followed Dusty Morgan's body until it was swallowed up by darkness at the other end of the alley. He turned and went out of the room, grinning down the hall at Ezra, who was crouching barefoot at the head of the stairs with his gun trained on the landing below. Ezra's one eye glared back at him questioningly as he went into room 19 and sat down and began to pull his boots on. Then he picked up Ezra's boots and carried them to him. Dusty's gone out the window, he announced quietly. I'll hold him up here while you pull your boots on. What's all this about? Ezra grunted. What do they want him for? Sheriff's dead. He's been shot in the back. Ezra stared at him for a moment, then said, You get us into the dangdest of messes. And he began pulling on his boots. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Dusty Morgan was in a confused and bitter state of mind when he hit the ground at the end of the blanket rope from his hotel room. He crouched there in the shadowed dimness for a moment, listening to the loud muttering of men gathered in front of the hotel. They were cursing him, thirsting for his blood, and here he was, slipping away from them like any common criminal, cowering here in the darkness while two strangers held the angry men at bay upstairs. The thought of escape under these circumstances was revolting to him. It would be accepted as a sure admittance of guilt. If he did get away into Mexico, he'd be forever marked as a murderer, one who had shot an unarmed man in the back in a quarrel over the favors of a half-breed Mexican girl. For a moment as he crouched there, he was tempted to go boldly into the street and announce himself to the mob who clamored for him, if they'd give him a chance to explain. But quickly he realized they wouldn't. They were in a mood to shoot first and ask questions later. Pat Stevens was right, of course. Dead, he'd never prove his innocence. As long as he remained alive, there was always the chance that the truth about the shooting of the sheriff might become known. He gritted his teeth and turned away from the street, skulking cautiously along the side of a hotel at the rear exit of the alley. Keeping in the shadows as much as possible, he made his way around to a point near Joe Bain's livery stable on the road leading westward into the Big Bend. He could see the big El Paso San Antonio stage halted in front of the livery stable, and hostlers were bustling about changing the 12-horse team. In front of the big stage was a smaller one, with 6 horses harnessed and waiting. He knew that must be the Hermosa stage. He crouched by the side of the road and watched while men transferred baggage and supplies from the through stage to the smaller one. From that distance, he couldn't see very clearly, but it looked as though some passengers were being transferred. And then he saw the driver climb into his high seat in the front, and a moment later his whiplash cracked out over the backs of the leaders. The 6-horse team swung away sharply from the stable. Dusty Morgan began trotting forward to meet it, giving the impression that he was running towards town in an effort to intercept the vehicle. He timed his approach well, was seen by the driver before the stage had gained much speed, but after it was well away from the stable and any possibility of his being seen and recognized by any of the townspeople. The lead team snorted and swerved astride to avoid running them down. The driver tightened his lines and leaned down from the high seat to peer at the dismounted man as Dusty shouted, "Hey, stop the stage for me." The driver saw it on the lines and brought the 6 horses to a stop 20 feet ahead. Dusty panted alongside and leaned over the front wheel. "My horse gave out down the road a piece. Is this the stage to Hermosa?" "That's right. You got a ticket?" "No, I was just riding in to catch it. I got plenty of money, though." Dusty reached into his pocket. The driver glanced back over his shoulder at the stage depot a couple 100 yards back. A glint showed in his eyes and he grunted. "No use wasting time going back to buy a ticket. Give me the cash. The fare is $20. Dusty counted out $20 in gold and handed it up to the driver. He went back to the side door and jerked it open. There was a loud shout at the livery stable. Men began running towards the halted stage. With his cash fare in the driver's pocket, the driver was just as anxious to get away without having his passenger seen as was Dusty. He yelled at the leaders and cracked his whip just as Dusty stepped inside the dark interior of the vehicle. The resulting lurch sent Dusty sprawling onto the floor. The horses swung into a trot and then a wild gallop. Dusty got up off the floor and made his way back to the rear of the swaying coach. He pressed his face against the pane of dirty glass and looked back. But the moonlight was too dim to give a clear picture of what was going on. He had a confused impression of men gathering on horseback. It might well be a mounted posse formed to follow the stage. Someone might have seen the strips of blanket dangling from his hotel window, or Pat and Ezra might have let the secret of his escape out. He couldn't tell. At least, there would be some respite even if the posse was after him. The stage was rolling along at a high speed, and mounted men would have to push their horses hard to overtake it. Dusty turned back from the window and felt his way into the darkness to an empty seat. He couldn't see whether there was anyone else inside the dark coach or not. He got the makings from his pocket and mechanically began to roll a cigarette. He spilled some of the flake tobacco, but eventually fashioned a thin cylinder which stayed together. He struck a match and cupped it to his hands, putting flame to the tip of his cigarette. And as he drew in deeply, the little light flared up and briefly illuminating a face. A voice spoke hesitantly from the seat across from him. "You going to Hermosa too?" Dusty's fingers twitched and the match went out. He took a deep puff of smoke before replying. "Yeah, I dang near missed the stage back there." "You live around here?" The voice sounded young and eager, sort of strange and city-ish, without the Texas drawl Dusty was accustomed to hearing. "Yeah, nearabouts," in a gruff tone to discourage any further question. But the other passenger was not easily discouraged. "My name is Ben Thurston," he told Dusty. "From Colorado. I've been riding stages for 5 days getting here." Dusty pulled on a cigarette and didn't say anything. He listened intently for some sound of pursuit from behind, but the rumbling noise made by the stage was so loud he couldn't hear a posse if it was coming. "I'm heading to Hermosa," said Ben Thirsty importantly. "Dodging the law?" Ben laughed, a sort of whining laugh. "Not me, but they do say there's a lot of outlaws here in the Big Bend. Is that so?" "I reckon." There was a short silence inside the stage, but the Colorado youth was avid for some conversation. "Are you acquainted with the KT Ranch on the border?" "Not personally. I've heard tell of the Katy, though." "There's a girl running it now, Katie Rollins. She was named after the ranch. Katie, see, for the brand, KT." Dusty had heard all about Katie Rollins and the big ranch she had inherited after her father's death, even as far away as the Pecos. He gave a non-committal grunt and dropped his cigarette butt to the floor and put it out with his toe. He wondered how long it would take a posse to overtake the stage rocking along behind galloping horses. "Her father and my father used to be partners," Ben Thurston was boasting. "Then they both got married and Dad moved to Colorado. We've got a ranch in Powder Valley that's almost as big as the KT, I bet." His reedy voice irritated Dusty. He thought the kid should shut up and leave him alone with his thoughts. He had plenty to think about, such as damning Rose's red lips. Why had he looked at them? If only he had known she was the sheriff's girl, but no one had told him. And he didn't know much about girls like that. Nor much about girls of any kind, he reminded himself with disgust. "I guess Katie Rollins has been having a lot of trouble running the ranch since her father died," Ben broke in on his bitter thoughts. "It's too big of a job for a girl. She needs a man around to run things. Girls are only fit to get married and run a house. Don't you think so?" Dusty agreed with a short, "I reckon." "That's why I'm here," Ben explained eagerly, "to take hold of things on the Katy." Dusty dragged his thoughts away from what was happening in Marfa. Just as well talk to the passenger from Colorado, he figured. It might take his mind off his own troubles. "How come?" And then he settled back and rolled another cigarette. "She wrote a letter to me asking me to come and help her.
That is, she wrote the letter to my father. Before he died, her father made her a promise to call on Dad if she ever needed help. Well, I guess she must need it pretty bad. She didn't say why in her letter, but she sounded pretty desperate. So I got on the stage and I just started out. She's been expecting me," he added.
Dusty Morgan replied, "Sounds right interesting."
"Dad, he thinks maybe it's rustlers. He says the Big Ben's full of them. I got his old 6-gun with me in case it's something like that."
"You pretty good with a gun?"
"Well, I haven't had much practice," Ben Thurston admitted. "But I guess I'd do all right if I had to. I've heard that most of these so-called bad men are probably really cowards when it comes to a gunfight."
"That's so." Dusty held his cigarette rolled. He lit a match and looked at his companion in the opposite seat in the tiny light. He saw a young, peaked face under the brim of a white Panama hat, a striped shirt and tie, and a city coat. He lit his cigarette and blew the match out. The coach was still rolling along at a fast clip, and there was no sign of a pursuing posse as of yet.
"If Rollins' girl's as pretty as her picture, I might even decide to marry her and stay here and run the ranch," Ben told him.
"She's pretty, huh?"
"Her picture is, and she sent it in her letter. I've got it right here. I'll show it to you if you want to hold another match."
Dusty didn't particularly care to look at a girl's picture right then. He had had his fill of girls back in Marfa, but he got out a match and struck it, leaning sideways to look at the picture Ben Thurston held out for him. His fingers shook as he looked at Katie's likeness. It was like her eyes were looking right at him, begging him to help her. Like her lips were parted to speak to him, and he knew right away that she wasn't the kind of girl to call for help unless she needed it bad. He darted another look at Ben Thurston as the match flickered out and felt sorry for Katie Rollins. She was sure due to be bad disappointed when she saw what her letter had brought to the Big Ben from Colorado. Of course, there hadn't been any way for her to know what the son of her daddy's old partner would be like. Ben asked eagerly,
"Wouldn't you marry a pretty girl like that if you had the chance?"
"What makes you think she'll have you?" Ben laughed.
"Well, I guess she will, all right. It was sort of a joke when we was little. Between our fathers, they always said we'd get married when we grew up. I guess maybe she's been wondering why I didn't come and see her. Maybe that's the real reason why she wrote the letter, not because of any trouble at all. You know how girls are, sometimes not wanting to come right out and ask a fella."
Dusty was conscious of an intense feeling of dislike for his coach companion. He asked, "Has she seen a picture of you?"
"No, not since I was 5 years old. She'll be surprised all right when she sees me tomorrow morning."
"Yeah, I reckon she will." It made Dusty sort of sick to think about a girl waiting eagerly and hopeful for a man to come help her, and then drawing something like that of Ben Thurston. It was a downright shame. But she was a girl after all, the same sex as Rosa, and he was a damn fool to be feeling sorry for her. She probably wasn't any better than Rosa, writing letters to a man she'd never seen. But he knew in his heart that she was different from Rosa. No girl could look like the one in the picture without being pretty much all right. He'd bet she was on the square. If he wasn't riding for the border with a posse behind him, by God, he might stop in at Hermosa himself and just see what kind of fix she was in. Perhaps if she needed a gun hand. But it wasn't any good thinking about that. He couldn't stop this side of Rio Grande. No decent girl like Katie Rollins would ever look at him again. One mistake in Marfa had ended all that for him. Forever. By running away like this, he was practically admitting his guilt. He began to wish he had stayed behind. No matter what Pat Stevens said, there was something worse than just dying. Looking into Katie's eyes had made him realize that. If he had ever known a girl like Katie, he had never been attracted by the likes of Rosa. But there wasn't any use going over back things again. What was done was done. He was a fugitive riding for his life, and hopeful-eyed Katie Rollins was waiting at Hermosa for a dude from Colorado to come and help her out of trouble. Dusty grimaced and swallowed down a bad taste in his mouth, and then rolled another cigarette. Ben Thurston remained silent. He began to snore softly after a time. The stagecoach rocked along behind galloping horses, and still no sound of pursuit. After a time, Dusty nodded, and then also slept. He slept fitfully in the bouncing coach, half rousing now and then to listen for the sound of horse beats behind them, dozing off again after convincing himself that there was no immediate danger. He came awake suddenly with the sound of a revolver shots ringing in his ears. He heard a hoarse shout of alarm from the driver and then his gun answering the shots. Dusty came out of his seat with his gun in hand. He figured that the posse had cut around in front to stop the coach, but he wondered why they were firing on the driver and why the driver was responding. The driver stopped shooting suddenly, and the coach lurched forward at a mad pace. Ben Thurston awoke and cried out excitedly, "What is it? What's happening?" "A hold-up, I reckon, and they got the driver. The horses, they're running wild." 2 more shots sounded into the night, and there was a shrill scream of agony from one of the horses. The coach tilted up precariously with one wheel on a rock, and then overturned and began grinding and sliding down a steep hillside. Tangled in their harness, the 6 horses were carried along, kicking and struggling to get free. Dusty gripped a seat and remained crouched on the floor until the overturned coach reached the bottom of the hill. Ben Thurston began fighting his way towards the double doors, which were now overhead, whimpering, "We'll get killed. We gotta get out." "Wait," Dusty said sharply. "Don't open that door. They'll be waiting outside." A bullet crashed through the floor of the coach beside him as he spoke. He fired back, and a heavy voice shouted, "Come out through the door with your hands up, and maybe you won't get hurt. We only want one of you." "Guess he's talking about me," Dusty said quietly. "Let me go." But Ben was fighting for the door latch, tearing at it with his fingernails. He thrust open one of the doors while Dusty was groping his way towards him, pushing his head and shoulders through the aperture, and shouted, "I'm coming out. I'm Ben Thurston from Colorado, and—" A revolver shot cut him short, the bullet smashing his words back into his mouth. As he sagged back to the floor, another bullet crashed through the top of his head, lifting the upper part neatly away. Dusty lunged forward to catch him, pushing his body aside, and peered over the edge of the door with his gun balanced in front of him. In the grim grayness of pre-dawn, he saw 2 mounted figures galloping away down a narrow draw into which the stage had toppled. He emptied the gun after the killers, but it was too far away for accurate shooting, and in a moment they were gone. Dead silence blanketed the scene, broken only by the frenzied breathing of trapped horses and their efforts to escape from the tangled harness. Dusty stood there a moment, staring somberly after the fleeing men. They certainly weren't members of the posse, but they didn't act like hold-up men either. It didn't make any sense. Killing the driver and wrecking the stage and then galloping off without any bounty. He broke his gun mechanically and then reloaded it from one of his belts and then slid it back into his holster. He was in a hell of a fix now, sure enough. trapped here in the wrecked stage and with the posse likely to sweep up any minute. It'd be daylight soon, and they'd be tracking him down sure enough if he tried to get away and reach the border. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7. After a long moment of sober consideration, Dusty struck a match and bent down to examine the body of Ben Thurston. Most of the Colorado's lad's face had been shot away by 2 well-aimed bullets, leaving only a smashed and bloody pulp above the collar of his striped shirt. A small square of white cardboard showed beneath the fingers of Ben's right hand. Dusty stopped to pick it up. It was the picture of Katie Rollins which Ben had showed him so proudly only a short time before. The match burned down in Dusty's fingers while he stared down at that picture. In the resulting darkness he still saw it plainly. The hopeful eyes and the hint of a smile curving her wide lips. It was almost morning, and she'd be waiting for Ben Thurston in Hermosa. A Ben Thurston whom she had never seen, but whom she trusted for help in whatever danger threatened her. As he thought about it, Dusty decided it was lucky that this had happened to Ben Thurston before he reached Hermosa. Lucky for Ben and from Katie Rollins. Ben had died thinking of himself as sort of a hero. He wouldn't have to see the disappointment that he would have brought Katie when she saw the useless youth who had answered her call for help. And it would be easier on Katie, too. She wouldn't have any false hopes to get rid of later. Then he shook his head angrily and turned his thoughts to his own predicament. He had to get out of this death trap fast. He knew he must be at least 15 or 20 miles from the border. If the posse knew he was a passenger on the coach, his position was extremely precarious. A daring idea come to him as he swiftly considered all possibilities. Why not give the posse a victim? Here at his feet was one made to the order. He wasn't well known in Marfa. He and Ben Thurston were near enough of about the same size for the dead body to be accepted as his if it was found wearing his clothes. And he could go on down to Hermosa as Ben Thurston. No one in Hermosa had ever seen Ben. He made his decision quickly and knelt beside the corpse. He stripped the boy's pants off and replaced them with his own blue jeans, and then twisted the lifeless body to pull off the coat and striped shirt. It was a job getting his faded shirt and leather jacket back into the lifeless body, but he accomplished the task finally and steeled himself to get into the dead youth's clothing. The pants were a trifle long and tight in the hips. The coat bound his shoulders and the cuffs came high upon his wrists, but he reckoned they'd do until he could replace them with some new-bought clothing. Ben had a 6-gun buckled around his waist, his daddy's old gun, Dusty supposed, and he left it there. He wore his own hat and kept the picture of Katie Rollins in a leather wallet which he found in Ben's coat pocket. He left some papers of his own in his clothing on Ben and a small part of his money just to make it look all regular to the posse. It was breaking dawn in the east when he drew in a deep breath and climbed out of the overturned stage. He felt funny, constricted in the new clothes, but a driving compulsion to be away from the scene dispatched any feelings of squeamishness about the transaction. He hesitated outside the stage, listening intently down the road, but could hear nothing as yet to show that pursuers were near. Some of the horses were still snorting and kicking feebly in their tangled harnesses. Dusty went around to them, and found that both wheelers and one of the lead team was dead. The leader was shot, and the other 2 had suffered broken necks in the tumble down the hillside. One of the middle team had a broken leg. Dusty killed him with a bullet through his head. His mate and the other leader struggled frantically to escape, and Dusty quieted them with soothing words while he untangled the harness and got them free.
He turned the leader loose, but kept the bridle on the other unharmed horse, a raggy sorrel who had some old saddle marks on his back. He cut the leather lines off short to serve as reins, and then lightly vaulted onto the sorrel's bare back. He snorted and made a half-hearted effort to blow up, but he was broken to ride, and he lunged away at a lope when Dusty rowelled him and headed him down the canyon in the same direction taken by the two hold-up men. A quarter of a mile away, the deep ravine widened out into a greasewood flat and crossed the stageroad which angled around from the top of the steep cliffs over which the coach had fallen. The hoof prints of the killer's horses turned out to the canyon alongside the road. Dusty Morgan did likewise, keeping the sorrel at a steady gallop, and that ate up for miles. The sun rose behind them, showing a desolate country here as the road neared the border. The stagecoach had crossed a low range of mountains southwest of Marfa, from which the territory sloped downward through the foothills and badlands into the sweeping valley of the Rio Grande. Beyond the river, the slope rose sharply to the foot of the towering snow-capped Mexican peaks. On the American side, the ground was badly cut by small gullies and dry washes, and vegetation consisted of stunted mesquite and greasewood. There was little grass for stock, and Dusty saw a few grazing cows as he rode along. He wondered about that. He'd always heard of the Big Bend as fine cow country, and had envisioned it as rich with grass and running streams. But this part of it was as bad as the alkali flats up in the Pecos where he had been reared, that wouldn't support more than a dozen jackrabbits to the acre, or 2 or 3 head of stock to every section, maybe. He began to wonder if the huge, prosperous Katy Ranch was only a myth, or if he had somehow got turned off in the wrong direction during the night. But the stage driver had said he was heading for Hermosa, and that had been where Ben Thurston's destination was as well. The country did get a little better, he noticed, as he rode along, heading towards the river. Not a whole lot better, but there were some good patches of bunch grass and some lacy mesquite bush that had pushed out a new crop of beans. There were more cattle, too, but none that he saw that they carried the KT brand. Most of them had an XL on their sides, white faces who lifted their heads and stared after him mournfully as he rode by on the road bareback. He was plenty cautious of the harness bridle and the lack of saddle as the sun grew higher behind him, and he knew he must be getting nearer to Hermosa. It wasn't part of his plan to tell anyone that he'd come from the wreck stage, and he knew he had to get rid of the sorrel with the telltale binders on his bridle before he met anyone. But he wanted to ride in as close as possible, not being too partial to foot walking in his high-heeled boots. So he kept on down the dusty road at a lope, watching ahead and behind him for sight of another rider before he was seen. He was almost on the village of Hermosa before he realized it. 3 miles back, the road had turned sharply to the right and followed the slope downward towards what he guessed would be the Rio Grande, though he hadn't seen any sign of a river ahead. Abruptly, the road reached the edge of a sheer limestone cliff which angled sharply downward, and there was the river, and a town right below him. A bunch of sun-baked adobe houses squatted on a narrow strip of flat land between the base of the cliff and the river. There were giant cottonwoods along the edge of the water that were interspersed with clumps of cedar. He pulled up sharply and slid off the sorrel's back. These must be the rim rocks he had heard about. Further south, they narrowed into a deep gorge cut by the river, but all along here there was a very expanse between the base of the rim rocks and the placid river. Dusty led the sorrel back along the road where he couldn't be seen from below, and slid the bridle off his head. He spoke to the horse. "Go on, boy," and he gave him a light whack with the reins. The horse snorted and trotted down, towards the road, heading over the rim rocks and down towards the village. If the people in Hermosa didn't already know what the hold-up and about the stage wreck, Dusty knew that they'd do some speculating when that horse came a-trotting in, unharnessed and alone. Even if he wasn't recognized as one of the 6-horse team, the collar and harness marks were plain on him, and they'd know he was running away from something. Instead of following the horse down, Dusty turned off the road and went back on foot along the jagged rim, keeping out of sight of town until a bulge gave him a chance to go down undetected. It was a pretty steep going down, and he let himself down cautiously from hand hold to foot grip, and then lost control and slid the last 50 feet down. He got up and dusted himself off, then sauntered down the Rimrock Road, following close alongside the bank of the river, and plodded along down it towards the road. There were 3 buildings on the Hermosa Main Street. The nearest one, as Dusty approached, was the saloon. 4 saddle horses stood at the hitching rack outside, and 4 men stood in a small group and curiously watched him approach, head down, limping a little. Observing their curious glances from under the brim of his black Stetson hat, Dusty couldn't repress a rueful little grin. He couldn't blame them for being curious. He knew he must look pretty funny. Any man on foot is a marked man in cow country, and his city suit and striped shirt must look mighty funny in Hermosa. He took a deep breath and tilted his hat up as he approached the 4 men in front of the saloon. They all wore dusty range clothes and all carried guns. There wasn't anything remarkable about the 3 of them. The 4th was a head taller than the others, a rangy man with a big nose flattened down above a wide mouth. He wore a buckskin jacket that was decorated with fancy Mexican silver trinkets, and his holster was on his left hip opposed to his right. He carried an ivory-handled .45 with the butt turned forward in a position for a right-hand draw across the body. It was the first time Dusty had ever seen a gun carried in that manner, but he'd heard about men who claimed it was the fastest. He was always hankering to find out. Now, looking at that tall, hawk-faced stranger, he had a feeling he'd have a chance to find out before very long. He just didn't naturally cotton to that man's looks. But he stopped in front of the group and grinned at them all and asked, "Whereabouts can a man buy a horse?" The tall man spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dusty street and asked, "Walked far, stranger?" "Not too far. My horse got snake bit down the road." "Where you riding from?" "Is that any of your damn business?" Dusty asked softly. The other 3 punchers stiffened and quietly stepped aside, leaving Dusty and the 4th man facing each other. A queer light flickered in the tall man's eyes. His expression did not change. He studied Dusty's city suit and the striped shirt, slid his gaze down to the slanting gun belt and holster that showed beneath the bottom of his coat. He spat into the street again, rumbled, "Kinda ringy, ain't ya?" "Sorta," Dusty agreed bleakly. There was a chill in the air, as though a heavy cloud had blanketed out the sun, and through the morning sky was cloudless, though. Glasses clinked inside the saloon, and there was no other sound on the main street of Hermosa. "No need to get yourself bowed up like a rodeo bronc," the rangy man said. "I reckon there ain't," Dusty agreed. The big man got out the makings from his pocket and tore a brown paper from a book. He handed the small packet to Dusty. The morning air was warm again. He sifted the tobacco into the creased paper and offered the open sack to Dusty. "No need to buy yourself a horse, neither," he went on casually. "I'm Lon Boxley, riding for the XL. I can put a man like you on the payroll." "No matter where I'm riding from?" Dusty caught one of the yellow strings of the tobacco sack and pulled it shut, eyeing Boxley gravely. Don't matter much from where a man's riding from. It's where he's heading.
What makes you think I want a job? Boxley shrugged and lit his cigarette.
Save you buying a horse.
A rider was galloping headlong along the road from the top of the rim rock. He pulled up in front of the saloon in a cloud of dust and shouted, "There's hell to pay to back down the road. The stagecoach turned over the hill. Driver's dead and a passenger and 4 of the horses."
"Any other passengers?" Boxley demanded.
"Nary one."
The rider shook his head and mopped his face.
"They was both shot. 2 of the horses, too."
"Hold up," Boxley exclaimed. "Looks like it all right."
"The stage agent was right," Boxley said, "about that sorrel that come trotting in a while ago."
He turned to Dusty swiftly. "You don't know nothing about it, do you?"
Dusty shook his head.
"I come up the Rimrock Road."
There was another interruption. A pair of splendidly matched horses came galloping along a bend on the other end of the block. They were harnessed to a buckboard driven by women who was standing up behind the dashboard sawing on the lines. She was hatless, and her brown hair was flying in the wind. The team slowed to a trot, tossing their heads impatiently, and to a walk as they came opposite of the saloon. Dusty let smoke dribble from each nostril and lounged against a post looking at the girl. Katie Rollins was prettier than the picture of her in his pocket. Lots prettier. She was the prettiest thing Dusty had ever laid eyes upon. Her body was slender, but girlishly round in jeans and a woolen shirt. Her eyes glowed with the same wistful look the picture had shown, and her lips were upcurved even as she asked anxiously,
"Is the stage in yet, Lon? The one from Marfa?"
Lon Boxley swept off his hat and stepped down in the dust to lean over the front wheel of her buckboard. Dusty narrowed his eyes and watched the glow go away from her eyes. She tightened her lips and sat down suddenly, as though a blow to the solar plex had left her limp. Her softly tanned cheeks whitened a little, and she put up one hand as though to ward off Lon Boxley's words. Boxley leaned closer, speaking in a low, persuasive tone. Katie Rollins began to shake her head, seeming to brace her lithe young body in the high seat.
"I'm not whipped yet, Lon."
Her throaty voice carried easily to Dusty lounging on the boardwalk.
"I'll find some rider somewhere."
Dusty spun his cigarette away and stepped into the street. He stopped behind Boxley and spoke over his head to the girl. "Begging your pardon, ma'am. I heard you say you were looking for some riders. I'm sort of foot loose." Boxley turned on him with a snarl. "You're already hired. Get back up there and shut up." Dusty was looking right into Katie Rollins' face, into the surge of hope that lit her eyes when he first spoke. He watched the light fade away to hopelessness as she took in his city rigging and as she heard Boxley's statement.
"You can have him, Lon," she said helplessly. "The KT needs a man."
Dusty dropped his gaze to Boxley's face. "I ain't signed on to take orders from you." "You heard her say she needs a man. Know where she can find one?" Boxley sneered. Dusty grinned at him. A terrifying, lopsided grin. He shrugged his shoulders to loosen the tight coat, let it slide off, and drop to the ground. "Maybe I can prove it to her." And then he drove his right fist into Boxley's face. The tall rancher staggered back under the impact. Dusty turned away from him and asked Katie, "Still wondering where you can find a hand?"
Her eyes dilated, and she cried,
"Watch out!"
pointing behind him. Dusty whirled, his hand streaking to his gun. A bullet tugged at his shirt sleeve as he whirled. Lon Boxley lay in the dust with a drawn gun. Dusty's muzzle covered the fallen man, and his finger was tight upon the trigger when Katie cried out,
"No, no,"
and kept him from firing. He stepped forward instead and kicked the gun out of Boxley's hand. Then he turned and faced the three punchers who were edging forward towards the fracas. He holstered his gun again and asked harshly, "Which one of you wants some of this trouble?" They stopped and began to back away. Without turning, he ordered Katie gruffly, "Drive up here close." She let the team come forward and said in a strained voice,
"You shouldn't."
Dusty turned and vaulted into the front seat of the buckboard. He snatched the lines from the astonished girl's hands and whooped up the horses. They swerved in a short arc and broke into a gallop as Dusty sent a couple bullets over the head of the three men in the street behind him. He holstered his gun and laughed down into Katie Rollins' face as her fist pounded upon his muscular forearm. "You said the KT needed a man," he reminded her. "All right, you got one. Which way's home?" End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8.
"You fool! Oh, you fool!"
Katie Rollins cried.
"You've ruined everything now."
Dusty Morgan's lips tightened. He held the lines lax and allowed the Palominos to run off steam by plunging along at a fast lope. They left the little village of Hermosa behind swiftly, following the road in the shadow of the rim rocks southward with the river at their right. Katie sank back away from him on the seat. She folded her hands in her lap and stared straight ahead. Stealing a sideways glance at her, Dusty saw a tear stealing down her tanned cheek. He jerked his gaze back and looked straight ahead. Tonelessly, he said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, if I done wrong. It sounded to me like you was in trouble and I was only aiming to help." Katie didn't reply for a time. The spirited team began to slow down, and Dusty brought them into a high step and trot with a gentle pressure upon the lines.
"I am in trouble,"
Katie Rollins admitted after a long silence.
"I suppose you were trying to help out, but you picked the wrong way to do it."
He could see her and feel her eyes upon him, and he held himself from turning to meet their gaze.
It was my fault," the girl admitted honestly. "I shouldn't have said what I did about not wanting you because the KT needs a man."
"No," said Dusty. "I reckon you shouldn't have, lest you wanted it proved different."
"But how was I to know?" She hesitated. "Those clothes of yours."
"I reckon I did look kind of funny in Hermosa," Dusty agreed. "But what I want to know is how come I ruined things."
"By having a run-in with Lon Boxley. You humiliated him in front of his men and me. You've made a bitter enemy, and a dangerous one."
Dusty shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He had it coming to him.
"That's neither here nor there," she cried. "He's been my only friend since Dad died. Without his help, there wouldn't be any KT Ranch. And after what you did this morning, he'll kill you on sight if you stay around."
Something in her voice made Dusty turn and look at her. "You sound like you'd care," he marveled. She glanced away quickly, a telltale spot of crimson burning in her cheek.
"It means you can't stay and work on the KT even if I wanted to hire you," she told him primly. "A dead hand isn't good to me."
"Other men have tried to kill me," he told her.
"But Lon Boxley isn't other men. Did you notice the way he carries his gun?"
Yeah, I noticed.
There's no man in the Big Bend that can go up against his draw. It looks awkward, but it's dynamite.
I've heard about men that carry their guns that way, Dusty told her carelessly. Always hankered kind of to sort of see it in action. He felt her probing eyes on him again and turned to look to her. This time she didn't turn away. She studied his face for a moment and then shook her head helplessly.
I don't understand you at all.
Just put me down for a drifting waddy that don't like being pushed around.
In those clothes?
There was an impish sort of chuckle in her voice. Dusty looked down at himself and grinned. I'll tell you about these clothes, ma'am. There was another fellow that, well, sort of kind of got into a little trouble on account of this outfit, and he wanted to get rid of it, so we traded. I aimed to get some more first town I come to, but I sort of kind of got hurried in Hermosa and done neglected it. Katie seemed to accept his explanation at face value.
Even if you're not afraid of Lon, he'll never forgive me if I gave you a job, and no one man could replace the help he's given me.
You got me plumb curious, Dusty said to her. What kind of trouble are you in, and what kind of help has Boxley given you?
I'm K.T. Rollins. Since Dad died, I've been trying to run the ranch by myself.
Dusty nodded. I've heard of the K.T. spread, and I've been wondering whereabouts it lay. Riding into the Big Bend, I ain't seen no good cow country. Have you got a stock of breed that is trained to graze on greasewood? Katie laughed softly.
Just you wait. I'll show you a real ranch.
Her young voice throbbed with pride and then became wistful.
That is, it used to be. Right now I'm only half stocked and losing more cattle every day.
Rustlers? She nodded.
I couldn't believe it at first. Dad never had any trouble with rustlers, and when my hands wanted to start wearing guns, I wouldn't let them. I don't believe in bloodshed.
No man believes in it, Dusty told her shortly. It's something that has to be sometimes.
I'm beginning to realize that, Katie admitted unsteadily. But I wouldn't at first, and my hands began drifting away. They refused to stay and ride the range unarmed while my cattle were being rustled, and I think they resented having a girl for a boss.
Dusty looked at her evenly. That doesn't make sense. I'd think every man in the Big Bend would be horning in to ride with a boss as purty as you. She blushed under his intent gaze, but caught her lower lips between her teeth in a frown.
A lot of them did try to make love to me and got mad and drew their pay when I said no. Anyway, my last hand quit over a month ago, and my herds are melting away.
And Boxley?
He owns the XL Ranch. It's bordering on the Katy. He's been sending riders over to help me when he could spare them, but they find my fence is cut, and by the time they get a herd gathered, it's likely to be driven off before they can take it to market.
Sounds like you sure do need a man to take hold. My name's Morgan, ma'am. Most folks call me Dusty. She acknowledged his introduction with a nod, and her thoughts still on the story she was telling.
I realized a month ago that I couldn't go on like Dad wanted. It just isn't a job for a girl, or else I'm not cut out for it. And I wrote to an old friend in Colorado asking him to come and take hold. He was due on the stage from Marfa this morning, and...
Her voice broke suddenly. Dusty nodded. I know about the stage, Miss Katie. A rider come in with the news just before you drove into town. You reckon the passenger that was killed was your friend from Colorado?
He must have been. He wrote me a letter saying he'd be on that stage, and I've been pinning all my hopes on him, just living and hanging on till he got here, and now—"
She began to sob quietly. Dusty ached to put his arm about her shoulders and tell her the truth, but he didn't. He clamped the lines between his knees and reached in his pocket for cigarette papers and tobacco he had transferred from his shirt to Ben's when he exchanged clothing with the dead youth. He concentrated on the job of rolling a cigarette, conscious of the girl beside him, shaking with disappointment and grief. There wasn't much a man could say to her. It wouldn't help to tell her that she was just as well off with Ben Thurston dead, and if he told her what he knew about the stage hold-up, he'd have to explain why he was here like this. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want her to ever know he was hiding from a posse. The thought of telling her about Rosa and the death of the Marfa sheriff brought beads of sweat to his forehead. Right now, he felt like she was beginning to trust him, and it was a pretty wonderful thing. He got the cigarette rolled and thumbnailed a match to light it. Katie Rollins was beginning to get herself in hand. She sat up a little straighter and drew away from him and said in a choked voice, "I'm sorry, it's just that I've been hoping for so much and now it's no use. I'll have to sell the ranch, though I promised Dad I never would." "A little thing like rustling," said Dusty gently, "ain't no reason for selling a good ranch. If your dad run it without trouble, it can be done again."
"I'm afraid it's too late for that now. Men, the sort of riders I need, avoid the KT. Word's gotten around that it's run by a girl who's afraid to stand up against rustlers."
"I ain't avoiding the KT," Dusty told her.
"But you can't stay." Katie looked at him in astonishment. "I've explained why you can't."
"On account of Lon Boxley?"
"Yeah, I can't afford to antagonize him, even if you aren't afraid of his gun."
"Well, he hasn't kept the rustlers off, has he? Hasn't helped you enough, but when you're getting ready to sell the ranch."
"He would, if I let him."
A flush, crimson, came to Katie's tanned cheeks, but she met Dusty's inquiring gaze without flinching. "He wants to marry you, huh?"
"He hasn't asked me, but I know he does."
"He's 10 years older than you," Dusty broke out hotly. Katie met his outburst with a wan smile.
"I'm not going to marry him," she assured him. "Not even to save the ranch."
"Ma'am, let me take a hand in the game."
"You haven't explained how you came to be in Hermosa this morning afoot."
"Oh, that. My horse had an accident down the road a piece. A rattler got him."
"You're a fugitive, aren't you? Riding what men call the Owl Hoot Trail."
Dusty's jaw hardened. "Why do you guess that?"
"Most men who come to Hermosa, and you seemed awfully ready with your gun. You would have killed Lon, wouldn't you, if I hadn't called out and stopped you?"
"He deserved killing, shooting from behind like that."
"He was crazy mad. You'd knocked him down in front of me and in front of his men."
"Well, you had it coming."
"You frightened me," said Katie simply, "when you look like you do now, as you looked when you drew on Lon. I don't see why men have to fight and kill each other," she cried out wildly. "There's a lust for killing that gets into their blood. I've seen it here on the border, and too much of it, and that's why I forbade my riders to go armed."
"And got overrun by rustlers," Dusty reminded her.
"All right, sometimes I'm sorry. I've avoided bloodshed that way. Perhaps I've saved some man from turning into a killer."
"But now there's bound to be killing, no matter who takes over the ranch. The rustlers won't quit without being persuaded by lead now that they've started."
"Oh, I don't know."
Katie cried out brokenly. "I just don't know. I wanted to do what was right. I wanted to run the ranch peacefully." "Well, you picked the wrong place for that, I reckon. You'd better trade the KT for a farm back in Kansas." There was a bit of a lashing scorn in Dusty's voice. Katie looked at him wonderingly. "You sound like all the other men who have quit for me." "Sure. I'd have quit too." "But you're offering to help me." "Because I thought you wanted a man that would use his guns." "I do," she said suddenly. "I'm through with being faint-hearted. I'll fight those rustlers back. I won't let them ruin the KC." The sharp line of rim rock swung sharply to the left in front of them, and at the same time the line of cottonwoods marked the bank of the river, swerving to the right in a great sweeping arc to form a wide spread between the river and the cliffs. Katie said, "There it is," quietly, but with a tremor of pride in her young voice. Dusty stared speechlessly ahead at the wide sweep of the flat land that lay before them. It was a rich, plain, perfectly flat, stretching ahead as far as the eye could see, covered with green grass and dotted with mesquite and catclaw. It looked more like pictures of an English meadow than anything Dusty Morgan had ever seen or dreamed of seeing in the West. The road cut straight ahead through the rich grass, and the palominos lifted their heads and snorted as though to welcome the sight and smell of the unbelievably rich pasture land. Dusty said, "It's like riding into paradise out of hell. Begging your pardon, Miss Katie." His voice was low and with awe. Katie nodded, her brown eyes shining mistily. "I feel the same way even now, after living here all my life. Do you now see why I don't want to give up on the KT?" she demanded fiercely. "Any man would sell his soul for a piece like this, ma'am." Dusty's eyes were going hungrily from side to side, feasting themselves on the sight of the slick, stocky steers gazing knee-deep in the rich herbage. "It's a strip that's 18 miles long and 8 miles in width at the widest point. There's a little over 60 sections in all. The whole flat used to be riverbed, Dad said, thousands of years ago. And then the river cut the course it now follows. There's more than 300 springs altogether, and they never dry up. It stays green like this all summer, and it'll support 1,000 head with plenty of winter feed without cutting and stacking." Dusty's silence was the finest tribute he could pay to her brief description of the KT Ranch. It was the kind of spot cattlemen in the arid West dreamt about after drinking too heavily on a Saturday night. "It's only about half grazed now," Katie said in a low voice. "There were 800 head on the ranch when Dad died, and the rustlers picked out the best of my stock every time they make a raid." "It ain't surprising you got rustlers," Dusty muttered. 18 miles of riverbank on one side. All they got to do is push 'em across and cut out whatever they want. Funny thing to me is that your daddy ever kept any stock long enough to get 'em to market." "It isn't all bad," Katie explained. "The river all along here has a quicksand bottom. There's only 3 fords in the entire 18 miles where a man can ride across without bogging down. We've got it all fenced, of course, to keep the stock out." "Only 3 fords?" Dusty's eyes lightened. 3 men could guard them easy enough." "I don't know," Katie responded hopelessly. "I had men guarding the fords, and the rustling went on. Yet we know there's no other places the river can be forded." Directly ahead of the buckboard, rising magically out of the grassy flat, was a large group of trees, cottonwoods, poplars, and weeping willows. "That's the home place," Katie told him, nodding towards the seeming mirage. "The main spring is there.
Dad built the house himself more than 30 years ago. He homesteaded that section and leased the rest of it, and he'd been buying it up steadily ever since. He paid out the last section 2 years before he died.
The team was straining against the bit now, eager to finish the journey in the tree shade and quiet spot that was home. Dusty let them into a fast trot. His eyes narrowed as he took in the long, rambling buildings of rough limestone block and the shades of the giant cottonwoods at the upper end of the oasis. The huge pond surrounded by weeping willows and the double line of straight poplars leading down to the sheds and corrals a couple 100 yards distant beyond the main house. A few white leghorn chickens scratching idly in the yard and a Jersey milk cow munching her cud in a wire corral watching them drive up. There was no other sign of life about the place. Over it brooded an atmosphere of melancholy and desertion that was somehow evil in essence. It was planned and built for peace and serenity, for the heart-warming quietude that comes with security and freedom from care and want. But this was different. It seemed to be peopled with ghosts, and the chill that struck Dusty Morgan's heart was colder than could be occasioned by a mere shade of trees overhead as he pulled the buckboard up in the yard. He looked at Katy, and saw that she had become subdued and listless. He cramped the wheel for her over, and she stepped down, saying quietly, "I'll go into the house and tell Juanita to start some dinner. I think you'll find Miguel around the barn. They're the only ones left. Come up to the house after you've unharnessed, and I'll see about furnishing you a horse so you can ride out." She turned away from the buckboard and went slowly towards the stone ranch house. Dusty had to bite his lips to keep from crying out and telling her that he had no intentions of riding on. He had come to the end of the trail, and he knew it. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Miguel was an ancient Mexican with a withered and seamed countenance. His tall frame was shrunken and cavernous, and his wispy hair showed silvery white when he lifted a shapeless felt hat to greet Dusty politely. He showed some yellow snags of teeth and a wide smile, and his black eyes gleamed with curiosity as they lingered on Dusty's costume and on the gun belt slanting across his hips. He went to the head of the team and caught them by the bridles when Dusty pulled them up in front of the big barn. When Dusty dropped the lines and stepped down, he asked, "You are the new patron, senor?" Dusty replied, "Sort of, yeah. That is, I plan on taking hold here, but I ain't the man Miss Katy was looking for." "No, senor?" "He didn't come. He got killed on the Marfa stage." The old Mexican nodded and replied, "So, you'll work here still, though?" "Call me Dusty." "Bueno. I'm Miguel, Senor Dusty." Dusty nodded and held out his hand. The Mexican shook hands with him gravely and replaced his hat on his head. "I'm glad you've come, senor. The Katy, she needs a man badly." "Are you the only one left, Miguel?" "Si, my Mademoiselle Juanita, she is the cook for Miss Katy, and I tend the barn. I'm too old for riding much no more." He shook his head sadly and went around to unhook the traces. Dusty stayed at the head of the palominos and held them until the traces were unfastened from the double tree, and then led them a step forward and let the tongue out of the neck yoke, dropping it to the ground. Miguel hurried around to help him unhook the neck yoke, protesting, "I'll fix the team, senor. It's not up to you." "I want to get the lowdown on some things." Dusty walked beside him as he led the team into the cool barn. He busied himself helping unharness while he pried the old man with questions. You been here a long time, Miguel?
Si, a long time, since Senor Rollins built his house.
How many riders did he have on the payroll?
3 men. She was steady work. In roundup, there was more, 10, maybe 12.
And he didn't have any trouble with rustlers then?
No, senor, he had no trouble.
Why do you reckon it started right after he died?
The old man shrugged his stooped shoulders. Miss Katie, she tell the man they cannot wear guns. Across border are many bad hombres afraid of her stealing. Well, Senor Rollins is here. After he die, they's be no more afraid. Find out quick that Katie riders no more got guns.
He spread out gnarled hands expressively.
It's much bad now.
But she tells me that Lon Boxley's been sending his XL riders over to help out. A shadow crossed the Mexican's face.
They come sometimes,
he admitted stiffly. They had the harness off the palominos and hung up on the wooden pegs in the wall. He stripped the bridles off and stepped aside to let the horses trot past him through the barn and out the back door to the feeding pen. But they don't do much good, huh? Dusty drawled.
I think, senor, that they don't want to do no good. I think maybe they make what you call the pretend for try.
Dusty nodded, mused. Pulled the wool over her eyes so she wouldn't hire no real gun hands while the rustling goes on till she gets plumb desperate, huh? He drew in a deep breath. I reckon it's in the cards for me to have a talk with that Mr. Boxley.
He's a bad man with guns, Senor Dusty.
Fast, huh?
Si, mucho pronto. He's killed much hombres.
The gentle ring of a bell drifted down to them from the house.
That's what we need, for the dinner's ready,
Miguel told him. Yeah, Dusty said. He started away and hesitated and turned back. Is there an extra rig here I can borrow?
A saddle? Only the one of Senor Rollins.
I'll use it, Dusty told him. Give me a good horse for after dinner. He turned and went out of the barn and up the shaded path between the double rows of poplars towards the house. He hesitated at the path leading up to the front door and circled around to the rear instead. Beside the kitchen door he found a bucket of fresh water set out on a long bench beside a washpan with a clean towel hanging from a nail above it. He filled the pan and stripped off Ben Thurston's striped shirt, dousing his arms and head in the water, and went to work with a bar of yellow soap. After sloshing a great deal of water about, he dried himself with the towel and picked up the shirt again. He stared at it with loathing, wishing he didn't have to put it on again when he heard the kitchen door. He turned and blushed a deep scarlet when he saw Katie coming towards him. She smiled at his discomfort and told him,
I've seen men in their undershirts before. The hands always lined up here to wash before supper. Here.
She offered him a little gray bundle of cotton cloth.
It's one of Dad's old shirts. I saw you looking at that one as though you were afraid it would bite you, she went on quickly.
Dusty dropped the striped shirt and took the one she offered him. A man gets sick of wearing a thing like that in a hurry, he admitted. Sure is nice of you to get one out for me.
You won't be quite so conspicuous, Katie turned. Come in as soon as you're ready. Juana has the dinner on the table.
Dusty slid his arms into the sleeves and pulled the shirt over his head. It was a little large for him, but felt mighty good after the constraining tightness of that gaudy thing he had just discarded. Juana, was a fat, beaming Mexican woman not more than half her husband's age. She opened the kitchen door for Dusty and led him down a short hall to a large room next to the kitchen. There was a small table set for two under the wide windows at the end of the room. The table was covered with a gay red and white cloth, and there was a bowl of yellow daisies in the center. Katie Rollins smiled at him from one of the two chairs and said, "Juana will be angry if you don't sit down and eat while everything's hot." Dusty went across the room awkwardly and pulled out the chair opposite the mistress of the KT Ranch. "I wasn't expecting nothing like this. I'm more used to squatting on my heels and eating out of a tin plate." Katie replied, "It gets terribly lonesome. We all used to eat together, Dad, I, and the men." She put a large steak on his plate and pushed a bowl of mashed potatoes closer, urging him, "Take plenty of everything. Juana always cooks enough for a dozen range hands." There was creamed gravy and boiled carrots, fluffy biscuits, and a large platter of yellow butter. When he began eating, Dusty was glad there was plenty of everything. He remembered that he hadn't eaten any supper in Marfa the night before. He had been too busy drinking and making a play for Rosa. The recollection shamed him, and he kept his head down and devoted his attention entirely to the job of his stomach. When he had gotten down to biscuits and honey, along with his third cup of coffee, he began to slow up, and he apologized to his hostess. "I reckon I've kind of been eating like a wolf, ma'am, but I missed a few meals, and your cook sure can make everything taste pretty darn good."
"I like to see a man who enjoys his food," Katie told him simply. She leaned her elbows on the table and cupped her chin in her hands. "And I want to thank you for the way you offered your help to me this morning, even though I can't accept your offer." She paused to draw in a long breath. "I know when I'm licked, I'm going to be selling the KT."
"Made up your mind kind of sudden, ain't you?" Dusty set his empty coffee cup down and leaned back to roll a cigarette.
"It's a decision I've been coming to for a long time. I should have done it sooner after Dad died. If I hold out much longer, I won't have anything to sell."
Dusty put in his 2 cents. "I was hoping you'd let me try my hand."
"No," Katie shuddered. "It would mean killing."
"I reckon it would."
"No one man can possibly do anything," she went on as though arguing with herself. "I've seen half a dozen XL men from here for days at a time, and the rustling went right on."
"Could be they weren't trying very hard." Dusty had his cigarette rolled and he put fire to it.
"What do you mean by that?"
Katie's face had gone a little white. "I wouldn't trust Boxley no further than I could throw a bull by the tail, Miss Katie. Can't you see that maybe he don't want the rustling to stop?"
"That's a terrible thing to say. You hardly know Lon at all."
"Oh, I know him plenty good enough," Dusty reminded her. "Any man that brags about his slick draw, then shoots when a man ain't looking, is liable to do anything." Katie compressed her lips.
"You struck him without warning."
"I was standing in front of him, and I took off my coat. It wasn't my fault if he didn't know what was coming."
"This argument is useless."
Katie's voice trembled a little.
"I'm going to be giving you Dad's old saddle and a horse. I want you to ride off to Katie this afternoon."
"You sure you want me to do that?" Dusty asked softly.
"Yes, before something happens. I'm afraid Lon will come and catch you here."
"I can take care of Lon."
"No." Katie rose swiftly and turned to the windows, staring out. "I won't have any killing. Not on the KT. I'll sell out first."
To Boxley? She whirled at him angrily.
Perhaps if you'll pay my price, or I might marry him and keep the KT.
Dusty laughed mirthlessly. That would fix everything, just the way Lon Boxley wants it. Katie turned back to the window. He saw her slender body stiffen.
I think that's Lon coming now.
Dusty got up to look over her shoulder. A lone horse was galloping towards the ranch.
It is Lon,
in a choked voice she said. Dusty was looking down at the curling hair on the back of her neck. He was standing quite close behind her. Well, this is a good time for a showdown.
No.
Katie's body brushed against him as she turned. He did not move, but looked down at her gravely. The bosom of her woolen shirt lifted and fell with her rapid breathing. Her eyes were dilated.
He mustn't know you're here, she cried. You'll have to hide. I'll talk to him.
No, said Dusty. I ain't in the habit of hiding, Katie. With a start, he realized that he'd called her by her first name. Just plain straight out with any miss in front at all. But she didn't seem to notice, or she didn't mind.
I can't let you meet him,
she cried out. They could hear the hoofbeats of Lon's horse now. It's bound to come, Dusty told her. Sooner or later, I'm staying here in the Big Bend.
Please, Katie implored him. Stay right here. Let me handle him.
She started to go past Dusty. He put out his arm to stop her. Are you afraid I'll kill him? Is that it, Katie?
Afraid for him?
She laughed shakily. Lon's horse was slowing as he neared the house.
He's killed every man that's ever went up against him. Can't you understand that?
Are you afraid of what'll happen to me? His voice was deep and purposeful. He still barred her way out of the room.
I don't want any man killed. Not on my ranch.
She avoided his eyes. That's not no good reason for me to be hiding here. He turned and started away.
Wait,
Katie cried out. He turned and surprised to seeing tears in her eyes. She brushed them away with the back of her hand.
Isn't it enough that I'm begging you to not go out there and face him?
Dusty said, I reckon it is. His voice was humble. He dropped into one of the chairs at the table. I won't be any more bother to you. There was a loud knocking on the front door. They could hear Warner waddling down the hall to answer it.
Stay right here and be quiet.
Katie sped out of the room, closing the door softly behind her. Dusty got out his cigarette papers, carefully creased one. He poured tobacco into the crease, and his fingers tore the paper as he tried to roll it. He could hear the faint sounds of voices in the front of the house. He tried hard not to listen. He went to work on another cigarette paper and tore that one also, and then he gave up. He could still hear the voices out front. He broke a biscuit and buttered it. He forced himself to eat slowly, wiping out the last traces of honey on his plate. He wouldn't let himself think about Lon Boxley. He had promised Katie that he would remain quiet and let her handle the man. The sound of the voices stopped for a second. He waited to hear the hoofbeats of Boxley's horse going away, but there was only silence. He rolled a cigarette without mutilating the paper and then lit it up. He smoked it very slowly, savoring the smoke and making the cigarette last. Waiting became intolerable. But he had promised Katie. He strained his ears for any indication of what was taking place beyond the closed door, but could not hear a sound. He smoked the cigarette down to a tiny nubbin that burned his fingertips, and then dropped it in his coffee cup. He hadn't heard Boxley right away, and certainly Katie would come and tell him as soon as the man left. No, the neighboring rancher must still be here at the KT. He cursed himself for having promised her, and then grew angry at Katie for making him promise. What had her last remark meant, when she asked him if it wasn't enough that she was begging him not to go out? At that moment, he had a thought. Hell, he didn't know what he had thought. The sight of tears in her eyes had unnerved him temporarily. He rolled another cigarette. He smoked this one swiftly, taking long, nervous drags on it and pulling the smoke deep into his lungs. He knew he couldn't sit still much longer. No man could. Not without knowing what was going on. He jerked around and came half out of the chair when he heard the door open. He saw the fat body of Juana instead of the girl he was expecting to see. The Mexican woman was beaming placidly. She came up to the table and started to stack up the dishes. Dusty asked her, "Where's Miss Katie and her company?" Juana looked at him in surprise and rounded her eyes.
"She go with Senor Boxley, she no tell you?"
"No," Dusty said. His voice sounded far away in his own ears. There was a queer drumming in his head, and he pushed his chair back carefully and got up. "Thanks for a good dinner," he said to her, and then stalked out. He went around to the front of the house and saw that Boxley's horse was gone. There was no indication of life outside the ranch or the outbuildings. He walked stiffly towards the barn. The only way was not to do any thinking. Just keep your mind a blank, you damn fool. A man didn't have to think if he was willing to let his mind go blank. He'd be all right as long as he didn't think. As he neared the barn, Miguel came out to meet him, leading a saddled black horse. The old Mexican looked troubled. His voice was deep with sadness as he explained.
"She tell me to say Barroco is yonder, senor."
He gestured vaguely to the Rio Grande. "You saddle a horse for her too, I suppose?"
"Si, senor. She's riding with Senor Boxley."
Miguel turned his head to spit on the ground. He extended the bridle reins to Dusty. Dusty took the reins and threw one over the black's neck. He tested the stirrups and found them about the right height and swung into the saddle. He nodded goodbye to Miguel and reined the black around in the indicated direction of Brockno, the cesspool of the Big Bend, a gathering place of fugitives and outlaws of all races. He put the black to a lope and rode away from the KT ranch without looking back. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. In the Lone Star Hotel in Marfa, Pat Stephen grinned at Ezra with an irritating calm when the big one-eyed man grumbled about this newest complication about being told the sheriff was dead with a bullet in his back. "A man'd think you didn't like messes," Pat told him. "You know I never minded trouble. Not if it got us anywhere." Ezra panted loudly, tugging on his boot. "But I don't hanker after this being cooped up on the top floor of a hotel, helping getting the murderer getting away just for the plumb hell of her." A heavy voice shouted up the stairwell from below. "Better throw your gun down and foller it with your hands in the air. We're camping right here till you do come down." "There you are," Ezra said. "Dusty's gone out the winder, and here we still are. But everyone knows we didn't kill the sheriff. We've been right here in our room the whole time." "Fat lot good that's gonna do us, though. You fixed it for Dusty to skin out and we're left. Obstructing justice, that's what we've been doing. Yes, sir." Ezra waggled his shaggy head mournfully and repeated the words as though they pleased him. "Obstructing justice and you being a sheriff. You ought to be plumb ashamed of yourself, Pat." I ain't so sure we've been obstructing justice. Dusty said he didn't kill the sheriff. Does it, huh? Then why are they after him, and what'd he run out for? Soberly, Pat explained the circumstances of the sheriff's deaths to Ezra. So all we gotta do is hang around and find out who shot him, he concluded. Then we can take Dusty's horses to him and Bronco and tell him that he don't need to hide out no more. He heard a cautious movement in the stairwell below them and sent a warning slug down into the landing. So that's all we gotta do, huh? Said Ezra sarcastically. And how are we gonna do that while we're cooped up here and can't even show our faces? Well, we could go out the window too, one at a time, Pat suggested with a frown. We'd get shot on sight and you know it. Everybody knows we're upstairs here with that Dusty feller. That's right, Pat admitted uncomfortably. I didn't think that far ahead when I was helping Dusty get away. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Tell you what we'll do. His face brightened up suddenly. You pull them boots off. I just got 'em pulled on and my feet are all swole up. Ezra groaned. I'll take 'em off again. Pat got up, promising. I'll be right back. He hurried down the hall to their room, went inside and pulled off his own boots. Then he swiftly undressed and got down to his underwear, and got a gun into its holster and went back to the top of the stairwell. Ezra eyed him up speechlessly with his one eye, while Pat said crisply, I'll stand guard here while you go back and get undressed. Crawl into bed and make like you're asleep. You want both of us to get shot? Well, ain't nothing like that gonna happen. When you start snoring loud, I'll crawl back and slip in beside you. It'll be some time before they try coming up again. When they find they ain't got no shooting any more, they'll come a-running and they'll both find us cozy in bed pretending to be asleep. And Dusty's door will be standing open and the rope hanging out the window. What good'll that do? Well, they can't shoot us for being sound sleepers, Pat snapped. All we gotta do is claim we hadn't heard nothing. They'll think it was Dusty here shooting at 'em the whole time, and then that he slipped away while they were hanging around down below afraid to stick their heads up. They'd never believe we slept through all that, Ezra sighed. But they haven't any proof that we didn't. And if they hear you doing some good to God honest snoring when they open our door, they'll believe it all right. How can I snore if I ain't asleep? Oh, you can do it. You go on and start practicing. Pat gave Ezra a little shove down the hall. Ezra went reluctantly, shaking his head and vowing to himself that if we got out of this scrap alive, he would never be tagging along with Pat Stevens again when he started out on a quiet little buying trip for heifers. Pat crouched at the head of the stairs in his underwear, waiting for Ezra to signal that he was securely in the bunk. He could hear a lot of loud talking from the lobby underneath. It sounded like some of the men were trying to persuade others to make sort of a force to get up the stairway. He hoped they wouldn't try it for a little while yet. They would be more than likely to believe that it had been Dusty holding them at bay if a good length of time elapsed between the last shot to be fired from above and the moment when they came up and discovered that the stairway was unguarded. At last, he heard the welcome sound of snoring coming from room number 19. Ezra was doing a commendable job of pretending, but it was nothing like the noise that come from him when he was really getting after it. Pat got up and tiptoed cautiously down the hallway. He closed the door as he went in, slid his gun under the pillow and lay down beside Ezra and pulled the blanket up over him. Ezra stopped pretending to snore and asked drowsily, "How am I doing?" "You keep it up," Pat encouraged him. "Won't be long now, I reckon. They're working up the nerves to rush the stairs when I left." Ezra grunted something and buried his face into the pillow. He started on with his snoring again, and then it slowly faded to a gentle wheezing. With the door closed, Pat could hear nothing at all from outside the room. He knew it might be a long time before anyone ventured up the stairs. He tried to relax and go to sleep. It'd be lots better if he didn't have to pretend to wake up when they finally came up to room 19. But his mind was too busy for sleeping. Ezra wasn't bothered that way. His gentle wheezing slowly gained in volume and harshness. It began to sound like the distant rumble of thunder, and Pat knew the big man was asleep. He listened with the same odd fascination that Ezra's snoring always aroused him. It sounded as though he were tearing the top of his head off with each indrawn breath, and the very walls of the room seemed to buckle outward under the terrific pressure. Yet it was a lulling sound to one who was accustomed to it. It had the virtue of obliterating everything else. You couldn't do much thinking closed in a room with those kind of unceasing reverberations. So, after a time, Pat Stevens slept also. He awoke with the sound of the door being flung open. He sat upright with his gun out from under the pillow, blinking stupidly at men crowding into the room. Ezra grunted and stopped snoring. He made a little bumbling noise with his lips as he continued to breathe heavily. "All right, you fellers," the man in the lead said authoritatively. "Quit your possin' 'em and come out of that bed." Pat drew his legs up under him and kept the muzzle of his gun pointed forward. "What's the hell all this about? What do you mean coming in here and waking us up?" Ezra surged from his one side of the bed and glaring angrily with his eye. "What's doing, Pat? Who are these fellers?" "Damned if I know. But I aim to drill some of them if they don't start talking soon." "By God," a man in the doorway muttered. "I swear if I don't believe they was asleep." "You better put your gun away," Pat was told by the leader. "We want to know where your friend's gone. That's all." "Our friend?" "You know, the feller in the room across from you." "How the hell do we know who's in the room across from us? Makes no sense to us. Get out of here, mister." "Look here, you trying to make us believe you two galoots was sleeping through all that shooting?" "I don't give a damn what you believe. We've been asleep. Sure, that's why we hired the room for you, donkey. What shooting?" Pat added as an afterthought, and as though it didn't particularly matter. "You know good enough that there's been shooting up and down the hall. You helped 'em get away." Pat threw the covers back and swung his bare legs over the edge of the bed. "We don't know nothing about nothing. What kind of hotel is this? There'll be some shooting here pretty quick if you all don't get out of here." The spokesman of the group exchanged puzzled glances with the men behind them. One of them said, "If that big feller's been snoring that way all along, danged if I don't reckon they could even heard the shooting." "The feller in the room next door killed the sheriff and run back here to the hotel," the leader told Pat. "Holed up here and threw lead down the hallway so he couldn't get up. We figured you two was in on it with him and was keeping us back while he was making a getaway." "Killed the sheriff," Pat muttered. "How'd he get away?" "Tore his blanket into strips and slid out the winder into the alley. You're the one that helped him when he had that run-in with the sheriff and Topaz earlier in the evening." "Oh, him? You mean that feller? That ringy one who jumped me because I kept the sheriff from killing him there in the saloon?" "Yeah, that's the one." "You hear that, Ezra? You think we'd waste any sleep helping a fool like that?" Pat demanded in a tone. "We don't know nothing about what happened after we left the Topaz." "Maybe not, but it looks mighty damned funny, sleeping right across the hall and not hearing the shooting even." Pat reached for his pants and started to pull them on. "Well, if you ever slept with Ezra, you wouldn't be surprised at not hearing some shooting. It wasn't a cannon, was it?" A couple of men in the doorway snickered. "Come on, Tom," they demanded. We're wasting time here. You ought to be getting a posse and riding after 'em."
"Wait a minute," Pat ejected as an exodus of the room began. "Hurry up and get dressed, Ezra. I want to know about this. We traded horses with that young feller this evening. You reckon he rode our horses off or his?"
"We don't know what he rode or which way. We had just found out he was gone a minute before we come in here to ask you all. Maybe you're on the square. I swear I don't know, but you watch your step round Marfa. We don't take good to having our sheriff shot in the back and carrying an unloaded gun, too. One that you unloaded at the Topaz."
He flung at Pat as a parting shot. They were backing out of the room, tromping down the hallway, talking loudly and an organizing of a posse. Pat winked at Ezra, stood up and put on his shirt. Ezra gave him a sour grimace and went to work pulling on his boots again. "What are we getting dressed for? I was just getting a good sleep." "We gotta get out and see what this is all about. Me, I don't believe Dusty shot anybody in the back, and I reckon it's up to us to disprove it different. I don't reckon there's nobody around town that's bothered much finding out the truth about it." "Can't see how it's any bother of ours." Ezra stood up, stomping his boots on. "Come on," Pat said, and led the way to the door. Some men were still hanging around the upper part of the hallway outside. They glanced at the Powder Valley pair curiously, but said nothing to them. There were more men lingering in the lobby downstairs. Pat and Ezra stalked past them and out into the boardwalk. 2 of the 3 saloons were still lit up and doing some rush business while the men excitingly discussed the details of the crime. The Topaz was one of those. Pat led the way across to the Topaz. The fat bartender with a wart on the end of his nose came to take their order. Recognizing Pat, he nodded significantly and said, "What'd I tell you, mister? Ought to run that girl Rose out of town." "Fill up a couple drinks," Pat said. He leaned his elbow onto the bar. "How long did Dusty hang around here after we went out?"
"Dusty? Who's he?"
"That young fellow that was making his play for Rosa."
"Ah, him. I didn't know his name. You mean after he had that run-in with the sheriff and you emptied the sheriff's gun?"
"Yeah."
"You ought not to have done that," the bartender reproved him. "Sheriff might be alive if his gun had been loaded."
Pat shrugged his shoulders. "I was preventing murder. He had plenty of time to load it again."
"Yeah, but he was with Rosa in her room." The bartender winked lewdly. "He had other things to think about than loading his gun again."
"I was asking how long Dusty stayed here."
"He was in here all off and on up until about midnight, drinking and strutting around about how no sheriff could run him out of town."
"Did he know the sheriff was in with Rosa?"
"I don't reckon he knowed it rightly. He had his suspicions, though. He stayed around here pretty close waiting for the sheriff to come out."
"Did the sheriff come out?"
"Not exactly. Rosa did, round about midnight by herself. He was there, that Dusty feller, and he jumped her with about where the sheriff was, and she wouldn't say at first. Then he got all tough and made her mad, and she told him off proper."
The bartender chuckled.
"She told him that she had been with the sheriff, and he just left out the back way to go home. And he rushed out with his face black as death and his eyes blazing as he ran around the alley to kill them."
The bartender paused to catch his breath.
"I'll be back with you in a minute."
He hurried down the bar to fill some other empty glasses. Pat drank his whiskey slowly and shoved his glass over beside Ezra's for a refill when the talkative bartender came back. "Nobody saw the shooting, huh?"
"No, sir. Happened just like that."
The bartender dramatically snapped his pudgy fingers.
"We was just starting out to foller 'em when we heard the shot. Wham! And we knowed they'd met, and one of 'em had got. When we got to the sheriff, there he lay dead, and he shot in the back with his hand on his empty gun."
Pat frowned and downed his drink. "Anyone else in Marfa have a grudge against the sheriff?"
"Plenty did," he assured cheerfully. "There won't be much mourning done, but we don't like that kind of killing. Not by an outsider, anyway."
"Anybody special?" Pat persisted. "Anybody that might have seen Dusty run out after that sheriff and got there first?" The bartender rounded his eyes.
"Are you thinking that Dusty feller didn't do it?"
"I know he didn't do it. I aim to prove it." "Think back," Pat urged him. "It was a pretty good setup for a murder. Dusty's been making his breaks, and he was sure to be blamed for it. I figure somebody else slipped out and gunned the sheriff down before Dusty got to him."
"By God, fellers," the bartender shouted to the other men at the bar, "this here feller says we're hunting the wrong man for killing the sheriff. He says somebody else in the saloon slipped out the back way while we was running to the door and shot him in the back, so Dusty would be blamed."
The men stared at Pat and Ezra with hostility and then with curiosity. One or two of them nodded their heads and murmured,
"Could be, maybe, but who'd have done it then?"
"Think back, all of you," Pat urged them. "All you that were here when Rosa told Dusty the sheriff had gone home by the alley. When he ran out, you fellers started to follow him, all but one of you. He stayed back here and ran through Rosa's room and out into the alley to gun the sheriff from behind just as Dusty was coming around to meet him at the other end. Don't you see it's got to be that way? The way Dusty went, he would have met the sheriff from in the front. He couldn't have shot him in the back. It had to be someone coming from the alley behind him."
"By golly, that makes sense," the bartender murmured. "Let's see, Joe. You was here, and Henry, and Slim, and you, Toady, and there was Max, and that's all. Joe, Henry, Slim, Toady, and Max. It's 5 of you. Did all you boys go out of the room together?"
He regarded them sternly. Their heads began to nod. All 5 of them were positive they had gone out in a body.
"And you followed right along behind him, huh?"
One of them reminded the bartender.
"You ought to know."
He pursed up his thick lips, narrowing his eyes while he counted on the tips of his fingers. He nodded after a moment.
"That's right," he agreed. "There was 5 of you, and no one was left behind in the saloon. I guess that proves you wrong," he told Pat.
The Powder Valley sheriff shook his head. His gaze was fixed on the curtains concealing the entrance to Rose's room at the rear. One of the curtains shook, though the other hung strangely still. "You're forgetting one person," he said loudly. "There was Rosa, too. She was getting tired of being the sheriff's girl. You all know that. She saw a good chance to get rid of him, and he ducked behind the bar, and a bullet sang out past him and slammed into the wall. Pat fired through the end of the bar with his left-hand gun at the same instant. The curtains to Rosa's room shuddered and bulged outward. The pointed tip of a tiny shoe showed under the bulging curtain. Pat stood up and holstered his gun. "First time I ever had to shoot a woman," he said angrily. "But she would have killed somebody else if I hadn't got her. She was standing there listening the whole time." He drew in a long breath and reached for the whiskey bottle. "After I put down a big one, I'll take Ezra out there in the alley and get him to show you fellers her tracks where she ran out after the sheriff. And after you dig the bullet out of him, you'll find it fits her gun." He put the bottle up to his lips and held it there for a long time. Into Chapter 10. Chapter 11. There was a long silence inside the saloon after Pat Stevens made his proclamation.
All the men were staring with odd fascination at the tiny tip of Rose's shoe protruding from under the bottom of the curtain. Pat set the bottle down on the bar with a loud thump and said angrily, "You don't need to be looking like that. She killed the sheriff and then took a pot shot at me when she found out that I was onto her." He walked around the end of the bar into the curtained doorway. He pulled the curtain aside to show the crumpled body of the singer laying there. Her painted face looked ghastly white in death. She didn't look young anymore. She looked like a woman who was glad she didn't have to play at being young anymore. Her right hand held a short-barreled .32 pistol. While the other men watched him with morbid interest, Pat stooped and took the pistol away from her lax fingers. He broke it and showed them 2 empty chambers. One for the sheriff and one for the one she wasted on me. He closed the weapon and handed it to the bartender. "Come on out back and I'll prove what I said." He stepped over Rose's body and through the rear bedroom. The men followed him in hushed silence. At the back door, Pat stopped and stood back for Ezra to go on through first. "Show us, Ezra, where those tracks were that she ran down to the alley and then came back." One of the men had picked up a lit lamp from Rose's room. He handed it to Ezra. The one-eyed man dropped to his knees and began a careful examination of the ground just outside the threshold. "Ezra's a whiz at tracking," Pat explained to the silent men. "He can outdo any Injun I ever saw." Ezra set the lamp inside and pointed to the almost imperceivable indentation in the hard ground. "That's where the sheriff stepped out. You can see it plain. And right there on top of his track is the print of Rose's heel. It's slanted and dug deep in the back, showing she was running after him." He moved forward on his knees. "And here's another one. And here's one of her tracks coming back. Still running." He pointed the evidence out to them and moved forward slowly, hunching forward and bent low as though he was actually smelling out the tracks, taking every look at all imperceivable misplaced pebble. "Right here," he said suddenly. "Right here is where she stopped and shot him. You can see where her feet were planted solid side by each. Then she whirled around on one heel and started back." He got up, mopping sweat from his face with the back of his hand. "He's sure a heck of a tracker," one of the men muttered. "That's just the way it was, all right." "If you'd told us about this right off when you come into the saloon," another man protested, "we could have grabbed Rosa and kept her from shooting at you and kept you from having to kill her." Pat shook his head. He turned back to the saloon. "You'd never have believed me. Rosa would have denied it. Only way to prove it was like I did. I scared her and gave her a chance to kill me before I said too much." "I still don't like it," the man muttered. "Seems wrong sort of shooting a woman like that." "She deserved being killed. She'd already murdered one man, in a way to get another accused of it and maybe shot by a posse." "Yeah, but—" "You'd never have done anything to her," Pat went on angrily. "You wouldn't have lynched her like you would have that man. She'd have been turned loose to go on and pull the same game on another man." "He's right," the bartender said it abruptly. "Rosa's been all kinds of trouble. It was in her nature to stir up killing. She got drunk one night and told me about some of the things behind her. We should have ought to give this gent a vote of thanks for riding to Marfa for this hellcat. We can go on in through the other door," he went on hastily, leading them past Rosa's door. "And drinks are on the house. Come on, men." Inside the saloon again, the bottle was passed around, and then 2 of the men hurried out to announce the news to the gathering posse, and to explain that Dusty had been exonerated and then there wasn't any need to go off looking for him. Pat and Ezra had 2 drinks, and then Pat drew the big man away from the bar, saying, "Let's take a walk down to the livery stable and see if all the horses are still there." When they were a safe distance from the saloon, Ezra claimed, "The more people get to be thinking about the way you did tonight, the madder they're going to be getting about you shooting that gal. It's easy enough to get another sheriff in town like Marfa, but there ain't many girls as pretty as Rosa. You could have winged her, sort of, and it would have been just as good." "I didn't want to wing her. She was too pretty to go on living. She did that whole thing on deliberately," Pat went on in an angry tone. "She led Dusty on knowing it would mean shooting when the sheriff found out. If she kept on living, she would have done the same thing to some other young fellow just like Dusty. I tell you, Ezra, when a woman goes bad, she can cause all kinds of hell, even more than a dozen men." "Maybe so, but we aren't going to be very popular around here when people start thinking it over." They were nearing the livery stable. Joe Baines stood outside with a lit lantern in his hand, watching them approach. He grunted sourly. "Oh, it's you," when they were close enough to be recognized. "That's right. We heard that Dusty Morgan had gotten away after being accused of killing your precious brother-in-law. We wondered what horses he rode out on." "Didn't ride no horses from here," Bain snapped. "Think I'd let him get away?" "We were just wondering," Pat said. "What time the stage Hermosa get away?" "Right after midnight, soon as the El Paso stage unloaded. Say," Baines went on excitedly, "do you reckon he could have caught that?" "Why?" "It stopped down the road a little piece, right after it started away from here. We saw the driver stop, and it looked like a passenger was getting on. That's strictly against the rules, though, letting a passenger on without him buying a ticket. And some of us started up to see what was what, but the driver whipped him up and rode out before we could get there." Pat grinned at him. "Maybe the driver wanted to collect a cash fare." "Yeah, that's what we thought. I bet that was him. I better tell some of the boys." "Maybe you better," agreed Pat, and he hurried away down the street. "Now what'd you do that for? Why didn't you tell him the truth that Dusty never done it?" "He'll find out when he gets in town. Come on, we'll throw our rigs on 2 horses and grab Dusty's, and we'll put on our lead ropes. We'll be out of town before he gets back." "And we ain't paid him for no stable hire," Ezra chuckled as they headed back into the stable. "We'll leave $1 to pay for the oats." In the darkness, Pat found his bridle and went into one of the stalls Dusty had pointed out. They worked swiftly, throwing their saddles on the rested horses, and put lead ropes around the necks of their own tired mounts. They led them out the back door of the stable and mounted, swinging around at a trot to hit the Hermosa road leading west from town. They encountered no one in leaving, and the lights of Marfa soon faded into the night behind them. There was a bright mood overhead, with large stars that contributed their share to the shimmering silver sheen that lay upon the rugged landscape, softening the harsh aspect of the border country, and making it appear almost as beautiful to the men that came from Powder Valley. They rode together without speaking, holding Dusty's horses to a trot to accommodate the pace of the tired lead horses. Long ago, Ezra had taught himself to grab cat naps in the saddle when riding long trails with his energetic partner. Without ever quite falling off to sleep, he had a way of never being quite awake on a night ride like this. As for Pat Stevens, his mind was too active to let him doze off. He wondered about Dusty Morgan and his trip on the stage, whether Ben Thurston had been a passenger on that same stage as he had planned to be in Powder Valley. What would happen when those 2 young men reached Hermosa together in the morning? For long ago, Pat had noted a certain pattern in the most illogical and seemingly meaningless set of circumstances. Pat was not a religious man, but he had a simple belief in the existing of some unseen destiny that guided the actions of men. He had watched it happen too often before to doubt that there was a plan behind the accidents of happening tonight. A lot of seeming accidents and coincidences strung together, but in the long run, he knew they would resolve themselves into a series of unexplained events leading towards one end. He had a feeling that Katie Rollins was mixed up in the plan somehow. It wasn't just an accident that Dusty had been forced to flee from Marfa on that particular night, and by the same stage on which Ben Thurston was expected to arrive in Hermosa. It was all wrapped up somehow in a girl's great need for help and in the character of the young man who had set out from Chicago to help her. That was what had brought Pat and Ezra to Marfa this evening, in time to become embroiled in the feud between Dusty and the sheriff. There had to be a meaning to it, a meaning behind the death of Rosa. She and the sheriff had both deserved to die. There wasn't any doubt about that, but they had both deserved death for a long time. Why had this particular night been selected, if not to throw Dusty and Ben Thurston together on their way to Hermosa? It was funny, Pat mused, recalling how he had immediately thought of Katie Rollins in relations to Dusty when he had first met the kid. He was always having those crazy premonitions, which he would call hunches, and which he had long ago learned to respect. At that time, there had been nothing whatsoever to indicate that a few hours later Dusty would be riding towards a meeting with Katie. Nothing had been further from Dusty's thoughts, and Pat told himself he hadn't really managed it either. Things had just worked out that way. Of course, he had taken a hand in the game, but it wasn't according to any plan of his. He kept on not thinking about Rosa. He had seen a lot of men fall before his guns in the past. Always they had been men who deserved to die, and he never lost any sleep regretting their death. He was determined not to lose any sleep over Rosa's death. In a sense, he had deliberately planned it that way, but he was sure it was best. Dusty's name might never have been cleared if he hadn't handled it as he did, and Rosa would have gone on to commit other evils. But he couldn't forget the way the men in the saloon looked at him. He knew he was going to remember that scene for a long time. But a man had to do what he thought was right when the necessity arose. No man could ever be sure. You had to be true to yourself, to your own judgment, regardless of what others might do or say. They had jogged along for hours after leaving Marfa, and Ezra had not said a word. His big frame was hunched forward in the saddle, and his chin drooped on his chest. Pat glanced aside at him, and envied the big man his childlike ability to put aside all worrisome thoughts and questions while he dozed away in blissful peace. It was better to be that way. A man didn't gain anything by worrying and asking himself questions that no man could ever answer. The moon was beginning to pale, and the stars were slowly blinking out overhead. The breaking of day was otherwise imperceivable, but there was that added chill in the air that always seems to come before dawn in the west. Ezra straightened himself in the saddle and turned to look at Pat. He sniffed at the air and then said, "Daylight, huh? Must have dozed off for a minute." "A couple of minutes," Pat said. "Yeah, it'll be day pretty soon." Ezra yawned hugely and asked, "How far is it to Hermosa?" "From Marfa?" "Yeah. Probably about 60 miles, but we gotta meet Dusty and Baracco." "Isn't that right across the river?" "I think it's downriver some from Hermosa." Pat was a little vague about the Big Bend geography. Dusty hightailed it across the river as soon as he hit there, Ezra suggested. He wouldn't know whether there was a posse following him or not. Pat nodded. He wouldn't be expecting us in Baracco for another day at the best. Maybe we'll stop off for a visit at the KT Ranch before we go there. Ezra roused himself to a frown and asked, What's eating on you about the KT? You asked the sheriff about it last night. And I told you. Maybe the girl that's getting all of her stock rustled will be in a mind to sell some of those heifers cheap. It ain't like you to take advantage of a girl when it's in trouble, Pat. Ezra shook his head and sighed. I don't believe that at all. The darkness of night was giving way to dawn gray, showing the broken landscape of stunted vegetation which Dusty had noticed as he rode towards Hermosa. Ezra glanced about him, snorting. This is hell of cow country anyway. I wouldn't trade one ranch in Powder Valley for all this. I reckon it must get better towards the river, Pat said. The sky behind them became streaked with red, and full daylight came on swiftly. They were approaching the range of hills over which the stage had passed some hours previously. The road climbed up over rocky ridges, crawled down into shallow ravines choked with the jack pines, and up steeper ridges towards the pass that led down the opposite slope of the river valley. The sun rose behind them, and even became hot on their backs, and the air seemed thinner, more like the Colorado air they were accustomed to as they climbed higher towards the low peaks marking the tops of the range. It was a good 2 hours after sunrise when they reached the top. When they pulled their panting horses to a rest, they saw a rider following the winding road up on the other side. He was pushing his horse hard, and they both swung off and rolled cigarettes and watched him approach. He was riding an XL horse, and he pulled up with a dramatic flourish and demanded, You fellers heard about the stage? Pat shook his head. What stage? The one from Marfa, headed to Hermosa. What about it? It wrecked back yonder. The rider waved behind him. Turned over on the side of a hill and smashed up on the bottom. The driver and the passengers is both dead. Team's all tangled up and dead too. Pat threw his cigarette away and got slowly to his feet. How many passengers were there? Just one. A young feller wearing a leather jacket and Levi's. Pat let out his breath slowly. Dead, huh? Yeah, him and the driver both. It wasn't no plain runaway. They been both shot. Hold up? I reckon. He nodded importantly. Me and another rider found him just like that. He rode to Hermosa, and I thought I'd better ride to Marfa to tell the stagecoach people. Pat took off his hat. He stared down at it, and then put it back in his head. He wondered why Dusty had been the only passenger. Ben Thurston should have been on that coach too. Yet many things could have prevented Ben from arriving on schedule. Must have missed connection somewhere. He asked the XL rider gruffly, Is this the right road to Barranco? Just to be saying something more than anything else. Barranco, huh? That's a pretty tough town, mister. Pat frowned and replied flatly, We ain't what you'd call tender. The rider grinned. Take the fork to the left about 5 miles ahead. That'll take you right through the KT spread and across a ford into Barranco. I better be getting on to Marfa. He spurred past them and went around the bend in a cloud of dust. Ezra cleared his throat. That's plumb tough luck, him getting killed like that. You'll never know now that he had nothing to run from. Pat shook his head and muttered, I don't see how that adds up to anything." "What do you mean? What doesn't add up to what?" Pat didn't reply. The pattern had been unaccountably smashed. Dusty's death didn't fit into any plan that he could see, and the pieces all seemed to fit in so neatly a few hours ago as he reviewed them. He sighed and said, "I reckon we might as well ride on." He said the left fork, about 5 miles down the road. He swung into the saddle, and they started out. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. It was well past noon when the two riders approached the edge of the rim rocks breaking down into the river valley. It was hot, and they were dusty and tired and hungry. They had been riding for many hours through an uninspiring and forbidding landscape with scant vegetation and few water holes. The scattered cattle grazing along the way were gaunt and sad-eyed creatures. They had turned off the main road back at the forks indicated by the XL rider and thus had bypassed both the wreck stage and the village of Hermosa. Pat Stevens pulled his horse up sharply when they reached the point where the road dipped over the rim rock. He woke the dozing Ezra with a loud whistle of surprise and pleasure. Ezra's horse stopped automatically, and the big man lifted his head and blinked his one good eye downward at the wide valley of the KT ranch and shook his head disbelievingly at the spectacle of lush greenness stretching out in front and below them. "It can't be," he muttered angrily. "I'm dreaming, and we're back in Colorado. There ain't nothing like I'm seeing in the Big Bend of Texas." Pat grinned and said, "I don't blame you none for thinking you're dreaming, but you ain't, Ezra. That there's real. There's water and green grass down yonder. Look at our horses. They smell it all the way up here." "It's worth riding a long ways to look at that. What are we waiting up here for?" Pat began to roll a cigarette. "I just wanted to sit here and look at it. Kind of makes me feel good all over. And it don't look like it's even been grazed good. It's a downright shame to let grass like that go to waste." Pat nodded, licked a cigarette. "Sure is. I reckon that's the KT. Might be. Can't see the brands from up here, though. And the other side of the valley's the river, most likely. It's no wonder a gal running a ranch like this has trouble with rustling." A couple of riders appeared along the edge of the rim rock, coming down toward them at a trot. Pat's eyes narrowed as he turned to watch them. One of the riders appeared to be a girl. The other rider was tall and rangy. He held his horse close to the girl's and leaned towards her as they rode forward. "Let's ride down into the valley," Ezra muttered. "Looks like there might be a ranch at them trees in the middle. My belly sure could use some lining right now." He scowled at the approaching riders. "Can't you see that one of them's a gal? She'll want to stop and talk." Pat nodded slowly. "Yeah, she's a girl, all right." They were too far away from him yet to see Katie's face, but he knew it was she. It had to be. That graceful figure just naturally went with the picture Ben Thurston had shown him back at the Lazy Mare in the Powder Valley. The other rider drew a little away from the girl as they came closer. Sunlight glinted from the silver ornaments on his buckskin jacket and was reflecting from the ivory butt of his 6-gun carried in a holster turned forward on his left side. Lon Boxley frowned blackly at the two Powder Valley men as he reined up in front of them and demanded in an arrogant voice, "What you two waddies riding?" Pat didn't look at Boxley. He was studying Katie's face, fascinated to discover that she was prettier than he remembered Sally to ever have been. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. She looked back at him gravely, without seeming to resent his close inspection, and even smiled a little when he grew embarrassed and began to blush as he realized he was acting like a moonstruck fool. It was Ezra who answered Boxley. "Where we ride is our own business, mister." "I ain't so sure about that," Boxley said. Katy turned her eyes from Pat's and pleaded with her companion.
"Don't go stirring up trouble, Lon. Not any more today."
He insisted. "We can't afford to take any chances, not with all the rustling lately. These hombres look like they wouldn't hesitate to run off a few head of stock if they got the chance." His jaw was swollen and purple. Dusty said, "I reckon you're honing to show off your fancy draw." His hands were clasped loosely atop his saddle horns. His words were drawn, but they rang out coldly. Boxley looked him up and down, taking in Pat's careless posture and the crossed gun belts with low-tied holsters. Before he could reply, Kate put in sharply,
"You men quit acting like a couple strange dogs, growling at each other, showing your teeth. We don't care if you're heading for Brackor nor why. That's my ranch down below, but you're welcome to ride right across it to the ford."
Pat lifted his hat and said, "Then I reckon you be Miss Katy Rollins?"
"Why, yes." She looked at him questioningly. "Do I know you?"
"What's it to you who she is?" Boxley snapped. Pat paid no attention to him, but Ezra wheeled his horse around to put him close to the XL rancher. He had his gun half drawn, and he warned Boxley hoarsely, "One more crack out of you will be your last."
"Don't!"
Katy cried desperately. She spurred her horse between the two men and said,
"You better ride back, Lon."
"And leave you here alone with these two gunmen?"
"I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself."
Her voice stamped its foot. As though there had been no interruption, Pat said, "No, ma'am, you don't know me. I'm Pat Stevens from Colorado on a buying trip for heifers. They say you have some mighty fine stuff on the KT."
"I have."
Her eyes shone happily.
"If you're interested in breeding stock."
And then she hesitated, biting her underlip and glanced aside at Lon.
"But I guess I haven't anything to sell," she ended lamely.
"Not a head," he agreed. "But I got some heifers if you're looking for buying some," he added to Pat. "Why not come over to my ranch and talk it over?" Pat was watching Katy. He saw her wince. She said to Lon in a low voice,
"I thought you planned to move your stock down on the KT."
"I know what I'm doing," he said, and to Pat, "Well, how about it?" No, thank you." Pat shook his head. "If I can't make a deal for KT stuff, I guess I won't bother."
"Why don't you ride on across to Bronco?"
Katy put in bitterly.
"Half my stock is on the other side of the river anyway. You might get more of a bargain if you do that."
Pat regarded her steadily for a moment. "Maybe that's a good idea, ma'am." He reined his horse about and curtly said to Ezra, "Let's go." They rode on down over the edge of the rim rock, with their lead horse following him behind. There was a wooden gate at the foot of the cliff, barring the cattle from going up the road and out to the valley. Pat swung off to open it, and as Ezra was riding through, he heard a horse coming down from above at a reckless speed. It was Katy. He held the gate open for her to ride through. She pulled up and said,
"Thank you."
Her eyes were blazing with anger, and a red spot burned high up on each cheek, but her voice was steady. Pat closed the gate and swung upon his horse. Katie waited to ride between them, saying,
"If you'd like to stop at the ranch, I'll see if my cook can scare up something to eat."
"That'll be right welcome," Pat said, and Ezra echoed his feeling. "We ain't et since last night in Marfa."
"I'll have to apologize for Mr. Boxley,"
Katie said, as though she had to force the words out.
"He's gotten into the habit of looking at all strangers with suspicion."
"I reckon that's natural in the Big Bend. Is he a neighbor of yours?"
"Yes, his ranch joins the KT. He's not always that way, but I guess you noticed his jaw."
Pat nodded gravely. "Kinda looks like he run into something."
"A man's fist," she told him with humor. "In Hermosa this morning, another stranger. That's why he's so much on the prod about strangers."
"He acts like a tough hombre."
"He is. That's why he feels so badly about this morning. He not only got knocked on his back in front of me, but if I hadn't stopped it, the man would have killed him."
Pat said cheerfully, "He was just trying to work off his peevy on us. That's all right, ma'am. We can handle his kind."
"Did you say you're from Colorado?"
she asked after they had ridden on a little ways in silence. "That's right."
"I wonder if you happen to know a town named Dutch Springs," she said impulsively. "It's in the southern part of the state, I think, in a place called Powder Valley."
"Let's see," Pat said, and looked coldly across at Ezra, who was making a strangling noise. "Powder Valley," he mused. "Ain't so far from where we're from. You know, Ezra," he looked over at the scar-faced man with a wink, "you've been there, ain't you?" Ezra nodded in bewilderment, not in the least understanding why Pat was acting so funny. "Sure," he grunted, "not more'n—" "Why do you ask?" Pat interrupted him.
"I was wondering if you might know a man there. His name is Ben Thurston. I was expecting him on the stage this morning," she went on in a low voice. "The stage from Marfa that got holed up and the passenger killed."
"Why, sure," Ezra began excitedly, but Pat cut him off again. "We know old Tom Thurston," he told her. "Seems like he did have a boy."
"That's the one. Tom Thurston was his father. My father's old friend. I wrote him a letter a month ago asking him to come and help me on the KT, and he wrote back saying he'd be on this morning's stagecoach. And then it got held up and wrecked, and he was killed."
"Why, no," Ezra put in strongly. "I don't reckon he did, ma'am. Not less there was more than 2 passengers on that coach." She turned to look at him strangely.
"There was only one passenger, and he was killed. Lon Boxley told me about it. He knew I was expecting Ben."
Her voice trailed off hopelessly. "Must be some mistake," Ezra boomed before Pat could stop him. "Must be Ben wasn't on the stage, 'cause we know a friend of ours that was on that stage and got on it in Marfa, don't we, Pat?" Pat nodded cautiously. "We know we got on the stage at Marfa. If there was only one fella killed, it must have been him."
"Oh, I'm so glad."
Katie Rollins' face was radiant with newborn hope.
"Perhaps he missed a connection and will be in tomorrow. You see, I gave up all hope when I heard about the accident," she went on. "Oh, if only I'd kept that other man here. The 2 of them might have been able to do something, but I sent him away."
"What other fella's that?" Pat asked patiently.
"The one who knocked Lon Boxley down in Hermosa this morning. He heard me say I needed some hands, and he offered to hire out to me. It was mostly my fault, the fight, I mean," she added honestly. "He looked so funny in his striped shirt and city suit that I made the mistake of saying that I needed a man on the KT. And that's when he knocked Lon down to prove that his funny clothes didn't mean anything."
"Wait a minute," Pat pleaded. "I don't get the rights of this."
You think I'm crazy to tell it all to you, but I happen to think that you might see him if you ride over to Branco. That's where he went, I'm pretty sure. I left him at the ranch when I rode away with Lon," she went on, to Pat's increasing bewilderment. "I knew there'd be trouble if Lon found him there, so I rode away with Lon and left him. And if you see him in Branco, you might tell him I wish he'd come back now, because I've got another man coming, and the two of them can work together to stop the rustling. You understand, don't you?"
Her dark eyes pleaded with him. "Not quite," Pat admitted uncomfortably. "No, ma'am, not altogether. This fella in the striped shirt and city clothes. What do he look like, and where did he come from?"
"He was young and handsome."
Katie blushed prettily.
"Sort of tall, and he had eyes that looked right through you."
Pat set his teeth together firmly. He was recalling Ben Thurston's striped shirt and city suit, but he couldn't imagine any girl calling Ben handsome. Still in all, you never could tell about girls. Some of the ugliest men you'd ever known were married. But how had Ben gotten Hermosa? "Where'd you say he was from?"
"I don't know. He didn't tell me. He didn't tell me much about himself. He walked into Hermosa, claiming his horse got snake bitten down the road a piece, and he claimed he had traded clothes with a man just for the fun of it."
Pat was further bewildered now. None of it made sense at all. There couldn't be two men dressed in the same way wandering around the Big Ben at the same time, but if it was Ben arriving on foot in some implicate manner, why hadn't he told the girl who he was? She was expecting him. It didn't sound like Ben Thurston to keep his name from her. Still, it didn't sound like the Ben Thurston he knew in Powder Valley either, to be knocking Lon Boxley down. He began to wonder if he had sadly underrated the young man. Maybe there was more to Tom Thurston's blood in the boy than he had given thought to. He could see Ezra's one eye glaring at him from beyond the girl who rode between them, and he knew that Ezra had finally added two and two together and made four out of her. That Ezra now realized he must have known about Ben Thurston's coming before he ever left Powder Valley. He was going to have some explaining to do when they got off to themselves. They were nearing the shaded ranch house under the spread of trees, and Katie told them,
"You must stop and eat before you ride on to Branco, and I'll find out for sure if Dusty had ridden on."
"Dusty?" Both men choked out the single word in unison.
Katie looked at them in surprise. "That's what he said his name was, the rider I was telling you about."
Pat looked across at Ezra helplessly. "And you're saying he was wearing a striped shirt and city suit, ma'am?"
"That's right. What's the matter with you?"
"I don't know. I reckon maybe it's this here Texas sun. We ain't used to it. You feeling funny too, Ezra?" "I feel like I ate some loco weed," he went on tersely. "Well, that must be it, ma'am. I reckon we won't stop to eat. We'll just push on to the river."
"Nonsense, not in this hot sun if it affects you that way. You must stop and rest. You can go on to Branco in the cool evening. You've got to remember, neither of you are young men anymore. I'm afraid the change of altitude is bad for you."
"Yes, ma'am," Pat agreed hollowly. "I reckon maybe it is." He didn't protest further. They stopped for KT to dismount at the house and then took all 5 horses to the barn and to turn them over to Miguel. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. As he rode towards the Rio Grande from the Katy Ranch, Dusty Morgan was definitely positive that he was through with all women forever. He kept swallowing down a taste of bitterness in his throat. First Rosa and now Katy. Well, he was sure learning about women fast. He'd never be fooled again. riding off with that Lon Boxley like that, leaving word for him to get the hell off her ranch and go over to Bronco. All right, he'd go to Bronco if that was the way she wanted it. That's where he belonged anyway, along with the rest of the outlaws and fugitives. He'd been a fool to think that he could change things just by changing clothes with the dead man. He wondered now why he hadn't also taken over the dead man's identity. Why hadn't he told Katie that he was Ben Thurston? That was what he had planned to do when he put on Ben's clothes inside the wreck stage. But something had come over and kept him from it. He wasn't sure just what. After meeting Katie, he hadn't been able to go through with his original plan. Deep down in his heart, he knew it was because he wanted her to like him for himself, to accept him as Dusty Morgan. It would have been easy to gain her confidence by introducing himself as Ben Thurston, the man who she had sort of set to plan on marrying. He felt hot and funny, riding along away from the ranch, thinking how she might be throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him right there in the buckboard if he told her that lie he had planned to tell. It would have been best to do it. He could see that now. She had been prepared to trust and love a Ben Thurston whom she'd never seen. Well, he had held all the winning cards in his hand and he hadn't called. Right at the last minute, he lost his nerve and threw the winning hand away. He was a fool, all right. He didn't deserve any luck with women. They liked a man who pushed his luck to the limit, like Lon Boxley. Dusty wondered if Katie would marry Lon. He thought maybe she would. It was the only way she could see to save her ranch. If she didn't intend to marry him, why had she ridden off with him like that? There was only one other possible answer, and Dusty discarded it. She had been fooling him there in the dining room, pretending she was worried about him and making him stay behind while she went out to give Lon Boxley her sweet talk and then ride off with him. It was enough to make a man sick to his stomach. And he noticed he didn't feel very good in his own stomach. Looking back over what had happened, he could see that he'd been a planned damn fool all along. He was near the river now, the border between the United States and Mexico. When a man crossed that river, he left a lot of things behind him. Few men came back. It was too easy to stay on the other side, beyond the reach of the law. Well, that wouldn't be so bad neither. A man would know where he stood. There'd be other men like him over there. The grassy plains sloped down gently to the willow-lined stream. A barbed wire fence followed the line of willows, and a wire gate blocked the road that Dusty was following. He edged his range-wise horse around sideways to the gate, leaned from the saddle, and lifted the wire loop from the post. He dragged the gate open a few feet. The horse stepped through and stopped on the other side and turned to let Dusty close it from the saddle. The road led down a sandy beach to 100 feet of rippling water. There were more willows on the other side of the ford and a steeper bank leading up from the water's edge. It was very quiet and very hot here between the rows of willows. Dusty let the horse wade out and stopped in knee-deep water, loosening the reins to let him lower his head and drink from the shallow stream. He had a funny feeling inside him, sure enough now. Right on ahead of him was the other bank. It didn't look any different from the side that he'd just quit. But it was different. It was Mexico, the land of the manana, south of the border where there's no law. With a start, Dusty realized he had uttered the words aloud. In the past they had only been a phrase to him, and now they had become a stark reality. He was leaving a lot of things behind him, all because of Rosa. He was young enough to feel sorry for himself. His Katie mount snorted and lifted his head, and plodded across the shallow ford. He shook the water from himself as he drew up on dry land. Dusty turned and looked back over his shoulder. He felt like saying goodbye or something along those lines, but the words, they got stuck in his throat. The horse climbed up the bank, and the road turned to the right. The double lines of willows were behind him now, blocking the sight of the American soil. There were poorly tended farms between the river and the foothills, rows of cotton and scraggly fields of corn, some of them being cultivated by barefoot peonians wearing huge straw sombreros. They stopped work, leaned on their hoes, and watched their gringo ride by. None of them spoke to him. After he had passed, they spoke among themselves and then resumed their hoeing. A little town of sun-baked adobe huts lay against the bank of the river a mile ahead. Dogs woke up and trotted out to yap at the heels of his horse as he trotted past. The Mexican town of Bronco didn't look very glamorous in the hot afternoon sun. It was dozing through the siesta hour like all the other Mexican villages. Dusty hardly knew what he had expected, but he was vaguely disappointed as he pulled up in front of the cantina that had 4 saddle horses dozing at the hitch rack. 2 Mexicans squatted in the shade in front of the building. They glanced at him as he rode up, and then politely turned their attention away from him. He swung down from the saddle and strode past them through the door into the saloon. It was dim inside, and very cool after the blistering border heat outside. The air was heavy, with the sweetish smell of mescal and stool. An unshirted bartender eyed him moodily from behind the bar. He had heavy forearms and the complexion of a half-breed. 4 men were sprawled out in chairs at the back of the saloon. 3 of them were Americans, and the other was a native. All were unshaven and had the appearance of being long unwashed. They all turned their heads to look at Dusty, and nobody said anything. Dusty pushed against the bar and said, "Tequila." He had never tasted Mexican liquor, but had heard that tequila was the best of the native drinks distilled from the cactus. The bartender placed a glass and a bottle in front of him and said, "Dos real," in a bored voice. Dusty put an American quarter on the bar. He poured white liquor into the glass and lifted it to his mouth, and held his breath as the fumes went up his nostrils and tried to lift the top of his head off. He swallowed the draught and choked on a cough as the potent fluid burned its way down his gullet. Tears formed in his eyes, and he tried to blink them away. One of the men got up from the rear table and came towards him. He was a short man with red-rimmed eyes and an aggravating smile. He stopped beside Dusty and asked, "Just ride into town?" Dusty nodded, afraid to trust his vocal cords, still burning from his introduction to tequila. "How far you leave the law behind you?" Dusty looked at him coolly. He was sort of surprised to find his voice worked all right. "What makes you think I'm riding ahead of the law?" The man snickered. "Why else you be here in Bronco? You don't need to be afraid till come right out and say it. We're all in the same boat. In fact, you won't be made welcome hereabout if you're not riding the Hell Trail. We don't trust nobody that ain't got a reward poster out for 'em." Dusty shrugged and replied coldly, "I left a dead sheriff behind me in Marfa. Is that good enough for you?" "You don't say. Sheriff Davis?" The red-rimmed eyes gleamed hopefully into his. "Well, I reckon. I think that's what they called him." "Well, I'll be damned, that's a good one. That sure is." The man turned to his compadres at the rear and called out, "Hey, fellers, come on up and have a drink with a real hombre. Just rode in from killing old Sheriff Davis in Marfa."
The others pushed back their chairs and came forward hastily. The first man introduced him to Dusty with a wave of his hand. Thad Thomas was a hulking man with piggish eyes and an undershot jaw. Two Finger Ike was a slender, evil man with slick black hair and yellow teeth. The thumb and the last two fingers of his left hand were missing. Pedro Carves was the Mexican member of the group. He was as young as Dusty, with a slack mouth and hot black eyes that regarded the whole world suspiciously.
"And I'm Jake Drubber," the first man told Dusty. "I reckon maybe you heard of me, or maybe seen my picture up in the post offices."
Dusty couldn't remember the name, nor the man's face, but he nodded and said, "Lots of times. Just call me Dusty." The bartender was setting glasses out in front of all the men. He reached for the bottle and looked inquiringly at the newcomer. "Fill 'em up," Dusty nodded. He tossed a gold piece on the bar. "Keep filling 'em up till they're gone."
"So you got old Potbelly Davis?"
Jake Drubber shook with silent laughter.
"Well, that's good, that is. He's been strutting around Marfa long enough. How's that half Mexican filly of his take it? Named Rosa, ain't it?"
"Yeah, I don't know how she took it. I didn't wait around town to see."
"I bet you didn't."
Jake slapped him on the back and downed his drink. He shoved his glass forward, explaining slyly to Dusty.
"It's sort of been dry around here last 2 or 3 days. Fact is, we runned out of money. But you needn't worry none. Thad and me's getting paid off tonight for a little job we did. We'll be buying tomorrow. Huh, Thad?"
"You betcha." Thad refilled his glass and passed the bottle to the others. He leaned past Jake and asked,
"Staying here long, or you figuring on riding on?"
"I'll be staying for a time, I reckon." Dusty was sipping on a second drink. He thought he might get used to the stuff if he took it that way, but each sip was as bad as the first swaller. "Much going on around Bronco?"
"Yes, sir. Plenty. There's a right smart doing for a feller that knows the ropes."
"Such as what?" Jake winked at him.
"Just hang around and you'll find out. How'd you and Sheriff Davis come to tangles?"
"That's my business," Dusty replied.
"No need to get tough about it,"
Jake growled. He poured himself another drink. "Still my business." Dusty set his empty glass down. He felt funny. He reckoned it was the effect of 2 glasses of tequila on top of all the food he'd eaten at the KT Ranch. He was sleepy and felt a hammering of disgust inside him. Were these the sort of associates he was going to have to encounter all along the Renegade Trail? He looked forward to a different kind of companionship. Gunmen and killers, of course, but not this craven brand who boasted of all their crimes and caged drinks from every newcomer. He turned away from the bar and went back to a rear table. He slumped into a chair and rested his hot forehead in his hands. Behind him, he could hear the quartet quarreling over the division of the free drinks purchased with his money. He wished he was back in Marfa. Or rather, he'd wished he'd never seen Marfa. He wondered if his ruse of changing clothes with the dead Colorado youth had really been successful, or whether anyone suspected the truth. If the body was accepted as his, there wasn't any real reason for him to stay in Mexico. It wouldn't be safe to go back to Marfa, of course, but there wouldn't be any danger otherwise. He'd wait for Pat and the one-eyed man to come here with his horses.
they'd know about the success of his ruse, whether it worked out or not. He sleepily wondered about the two men. He couldn't figure them out. They didn't act like fugitives. He reckoned they had saved his life there in the hotel. Saved his life twice, maybe. First, by jumping the sheriff in the saloon and disarming him. He kept putting reoccurring thoughts of Katie away from him, and pretty soon his head fell forward on the table and he went to sleep. He dreamed about Katie. Didn't want to, but he did. He dreamed that she was standing very close to him as she stood at the window watching Lon Boxley ride up, and that she was in terrible danger and that he refused to help her. He woke up after a time and heard loud voices in the front of the saloon. He did not move from his sleeping position. They might come back and talk to him if they saw he was awake. There was a new voice among them. A high-pitched, whiny voice. It sounded as though the newcomer was telling them something which they didn't wish to believe.
"But I'm telling you," the voice persisted. "I was in Hermosa when another stage from Marfa brought him in. And the stage driver says he was the one that killed Sheriff Davis, all right. No doubt about that."
Dusty's muscles tightened, but he continued to fake sleep. He heard Jake demand,
"Who's that, then?"
and they knew they were talking about him.
"I don't know, except he's the one that pulled down on Lon Boxley in Hermosa this morning. Pretty bad medicine with his gun, you can bet, but if you don't believe me, look at that KT horse he's a-riding. Sure, I reckon you and Thad messed things up pretty bad."
"By God," Thad muttered hoarsely, "if that's him."
"Oh, he's sleeping," Jake put in. "Wouldn't hurt none to put a bullet where it'd do the most good and find out for sure afterwards."
Dusty shook his head and sat up suddenly. He snorted loudly as though just roused from sleep. He turned his chair to face the front of the saloon and said, "Reckon I dropped off to sleep." Two-Finger Ike nervously laughed, and Jake said,
"Yeah, you sure did."
He glanced at the others significantly and went on,
"We've been noticing your horse outside. Brand looks mighty familiar."
"It ought to. You've been rustling enough Katie stuff, so you ought to recognize it."
"How come you're forking a KT horse?"
Dusty shrugged. "Well, I needed something to ride." He let it lay like that. Let them make something out of it if they wanted to.
"This here feller,"
said Jake, pointing a thumb at the newcomer, a shabby little fella with a red face,
"says how he seen ye in Hermosa this morning."
"Well, maybe he did."
"Says you was on foot and jumped a feller named Lon Boxley."
"So?" drawled Dusty. The other four men were spreading out behind Jake Drubber. The shirtless bartender leaned on his elbows and watched the scene without interest.
"He also says you ain't the feller that killed Sheriff Davis in Marfa. That feller that got killed in a stagecoach wreck this morning."
Dusty smiled bleakly. All four of the men openly had their hands on their guns now. He might get one of them, two if he was lucky. That was the best he could hope for. "It was a good story while it lasted," he said.
"Oh, you're admitting it's a lie, eh?"
"Why not? I heard about that killing, and I thought it'd be me to get in here by that time."
"What do you want here?"
Jake's voice was savage with anger. "I'm looking for the man that's rodding all the rustling off of KT. I reckon I can make a little deal with him," Dusty said calmly. The mouths of the men sagged open. They glanced at each other quickly, but did not relax their gun-in-hand vigilance.
"What kind of deal?"
Jake demanded. "That's for me to make with him. But You might think this over. I reckon you know that the Rollins gal was expecting a friend from Colorado, don't you?" "Yeah, we know about him." Dusty smiled faintly. "If he was to come here and make a deal, you reckon he'd have something to offer?" "By golly, are you him?" Dusty lifted his shoulders in another shrug. "Figure it out for yourself." He turned his chair around with his back to them and began to roll a cigarette. He waited for a bullet to crash into the back of his head. He wondered how his fingers could remain so steady. He could hear the 5 men whispering together. He had bluffed them all right. They didn't know whether to believe him or not. He didn't know how long they'd stay bluffed. He had run into the middle of something, all right. His wild guess that these men were in the middle of the wrestling ring had been a bullseye. He had sensed rather than heard quiet movement behind him. He didn't turn his head. There wasn't any use inviting a bullet, for all at once he had found out he'd wanted to live. He didn't feel the beer bottle hit him on the top of the head. He didn't know it hit him. He simply did not know anything all at once. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. It was sundown by the time Pat Stevens and Ezra were able to get away from the Katie ranch without hurting the feelings of Katie Rollins. She seemed pathetically anxious to have them stay, finding them sympathetic listeners when she told them of the manifold troubles that had come to the ranch after her father's death. She insisted that Juana should start a fire in the kitchen range and cook a huge meal for them, and she kept finding reasons for them to delay their departure while she talked eagerly about the chances of Ben Thurston still being alive and about them finding in Brocco and bringing back the man who called himself Dusty to her that morning. Pat finally explained that they best be riding in that direction if they wanted to find the young rider, and Katie reluctantly agreed they'd better get going. At the barn, Pat told Miguel to saddle their own 2 horses and asked him to take care of Dusty's 2 mounts until they returned, explaining to Ezra, "Our horses are fresher after not being ridden all night, and I've got a hunch Dusty would like to find his here." "You reckon then that Dusty's still alive?" Ezra demanded as they rode away from the barn. It was the first chance they had to discuss the situation without being overheard since meeting Katie. "I'm sure he is. That had to be Dusty. The fellow that jumped Lon Boxley and Hermosa this morning and rode back here with that Rollins girl." "Well, it sounds like him all right," Ezra admitted. "But you heard her description of the clothes he was wearing, Pat. And how come he hit Hermosa on foot dressed that way? And who's that feller laying dead in the stagecoach? We know Dusty was riding on that stage." "We know he started out from Marfa on it," Pat admitted. "But you heard her say that Dusty told her he had traded clothes with another fella down the line. Here's the way I figure it. Dusty didn't know whether he was being followed from Marfa by a posse or not. I reckon there was another passenger on the stage when he got on. A fellow about his age and size, dressed in dudish clothes." "Ben Thurston?" Ezra surmised excitedly. "Yeah, Ben Thurston. He was due in from Colorado on that stage. So I reckon Dusty figured it'd be smart to sort of disguise himself, and he must have got Ben to trade clothes with him in some way. Then I reckon he got off the stage along the way and got himself a horse and rode towards Hermosa, figuring no harm was done. But the stage was held up and Ben Thurston killed, dressed in Dusty's clothes." "Yeah, that adds up all right." Then Ezra looked at Pat accusingly. "You knew all about Ben coming here from the first. That's why you was in such a hurry to get here, and you never told me nothing about it." Pat grinned at him. Well, sort of ashamed to tell you the whole truth. It sounded kind of silly. Like we was just kids again with nothing else to do but ride a few 100 miles for the fun of it. And I didn't know how anything would work out either. For all I knew, the gal might not be in any real trouble, and then you'd just laughed at me, and I do want to buy some heifers. Well, how'd you know about Ben and that Rollins growl? Pat told him about Ben giving him the letter to Katie Rollins at the Lazy Mare Ranch, and he showed Sally and me a picture of Katie, he told Ezra. It sort of got a hold of us. It was Sally who pushed me into it, and now you know about as much about everything as I do. He turned in the saddle to look back at the KT ranch house. In the soft haze of twilight, it was barely discernible behind them. Pat said, I reckon no one can see us if we turn off now. Where to? To the XL ranch. I got a hankering to see this Lon Boxley. What for? Ezra grunted suspiciously. Just looking at him gives me a yearning to start shooting, and I couldn't be responsible. You heard what he said about buying heifers. Said he had some for sale. Pat swung to the right across the road at the Ford Creek. I reckon we can cut across this way and hit the XL ranch. You don't want none of that hungry, gaunt stuff we saw on the road. They'd never stand up for a drive back to the Powder Valley. I want to find out what he meant. Sounded kind of like he had an ace up his sleeve, or perhaps a pair of them. Where do you figure he fits into everything, Pat? I don't really know. I got a hunch he's kind of sweet on Katie Rollins, or is making her to think he's sweet on her. You don't reckon she'd fall for a man like that, do you? No man ever really knows what a girl will do. She's crazy enough about the KT ranch to do almost anything to keep going. Well, don't know as I blame her. Ezra sighed enviously as he took in the serenity beauty of the river bottom ranch, through which they'd been riding. This here makes all the rest of the Big Bend look like a bad dream. Pat nodded and said, That's what's got me guessing certain things. There's another road cutting down across it, leading to another one of the 3 fords, I reckon. If we turn the other way on it, I'm betting we'll ride right into the XL layout. They turned to their right on a road leading directly across the KT away from the river. As it grew darker, they crossed the road from Hermosa to the ranch and rode on towards the rim rocks looming darkly ahead of them. At the foot of the limestone cliffs, they found another wooden gate barring the road that had been cut upward along the side of the cliff. When their horses came out on top a few minutes later, it was quite dark, and Pat indicated a light some miles ahead of them. That'll be the XL headquarters, from what Katie told us this afternoon. Let's get going. They spurred their horses into an easy lope. The light grew brighter as they neared it, and as solid darkness came on. After a time, it resolved itself into a lit window of a frame building set in the middle of a melisinated collection of rickety sheds and corrals. A man hailed them from one of the corrals as they rode up. Who is it? Pat pulled up and called out, We're looking for Lon Boxley. All right, but who are you? The voice growled back. A man came towards him in the direction, and Pat saw he was carrying a rifle across the crook of his arm. Name's Pat Stevens, he said. Cow buyer from Colorado. Boxley told me to come up this afternoon. Why didn't you say so? The man grumbled. He gestured towards the lit window with the muzzle of his rifle. Boss is in there. They trotted up into the yard and dismounted. Pat led the way to a door a few feet from the lit window and knocked loudly. He heard heavy steps inside, and then the door opened a crack, and Boxley's voice asked,
Who is it?
Men from Colorado that's wanting to be buying heifers. Boxley opened the door up wide and said, "Come on in then." He stepped away from the door, and Pat and Ezra entered a small square room that showed the dirt and disorder of bachelor usage. The bare pine floor was grimy, and there was greasy supper dishes on the table in the center of the room. Pat said to Boxley, "You're mighty cautious about letting visitors into the ranch. I thought we was going to be getting asked for a password."
"Well, man can't be too careful here in the Big Bend."
Boxley was in his shirt sleeves and his breath smelled of whiskey. He nodded ungraciously towards a couple of broken-back chairs.
"Sit down and rest your feet. I thought you were riding across the river to see about buying your stuff over there."
"We've changed our mind. Wanted to hear your proposition first." He and Ezra sat down. Boxley remained standing. He frowned and asked,
"How do I know you're really cattle buyers from Colorado?"
"You could pretty easily check up on us," Pat told him shortly.
"Well, it ain't exactly unlegal, my proposition ain't. You just looking for heifers, huh?"
"Mostly heifers. Would buy almost anything, though, I reckon, if we were given a good enough bargain. Wouldn't we, Ezra?"
"Sure, if it was cheap enough."
Boxley nodded with satisfaction.
"Well, you've come to the right place for a bargain."
He went to the end of the room and rummaged under a pair of clothes and pulled out a gallon of half full of tequila. He set it on the table and said,
"I'll go get some cups,"
and disappeared around the side door into the kitchen. Ezra looked at Pat and made an appreciative smacking sound with his lips. Pat grinned wryly and started to roll a cigarette. Boxley came back with 3 tin cups. He poured each of the cups half full and offered one to each of his guests, saying,
"Talking business is pretty dry work without a snifter to wash her down with. There's salt here on the table if you want some."
Pat and Ezra shook their heads. Pat took a cautious sip, and Ezra took a gulp. He sputtered and blinked back a few tears and muttered, "That's real good." Boxley picked up a salt shaker from the table and carefully shook a little salt onto his tongue, and then he drank the half cup of fiery Mexican liquor. Holding his breath, he put more salt on his tongue and swallowed, and then exhaled loudly.
"Ain't so bad if you salt her down," he explained, then went on abruptly. "I got myself in a damn fool jam by trying to be smart. Got a lot of stuff on the other side of the border I gotta get rid of for cash."
"How much stuff?"
"About 300 or 400 head all told. Maybe half of them are heifers."
"What kind of a jam?"
"Like I say, it ain't exactly unlegal, 'cept that the Mexican government is trying to make me trouble."
Boxley sat on a corner of the table frowning at him.
"You know anything about Mexican law?"
"Not a damn thing."
"Well, I'm just learning. Here's the way it stands. No American citizen is allowed to own any land or stock in Mexico."
"I've heard that."
"Things got a mite bad down there on my range last year, and you rode over most of it today, and you can see we're had a bad drought for years."
Pat nodded again. He took another sip of tequila. His expression was receptive.
"There was some mighty good grass right on the other side of the border that was going to waste. I saw a chance to save some of my stuff. I fixed it with the Mexican who owned that ranch over there to take my stock and graze 'em. He didn't have any money to buy them, and I didn't want to sell anyway, so we fixed a deal to get around the government law, the one about no Americans owning Mexican stock."
He paused to look inquiringly at his guests.
"Ready for another drink?"
Pat shook his head, but Ezra got to his feet and ambled towards the jug.
"I believe I'll try it with a shot of salt this time."
Boxley replied, Help yourself." He went on to Pat. "We worked out a brand for him to register in his name for Mexico. A brand that mine could be easily turned into easy. You take an XL," he explained, getting a stubby pencil and a piece of paper on the table, "like this," and he drew a big XL on the paper. "That there's my brand. You draw a straight line down through the X. That makes a 6-pointed star of it. And then run the bottom part of the L over to the left and draw a line under the top, same as the bottom, and connect the two ends to those tops and bottom lines with straight lines. That gives you a figure of one in a box. Draw a straight line across the middle of that one and you got a cross in a box, see?" He showed his diagram on paper to Pat and held it so Ezra could Google it over his tin cup. "That there makes a star boxed cross brand," he explained. "That's the way we registered it in Mexico, and I cut out about half of my stuff and slipped 'em across the river at night. We changed the brands, and there they were in his pasture, getting fat opposed to starving on my side, and left me enough grass to keep the other half of my stock alive." "It sounds reasonable enough. What's come up now?" "Them damn Mexicans," Boxley grated. "They smell a rat about 'em owning a herd like that all of a sudden, and we planned to just drive 'em back at night when my grass got good again, but we can't do that now. The Raleys are watching that herd night and day." "Doesn't look like your grass is any good yet anyhow," Pat objected. Boxley smiled thinly. "You rode down over the Katy spread, ain't you?" "Yeah, we ate supper at the ranch." "Well, there's plenty of good grass there going to waste." "There sure is." "That's where I figure on putting my star box cross herd. You see, I'm taking over the KT outfit."
"Is that so?" And Ezra set down the jug with a loud thump and growled at the rancher.
"Yeah, the Rollins girl needs a man to take over for her."
Pat slowly began rolling another cigarette. "But you can't drive the stuff back like you planned because the Mexican Raleys are guarding it?"
"Well, they're not exactly guarding it, but they're keeping a pretty good watch. There'll be hell to pay if they ever found out the deal I pulled. So now, I gotta sell the stuff for cash. The money'll be paid over to my Mexican friend to make it look all proper, and he'll pass it on to me. That way, nothing could ever be proved."
"You'll have to take a short price selling them that way."
"Oh, I know I will. That's the bargain I'm talking about. You see, I can't afford to have any trouble here on the border with the Raleighs, and now I'm taking over the KT. I'll be needing their help to stop the smuggling that's been going on."
Pat nodded abruptly. "Well, sounds like a good deal to me. How about you, Ezra?" The one-eyed man hiccuped loudly. He turned his head back and opened his mouth wide and shook a shower of salt into his mouth. Tears came into his eyes as he swallowed and gulped. "Sure," he managed to say. "Sure, sounds good enough to me." "When can we see the stuff?" Pat asked Boxley.
"Sooner the better. Why not tonight? I gotta ride over to Baracco anyway to see a man about something else. We can head over right away."
"Well, it suits me. But if the stuff ain't fat, I don't want any part of it. It's a hard trip trail herding up to Colorado from here."
"They're in mighty good shape," Boxley assured him. "They'll stand the trip good. Been fattening up on Mexican grass for almost a year now. I'll get my jacket."
He hurried from the room. Ezra rounded the table and approached Pat cautiously. "He's a slick one," he warned in a deep rumble.
You watch your step, Pat, else you'll get burned. Pat Stevens laughed recklessly. I'm not swallowing his story whole hog, he assured Ezra. I don't know what the deal is, but I figure he ain't telling all the truth. We'll trail along with him and keep our eyes open and our mouths shut. He added harshly as Ezra turned back to the tequila jug. This night's work is going to be needing a clear head. Ezra turned with an injured expression. That's what I was calculating, and that's why I thought I'd better take another little drink with a shot of salt. Don't seem like it could make a man drunk that way. Boxley came back into the room wearing his silver-decorated buckskin jacket at that moment, and Ezra regrettably passed up another drink. Boxley blew out the lamp, and they went outdoors together. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15. When they reached the barbed wire fence along the river, Pat pushed his horse ahead of the others to the gate and swung off and opened them for them to ride through. He led his horse through last and pretended to have a little trouble getting the gate shut. Boxley rode on into the river to let his horse drink from the running water. Lingering behind on the bank, Ezra witnessed an astonishing thing. As soon as he was sure Boxley was far enough away not to notice, Pat quit pretending to try and shut the gate. Instead, he dragged it back, leaving the gap in the wire fence wide open. Shocked by this breach of range etiquette, Ezra reined his horse back as Pat swung into the saddle and asked harshly, "Did that one drink of tequila make you plumb drunk, Pat?" "I'm not drunk." "You left that gate open." Pat replied, "Shut up, or Box will hear you. We may be coming back across here in a hurry tonight." "What you got planned?" Ezra asked in a low voice as they waded through into the water. "Nothing," said Pat simply. "Just depends on what happens." Their horses splashed into the water, and they joined the XL rancher on midstream. "We'll have to ride past Bracco, downriver a piece," Boxley told them. "Then we'll go on and look at the herd." "How far is it?" "The herd? Only a couple miles up into the foothills behind Bracco." They rode a short distance, and Boxley asked suddenly, "You got cash with you to pay for this stuff?" Pat laughed and shook his head. "Hell no. I ain't got no cash with me." "I thought you were ready to close the deal," Boxley complained. "We may be from Colorado, but we ain't crazy enough to carry a pile of cash around in the Big Bend," Pat assured him. "How do you expect to pay for the stock if you decide to buy them?" Pat pretended to ruminate a moment. "Well, the way I understand the deal is like this. You don't want to try smuggling the stuff back across the border here." "Exactly. It'd be too dangerous with the Rialis keeping tabs on the herd. That's one reason I'm eager to sell to someone who doesn't live in the Big Bend. It'd be safer to drive them upstream on the Mexican side, and then the Rialis will realize their suspicions was wrong, and they won't follow the herd to see what comes of it. Once they're safely upriver 100 miles or so, they can be swum across at night without anyone getting wiser." "That's agreeable to me," Pat told him. "While they're being drove upstream, they'll be getting closer to Colorado anyway. Right under El Paso's a good place to put 'em across, ain't it?" "Yeah, that is. It's a good open stretch of river there with lots of fords." "I can give you a draft on an El Paso bank," Pat told him. "That suits you all right?" "Sure, an El Paso draft would be fine. How much are you ready to pay?" "I ain't even seen 'em yet," Pat reminded him. On Boxley laughed heartily. "I guarantee they're the slickest range-fed stuff you'll look at in a long time." "Are half of them heifers?"
That's right. The rest are cows and steers. Not a cow over 5 years old. Well, I ain't making an offer, Pat warned him cautiously, but from what you say, $20 a head all around. $20 a head? Boxley turned in the saddle to stare at him. You must be joking. Nope, I'm plumb serious. They're worth twice that. Not to you they ain't, Pat told him. You got hold of a hot potato and it's gonna burn you if you don't drop it quick. Anything you can get out of it in a hurry is better than having the Mexican government take 'em all. Well, yeah, but $20. I'm ready to make a deal with you tonight, Pat pressed him. After I look 'em over, you can start driving them upriver and get them out of danger if that's what you're saying. But I won't be paying more than $20 a head. That's robbery, Boxley frowned. I told you I was looking for a bargain. All right, if we make the deal tonight, I want to get 'em started out of there, Boxley sighed. The lights of Brock were beginning to show up in front of them, and Boxley pointed them out and said, I'll stop there and pick up some trail riders. Might as well get the herd started after you look 'em over. They were trotting into the little town of Bracco. A half-dozen adobe buildings on the main street showed lit windows, and Boxley pulled up in front of a canteen and said, I'll go in here. It won't be but a minute. He swung off, went in without inviting them to follow him. Ezra looked at Pat and said reflectively, So you're going to be buying 400 head of stuff at $20 a head? Me, I ain't very good at figures, but that seems to add up to a lot of money. And since when have you been keeping money in El Paso Bank that you can draw on? What kind of doggone monkey business you up to, Pat? Pat grinned. This is what they call high finance in the city, where one slicker outslicks another slicker. He slid out of the saddle. Let's go on in and get ourselves a drink. Ezra gladly accepted the situation and followed him into the saloon. Boxley stood at the bar talking to two whiskered men in rough clothing. He looked up with a frowned annoyance when he saw his two companions coming in the door. He pulled away from the bar, saying something in a low tone to the men, and they followed him to the back of the room. The bartender was a half-breed, wearing an undershirt and dirty white pants. There were 3 other Americans in the saloon and one Mexican group together at the other end of the bar. They watched Pat and Ezra come in, and said nothing as the 2 men bellied up to the bar. Got any American whiskey? Pat asked. Si, senor. $1 for the drink. Better make it a big drink for that. He clanked 2 silver dollars on the bar and turned casually and looked back towards Boxley in the rear. Boxley had a worried look on his face. He appeared to be questioning the 2 men sharply. He glanced up and saw that Pat and Ezra were having a drink, and then nodded to one of the men, took his arm, and went out the rear door with him. The other man sauntered up to the group at the end of the bar and said something in a low voice and nodded his head at Pat and Ezra. I thought we might find Dusty in here, Pat said outside the corner of his mouth. I noticed a KT horse outside. That's what he rode on across. He ain't in here, Pat said, and then turned his attention to his drink. Pat picked up his glass and studied it a minute. In a low voice he muttered, I'd sure like to know where Lon ducked out to. Wish you'd start up a fracas so I could slip out without being noticed particular. Ezra tossed down his drink and beamed at Pat. Well, I'd admire to do that. Ain't had no fun since we started this trip. He sidled around Pat and stared at the other men. What's that I heard you fellers say? He demanded loudly. They all looked at him in surprise. Pat grabbed his arm and begged loudly. Don't start no trouble, Ezra. Come on, get out of here. Let's go. Cool down. Ezra shook his hand off angrily. One of them fellers just insulted us. I heard him plain. I'm gonna bust his head wide open. He started towards them, big fists swinging like pendulums. Suit yourself. I ain't staying for no fireworks, Pat said. He backed towards the front door and out. He paused long enough to see Ezra shaking his fist at the group. They were grinning at the one-eyed man with the good-natured tolerance of sober men for a drunkard. Pat turned away from the door and trotted noiselessly along the side of the building. Light came from a small window set high in the wall near the back end of the saloon. Pat heard voices coming from inside as he reached the window. He pressed against the mud wall underneath and listened. He heard Dusty's voice saying angrily, "But I tell you I ain't him. My name's Dusty Morgan, and I can prove it if you'd let me out of here." There was a low murmur that sounded like Boxley, and then Dusty again. "Sure, I know all about that. He was wearing my clothes. I traded with him after he got killed. I wanted them to think he was me. There's a posse after me for killing the Marfa sheriff. Whoever held up the stage knows he was killing Ben Thurston. He hollered out his name just before they blasted him." A loud screech of pain sounded from the front part of the saloon, then a crash of a chair against the wall, and the infuriated bellow of Ezra. Pat heard running feet from inside the room and heard an inner door slam. He reached up and caught the sill with his fingertips and pulled himself to a quick look into the room. Dusty was stretched out on the floor, bound tightly with a rope. He didn't see Pat peering in. The sound of a loud brawl was gaining volume in the front. Rising above all the other noises was Ezra's voice, whooping it up happily as he obeyed Pat's order to create a disturbance. Pat dropped back down to the ground, sprinted around to the front door. Boxley and the man who had gone out with him re-entered from the rear just as Pat was bursting into the front. There was a rolling mass of fighting men on the floor with Ezra in the middle of it. One figure already lay limply astride, and one man stumbled out of the melee holding his wrist as Pat ran in. The man with Boxley pulled his gun and ran towards the group rolling on the floor. He tried to get a beat on Ezra and found it difficult because they were constantly shifting positions. Pat ran forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ezra! Stop it, Ezra!" The tangle of men suddenly disintegrated, with one man flying in one direction and another in another. Ezra got to his feet with a grin. "I didn't mean no harm, Pat. I was just sort of funning." Pat grabbed his arm and gave him a shove towards the door. "You get outside and sober up." He turned to Boxley. "I'm sorry, he gets fighting drunk every so often." The men who had unwisely engaged in battle with him were gathering themselves up and counting the damage. The Mexican was out cold on the floor with a broken jaw, but the Americans were only scratched and battered. "Forget it," Boxley told them impatiently when they began muttering threats of reprisal. "We got work to do. I want you boys to round up all my Starbucks Cross stuff and get 'em ready to move up the river towards El Paso. This man's buying 'em from me. Delivery on the other side of the river." "You stay here, Thad," he told the hulking man with piggish eyes and undershot jaw. "You take care of Pedro and see that he gets his jaws bandaged, and take care of everything else too." And he jerked his head towards the rear. Thad nodded and limped over to squat down by the unconscious Mexican. "The rest of you, come with me," Boxley said shortly and strode out of the cantina. Pat let him proceed. He got on his horse slowly and let them ride ahead with Boxley while Ezra fell in behind with them. The big man's clothing was torn, and his scarred face was streaked with blood, but there was still a joyous light in his single eye. "How'd I do?" he demanded happily. "I didn't tell you to start a massacre," Pat told him. "You could have just argued, couldn't you?" Yeah, but fighting's more fun. It only got one good wallop at the Mex before the others jumped in. It was pretty good while it lasted. What'd you find out?" Pat held his horse back so they would remain out of earshot of the others. He told Ezra what he had seen and heard in the back room of the cantina. "They got him tied up in there and you went off and left him?" Ezra demanded. "That's right. I think he's safe enough until Boxley finds out who he is, and I want to get the cattle moved up the river." "How do you figure Boxley? What's his game?" "Seems plain enough to me," Pat snorted. "He's been having his men pretend to help Katie while she's being smuggled poor, so she'd give in and sell the ranch, or maybe even marry him. He's scared of having anyone help her out for fear she'd change her mind. That's why he's keeping Dusty tied up, till he's sure who he really is, or it's too late for Katie to change her mind." The group ahead of them had changed and stopped to go through a pasture gate. They were in low foothills behind Baracco, a pretty good grazing country. The moon and stars were giving enough light to distinguish things pretty well. Boxley reined back beside Pat and Ezra as the others rode through the gate. "This is the pasture they're in," he told them. "We'll stay here and let 'em drive 'em out past us. You can look 'em over and make a count. Is that fair enough?" "Fair enough," Pat agreed. "You get on the other side of the gate, Ezra, and keep a tally with me. That way we'll be somewhere near about right." Boxley pulled aside with Pat. "It won't take 'em long to start coming," he muttered. "This is a little pasture, and they're so fat they're quite easily being to be drove." Pat rolled a cigarette while they waited. He could hear the riders further up in the hills, could hear an occasional shout as they started the split hooves down towards the gate. It wasn't long before the vanguard of the herd showed up in the moonlight, a confused mass of broad-backed white faces, bawling at each other at being woken from their sleep, trotting and shoving to get through the narrow gate. Boxley hadn't lied about the shape they were in. They were the fattest stuff Pat had ever seen on hoof in his life, and each one was branded with the star box cross which Boxley had described to them. Pat didn't have any more time for thinking. He was busy trying to keep a tally on the fat cows that crowded through the gate in the moonlight. It takes an old hand at the business to make a correct count of a herd like that. It isn't really just a matter of counting each separate head that passes. You sort of let your subconscious mind take hold, and you find a total rolled up in your mind after you've done it long enough. An expert at the business, Pat kept his eye on the moving mass of broad backs in front of him, and let his instinct do the adding. The herd began to thin out after a time, and the riders were whooping it up behind the stragglers, pushing them forward to keep a compact herd with the others. As the last ones went through the gate, Lon Boxley directed the herders, "Turn 'em upriver and keep moving. I'll send a chuck wagon and more riders from my ranch across the river to catch up with you by morning, and it'll make a regular trout outfit. What'd you make out for a number, Pat?" Pat replied, "My tally is 368. He raised his voice to get Ezra's attention. "What'd you get?" 371. Ezra called back, reining across to him. "Well, that's close enough," Boxley said with satisfaction. "My count was 372. "Well, we'll call her 370, Pat said. "That's a heap of money even at $20, Ezra argued aloud. "Yep." Pat Stevens sounded very cheerful about it, as though it didn't hurt his non-existent El Paso bank account at all. I'll calculate that, too. He paused for a slow mental calculation. About $7,400 all told. Well, that's about what I make it, Boxley agreed. He got off his horse to close the gate. I'll give you the Mexican's name the draft is to be made out to when we get back at my ranch. He remounted, and the three men started riding slowly towards Bronco at the rear of the herd that was being moved up towards river. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. When they reached the outskirts of the town again, Boxley pulled up his horse and said, I gotta stop here and see about getting in touch with my Mexican partner. Might take me some time. Why don't you fellers ride on back to my ranch and bed down for the night? That jug of tequila's still waiting there to be finished off. Pat replied, Sure. Don't worry about us. Go ahead and tend to your business. We know the road back to the XL Ranch. They rode on into town, and Boxley stopped at the same cantina they had visited not more than an hour previously. He turned back. I'll be seeing you, in a cordial voice, and turned his horse and tied it to the hitching rail that was now holding only two saddled horses. One of them was the Katy horse which Dusty had tied there that afternoon. When Pat kept on down the street, Ezra asked angrily, Are you going off and leaving Dusty there all tied up in that back room? By God, Pat, I'm beginning to wonder what in hell you're up to. Not never knowing you to back away from a showdown before. Not even with a tough hombre that's carrying his gun holstered the wrong way. Pat said, Let Boxley get inside. There's gonna be a showdown, all right. He stopped his horse and glanced back over his shoulder and drew in a deep breath and said, All right, we'll ride back now. Got thirsty for a drink and changed our minds. He swung his horse around. Think your gun can take care of that other fella Boxley left behind? He asked casually. Leave him to me. That's what I'm figuring on doing, Pat told him calmly. Let me do the talking, but be ready to back me up. They stopped at the hitching rail and dismounted. Boxley whirled around in front of the bar with a grunt of surprise when the door opened and the two men walked in. He and Thad and the bartender were the only occupants in the room. Thought yous was heading out across the river to the ranch, he grunted, narrowing his eyes. Pat grinned. Ezra decided it's too long of a ride at night without another drink in his belly. They went up to the bar and he ordered, Set out your bottle of American whiskey. Maybe Mr. Boxley and his friend will join us in a drink. Boxley replied, Thanks, with sort of a snarl in the words, and the big whiskered man beside him nodded. Pat waited until all 4 glasses were full. He picked up his and took a reflective sip, turned and drooped his left elbow on the bar so he faced Boxley. His posture was disarmingly relaxed, but it didn't fool Ezra any. It was the surest danger signal he had seen. He had seen Pat Stevens plenty of times just before he swung his guns into action. That relaxed pose was a sign of iron nerves and strong muscle. It was designed to throw his opponents off guard, to gain that fraction of a second advantage that all gunman needs. Ezra picked up his own drink and stepped off to the side a couple paces, to a point of vantage where he could see past Pat and Boxley and watch Thad Thompson's gun hand. Neither Boxley or Thad paid any attention to him. You're running a pretty smart deal, Boxley. Pat's voice was soft, almost purring. Yes, sir. He took a reflective sip of whiskey. You sure pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes. Boxley hesitated. The tip of his tongue came out to wet his lips. He set his swollen jaw tightly and didn't say anything. Like, for instance, working it to get close to Katie, Pat went on. His voice sounded warm with genuine admiration. Sending your riders over to pretend they was helping, when all the time they were letting the smuggling go on. That was plumb smart. It kept Miss Katy from calling in any gun hands of her own, and put her in a hole where she'd finally be ready to sell out to you. Boxley smiled, showing his teeth. He accepted Pat's words at face value. She's not selling out. I'm getting the KT for nothing. Only gotta marry her, and that's something no man would consider a chore. That's so. Pat's eyes widened. Congratulations. Boxley said, Thanks, with something like a smirk. Yes, sir, Pat went on. I bet you was plenty worried when she told you about the letter she'd wrote to her daddy's old friend in Colorado. Maybe you knew Tom Thurston back in the old days? That was before my time. I've heard about him, though. How do you know about all that? We stopped off at the Katy for supper tonight. If you knew old Tom Thurston, you must have been pretty worried. Pat chuckled. And when Miss Katy told you that Tom's boy was coming by stage, you didn't know how bad a gunfighter he'd turn out to be, did you? If he was like his daddy, might be he'd be pretty bad medicine for you to buck. I don't know what you're talking about. I've got private business here. You've got private business with me. Pat's voice remained low and steady, but the softness had disappeared from it. You thought it'd be safest to hold that stage up and not let Ben Thurston ever get to Hermosa. And that's what you did. You're crazy. I don't know anything about the stage hold-up. That's the only way it can be, Boxley. You were the only one that knew Ben Thurston was due, and the hold-up was staged just to kill him. Soon as he rose up out of that overturned stage and yelled out as your name, your men let him have her, and then they rode off without even looting the bodies. How do you know? All that's a damn lie. None of it is a lie. You know it ain't, because you know that's the way it happened. All right, Boxley said suddenly. You've got no kick coming. You came to the Big Bend looking for bargain and stock, and you've got her. If you rile me up, the deal's off, and you stand to lose plenty of money if you lose that herd. Pat nodded. His lips smiled thinly while his gray eyes bored into Boxley's face. It sure is enough of a bargain, he agreed. Most times that Katy stock would bring 3 times what I'm paying in the open market. Boxley stiffened. I guess you mean my herd's most as fat as Katy's stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because they are Katy's stuff, Boxley. That's why you're willing to sell 'em so cheap. To get something out of 'em and get 'em away from this part of the country before your new wife learns what you've been rustling from her all the time. Boxley slowly set his glass down. His right forearm rested tensely on the edge of the bar, curved fingers not more than inches away from the ornament gun butt on his left hip. You're talking crazy now, he laughed shortly. I'll show you on paper how I changed the XL brand to make a Starbucks cross. Yeah, that was smart. But I got to thinking how a KT would change over just the same. Just extend the two short parts of the K on and out and make her into a 6-pointed star. And if you put a foot on the bottom of that T and 2 lines down to box her in, then a straight line across. There was a blurred motion in front of Pat, and Boxley's holster was empty. Pat's body went limp all over, and from his relaxed position he simply folded over like an accordion on the floor. Boxley's bullet went over his head, and Pat shot upward, the slug tearing into Boxley's chest at an angle. At the same moment, Ezra's gun spoke twice. Boxley staggered back, firing a wild bullet into the ceiling. Behind him, Thad Thompson had pivoted halfway around by the impact of Ezra's 2 bullets. He went to the floor with his gun still half drawn. Pat got to his feet and coolly shot again as Boxley desperately fought to right himself. His second bullet drove the XL rancher's front teeth back into his throat. Boxley fell to the floor on top of Thad. Pat picked up his drink with his left hand and rested the smoking muzzle of his gun on the bar pointed carelessly towards the half-breed bartender. "You want any of this?" "Hell no," the man ejected, backing away with both hands in the air. "Then get back to the rear room and untie the fellow that's there. Bring him in here." Pat lifted his glass and drained it as the bartender darted out to obey the order. "I swear I never thought nothing about that brand blotting," Ezra said placidly. "Shoulda, though, when I saw that fat stuff tonight. Couldn't come from no part of the Big Bend we've seen except that KT ranch." "That's right. I suspected it before I saw them. Boxley overplayed his hand," Pat went on. "Being so eager to sell 'em so cheap. With the ranch and the gal falling in his lap, he had to get the evidence of his rustling out of here fast. So he couldn't afford to bargain. I still can't get it clear in my head how it worked," Ezra muttered, wrinkling on his forehead. "Let's see now. A K and a T." He drew a K in the air with his forefinger and continued to look puzzled. "Sounds all right when you was telling it to him," he complained. He looked around for something to make a mark with and picked up a burnt matchstick and squatted down beside the 2 dead bodies. He dipped the stick in a pool of blood that was forming beneath them and carefully drew a K and a T on the floor. He stared at the letters in perplexity for a moment, while Pat watched him, an amused smile on his face. And then he nodded and extended the 2 short parts of the K in the same distance beyond the upright line. "I see it now," he exclaimed. "That's the star. Now you take the T." He was interrupted by the rear door being flung open and Dusty Morgan bursting in. The young partner skid to a stop, saying hoarsely, "I heard shooting." He stopped to stare at Pat and Ezra. "Oh, it's you all," he added weakly. "We said we'd meet you here," Pat reminded him. He came forward slowly and stared down at the 2 dead men. "You might be waiting for me to settle with them 2, he muttered briefly. "I wanted to see how fast Boxley's fancy draw was." "It was pretty fast, but it's better this way," Pat told him. "There's a gal that's waiting for you across the river that don't like killing. That's why I did the job for you." Dusty didn't seem to hear him. He said, "I figure Boxley arranged the stage hold up to get Ben Thurston out of the way, and that other feller on the floor hit me over the head with a bottle and tied me up in the back room when they suspected they had made a mistake and I was Ben, along with some others," he added. There's 3 others altogether, Pat agreed. Right now, them other 3 are trailing a herd of rustled stock of Katie's across up the river. A herd of rustled Katie stock? That's right, Pat said. I bought 'em from Lon Boxley just before I killed 'em. Made a pretty good bargain with 'em, too, he said proudly. But now I won't have to pay him after him being dead and all. I'm going after those other 3. Dusty started forward angrily. They were all in one gang, I reckon. Well, I'll go, Pat said. He and Ezra followed Dusty out the door. They mounted and galloped up the river road. Can't be more than a couple miles away, Pat cautiously told Dusty. When we come up to 'em, they won't think nothing but they're expecting me and Ezra to be along. You hang back so they won't recognize you, and I'll circle ahead to get the trail leader. When I start shooting, you and Ezra open up on the 2 behind. We might as well finish up the whole gang while we're at her. Keep Miss Katie from having any more trouble with rustlers for a time. They came up the tail end of the slow-moving herd, moving swift. Drop back here where they won't see you, Pat cautioned Dusty. You can come up fast when the shooting starts. Dusty pulled his horse down to a walk, and Pat and Ezra galloped ahead. As Pat has anticipated, one of the riders was ahead of the herd, acting as a pace-setter and a leader, while the other 2 were working the flanks and the rear to keep the slower-moving cattle pushed up with the others. While Ezra dropped into line with them, Pat spurred his horse around the edge of the herd and pulled up on the road alongside the lead rider. It turned out to be Jake Drubber. He nodded shortly as he recognized Pat in the moonlight. You and your one-eyed partner riding with us? He growled. Not far. Only to the ford across the river leading through the KT spread to Boxley's ranch. Well, the ford's right up there. Jake pointed towards a break in the line of willows. You sure bought a good bunch of stock, he added enviously. They look pretty good to me. You been working for Boxley long? Pat asked. About a year or so, off and on. Jake rose in his stirrups and turned to look back at the herd. They're getting strung out pretty good, he commented. Pat nodded. They were nearing the ford now, almost abreast of it. He said, I don't like a man that steals cattle from a gal. Jake shot him a startled glance. He blustered. These here, they're XL cows. Pat put in, That's a lie, and you know it. The ford across the river was almost directly in their sight. Don't you be calling me a liar. Pat cut him off shortly. Go for your gun if you don't like it. Jake went for his gun. Pat waited until it was half drawn, then killed him with a bullet through the heart. Jake's horse snorted and leapt sideways as his rider fell. Pat whooped loudly and turned the riderless horse down towards the ford. He whirled and rode in front of the herd, shooting into the ground in front of them and hazing them off the road to follow the horse. He heard shooting and saw yellow streaks of flame in the night behind. The startled animals became panicked and broke into a run, bawling with terror and swinging off the road behind their leaders across the water and through the gate which Pat had left open a couple hours earlier. He kept his pace there on the road to turn every animal across the river. The last remnants of the stolen herd were galloping with their tails high up in the air when Ezra and Dusty rode up excitedly. We got both them fellers that was behind, Ezra shouted. What do we do now? Nothing. Pat grinned at him in the moonlight. Except ride across and close the gate on 370 head of fat stock. Ezra's jaw sagged. Then he waggled his shaggy head at Pat. You had it figured this way all the time. That's why you left that gate open. so we could run 'em back into Katie's pasture easy. I was hoping it'd work out this way. The last frightened animal had floundered through the water and found the open pasture gate on the other side. Silence settled down upon the Rio Grande. Dusty said, "Miss Katie would be glad to be getting her stock back." "Well, why don't you go and tell her about it?" Pat turned his horse towards the river. "Ezra and me, we got us a date with a tequila jug." Dusty remained where he was. "I'd better stay on this side of the border where I belong, where there isn't any law." His young voice was heavy with hurt and bitterness. Pat stopped and said, "Your horses are waiting for you at the KT." "Well, they'll have to stay there. I'm riding south." "Miss Katie'd be mighty disappointed," Pat warned him. "She's done lost 2 men she was expecting to marry in the last 24 hours. Might go hard on her if she ain't got a man to comfort her now. And she needs someone to take hold of the Katie and see there's no more rustling." "I can't go back," Dusty cried out. "You know why I can't. It's better this way. If I go back there, I may never get the nerve to leave again. And then someday, when everything looks good, I'll be recognized for a sheriff killer." "Oh, that!" Pat laughed and turned to Ezra. "Can you imagine that? We forgot to tell him." "Tell me what?" Dusty's voice broke. "That you ain't no fugitive anymore," Pat chuckled. "That gal Rosa killed the sheriff her own self. You have no need to hide out any longer." "Well," Dusty stuttered, "maybe I better ride up to that ranch and tell her about the rustled stock." Dusty said gravely, "Sounds like a darn good idea." Dusty stammered something further, and then spurred his horse down the bank to splash into the water. Pat and Ezra followed more slowly. As they let their horses drink, Pat sighed and muttered, "For no good reason at all. I feel kind of old tonight." "We're a couple of damn fools," Ezra muttered disgustedly. "We ain't got nothing out of this trip." Fading into the night silence, they could hear the faint thudding of Dusty Morgan's eager galloping horse. "Well, I sort of feel good inside," Pat Stevens said simply. "And I sort of feel empty," Ezra growled. "Let's go see how much more tequila there is left at that Exile Ranch, and then why don't we clean out the rest of the Boxley riders?" Pat replied, "We'll do her, if there's enough tequila." And then they rode on across the river. End of chapter 16. End of The Smoking Iron by Peter Field.